Good morning. Can you hear me? Yeah? Okay, good. Thank you. Good morning and welcome panel members, staff, and members of the public. I hope you're enjoying this beautiful day, wherever you're joining us from. Seeing that all panel members are now present, I hereby call the October 18th, 2024 meeting of the Reading Difficulties Risk Screener Selection Panel to order at 9:06 a.m. I understand the panel members Wilson and Martinez are participating in this meeting from a remote location. Consistent with the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act, I must ask, panel member Wilson, will you confirm that you're present?
Yes, I am present.
Panel member Wilson, would you confirm that there's nobody in the room you're participating from remotely?
Correct. There's no one in the room.
Thank you. Panel member Martinez, would you confirm that you're present?
Yes, I'm present.
Thank you. Would you confirm that there's no one in the room that you are participating from?
There is no one else in the room.
Thank you. Now, panel member Wilson, would you now lead us in the salute to the flag?
Sure. Please stand.
There's a flag.
I don't know where the flag is in the room, but salute. Pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, member Wilson. As you may have noticed, today's meeting is at a different location than our usual meeting place at the State Board of Education room at the California Department of Education, which is a result of that room not being available today. We're grateful to the California Cradle to the Career Data System for hosting us in their hearing room today at 400 R Street in downtown Sacramento. For those who are streaming the meeting, you'll know that they're also we're using Zoom as opposed to a regular streaming service, which is related to the change in location. So today's meeting will be a little different technically from prior meetings, and we may have to take some pauses throughout the day to the extent we have any technical adjustment that need to be made. But we'll be flexible, and thank you for your patience. Public comment on today's meeting agenda items may be provided during the meeting either in person by signing up on the sheet located at the back table or by dialing 669-900-6833 and then following a prompt to provide a meeting ID code, which is 864-8399-562. Callers will also be required to provide a passcode, which is 936-361. Please note that in addition to unmuting your phone, you may need to dial number 6 to unmute for the Zoom live stream. Oh, sorry. Callers will then be added to a queue. The operator will notify callers when it's their turn to provide public comment. Members of the public wishing to call in for public comment should view the live stream of the meeting to know at what time public comment will occur. When it's your turn, please mute the live cast audio. When giving public comment, please state the following: commenter's first and last name, organizational affiliation, if any, and public comment. Again, the phone number is 669-900-6833. The meeting code is 864-8399-562, and the passcode is 963. Sorry, I'm tripping over the number. 963-316. That sequence is tripping me up.
936.
Yeah.
You say 963.
All right, I cannot read numbers. That's official. 936-316. I think I got it correct. Remember that in addition to unmuting your phone, you may need to dial number 6 to unmute for the Zoom live stream. The phone number, meeting ID code, and passcode will be posted at the start of public comment for each item. And public comment will be limited to 1 minute for each speaker. Item 5 is the general public comment item, during which members of the public may provide on matters that are not specifically listed on the panel's agenda. All right, so we'll be moving quickly through item 1, which is the opening remarks of the chair and vice chair in recognition of all the work we have before us today. So as a reminder, the panel will not be taking any action today outside of the minutes from the September meeting, but we'll be using our time to engage deeply with the applications that we have received. Again, we will not have any final decisions today, although the conversations that we have today will likely inform the votes that we plan to take in December. That will take us to item 2, which is approval of the draft September 2024 meeting minutes. The draft minutes are the attachment for item 2. We'll now open the phone line for public comment. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item may do so by calling the phone number and using the access code provided on the slide that is shown now. Okay, while we're waiting for any members of the public to call in, do any panel members have concerns, questions related to draft minutes? Are there any public comments?
There are none.
All right, any discussion from the panel? No? Okay, do I have a motion from a panel member to approve the September 2024 RDRSSP draft meeting minutes?
Motion.
Vice Chair Guerrero, motion. Thank you. I have a motion by Vice Chair Guerrero. Do I have a second?
I second.
Thank you. The motion is seconded by Member Odegaard. Ms. Holmes, would you please call the roll?
Certainly. Member Neeson? Thank you. Oh. Can you maybe provide through? Yeah,
Yes.
excellent. Member Odegaard?
Yes.
Chair Kim?
Yes.
Vice Chair Guerrero?
Yes.
Member Gravelin?
Yes.
Member O'Brien?
Yes.
Member Grasso?
Yes.
Member Wilson?
Yes.
Member Martinez?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries. For item 3, we will engage in small group and full panel facilitated discussions of how the applications that we have received meet the requirements of the State Board of Education adopted rubric. Pursuant to the panel adopted review process, which can be found as an addendum to this item in the agenda, we'll be determining whether or not applications meet the bare minimum requirements adopted by the panel at its August meeting. These requirements are also an addendum to this item and can be found linked in the agenda. We anticipate that item 3 will be rather lengthy. As a result, we'll take multiple breaks and lunch during the item. As a reminder, this is an information-only item. We will not be voting during this item. And as usual, Ms. Zappo, Mr. Diaz, and Mr. Brunetti from West Ed will be presenting and facilitating this item. Whenever you're ready, you may begin.
Thank you. Good morning. Does this sound okay? Is that okay? Okay, great. Good morning, Jennifer Zoffel with West Ed. So for our work today, we wanted to reinforce what Chair Kim just mentioned, that item 2 is the only action item. So there won't be any vote taken at the end of this work today for items 3 and upcoming and 4. We want to mention that the majority of the time is going to be in the subgroup discussion of each application, focusing on the bare minimum requirements and also the other sections of the rubric. We are going to make sure that at the end of the 3 rounds of subgroups that we meet as a whole group. and that each subgroup will report out to the whole panel and to the public. The process in the subgroups is a little bit different from what we used in September because the aim there was really around calibration. Want to make sure that it's clear that with our session today, consensus is not necessary. That's not the goal. Really, the idea here is it's an opportunity for panel members to share feedback on the application in order to review and discuss with other panel members what they see within the application. If a subgroup does find that if they do have consensus that an application does not meet the bare minimum requirements, it'll be noted to the full panel for potential removal from consideration. So that's based on the protocol that the group came up with previously, approved previously. So if we have a subgroup that does have that consensus around not meeting bare minimum requirements, Chair Kim will take a check. It'll be announced with the whole group, and there will be an opportunity for exchange to the other subgroup. So this is a projection. This is where we think we're going to spend our time today. Wanted to make sure everyone is aware. We're going to tackle 2 applications at a time, and we're allocating up to 80 minutes. Each application we hope will take less than 40, but between 20 and 40 is what we're estimating. And we will take a break and we will take a 60-minute lunch. But you can see it's important that we still have time at the end for the whole panel share out and the exchange of applications. So sticking to this timeline is going to be really critical. Want to reinforce the roles that we have. The content expertise lies within the panel. As the content facilitator, Chair Kim will be moving between the subgroups or across the subgroups as needed. I and my colleague Vic Diaz will be acting as the subgroup facilitators and timekeepers. Matt Brunetti will be available as a process facilitator to make sure we stay on track and connect across our subgroups. We will have reporters from the subgroups, and we are going to have 1 panelist per application. We will help guide you through that. Vic and I will help guide you through who is doing which application so that we have a smooth process. And then the whole group facilitation at the end will fall to Chair Kim. Okay. As a reminder, we are subject to Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act, and so we want to remind everyone that all conversations are open to the public. The meeting room will continue to be live streamed. Each group will have a reporter, as we discussed. And so all of the key points do need to be read into record during that whole group session. Any written notes will be for personal use. Staff will not collect them. And feedback related to the agenda item and responses must be shared via that oral report. Just a few reminders. Applications should only be discussed during their allotted time. Multiple applications should not be discussed at the same time. So we're really wanting to make sure that we're protecting any potential conflict of interest, staying away from a cross comparison. So please make sure that you are only discussing the application that is on the table for that conversation. We also want to remind you to please use the application numbers when discussing applications to avoid any unidentifiable information like names of the instruments, etc. Okay, this is a breakdown of what the subgroup discussion could look like. We will give each panelist an opportunity to give a quick report out before we begin, 1 minute per panelist. And that's just an opportunity to give your quick high-level reaction to the application being discussed. Then we will focus on the bare minimum requirements. We've got about 3 to 5 minutes there to check to see where are you finding the ratings if we are hitting minimal, if we're hitting moderate, and also that tricky line between minimal and moderate that needs to be discussed. We'll then move on to Section 2 psychometrics, Section 1 description of battery, and Section 3 communication and resources. And as we go through those, the intention there is to identify if there are any areas where there may be concern that an application might not meet the advanced requirements. So it's not weighing of the advanced requirements. It is just an opportunity to call out, this is an area of concern, so that when the other subgroup receives those applications and is reviewing them for next month, everyone is aware of where there may be some areas. We also saved 5 minutes at the end to prepare the reporter, and we have a note taker for you to prepare the reporter to share back about that application. Any questions from the panel at this stage? Okay. So I think that brings us to the moment where we can move into our, let me double check 1 second before we begin.
Alrighty, so before we start the small group, please make the, well, let's try this one. We have a couple of reminders. Panel members are reminded that panel members of small groups are only to participate in the those applications for which they're assigned and only within the group they have been assigned. Panel members may not communicate with members of another group during the small group discussions. As the chair, I'll move between small groups, but will not participate in small group discussions for any applications for which I recuse myself. I understand panel member O'Brien will be recusing from participation in application 8. Panel members Odegaard and Gravelin will be recusing themselves from application number 10. And panel member Wilson and myself will be recusing from applications number 3 and 10. The recusing members will not communicate with members of other groups to ensure they do not participate in those applications. I will not communicate with members of the group reviewing the applications 3 and 10 while they are discussing those items, those applications. Panel members Wilson and Martinez will now shift from the Zoom line that is being streamed to a Zoom that allows them to participate in small group work. During the small group work, panel members Wilson and Martinez will be visible and audible on the screen with their small groups, like their peers participating in person. Now, Ms. Apple and Diaz and Brunetti, you may begin facilitation of the small group work.
promote parking at Nashville Airport. He has very. It's Nashville. So he's seen my girl when he first started out by seeing someone passenger on the shuttle. He's saying something.
Okay, so this yellow document I just put on the table, and you kind of supposed to have this is what I need. It is just a reference chart for.
It's actually the.
Want to make sure we have a copy of that. Every note of a blue note taker. I have copies here. I think Ken Wilson, you have yourself. Am I talking loud enough for you there, Ken?
Yes, you have no review.
Hang on one second.
That never gets spoken in my.
It is not that one. It is.
These are the questions that we're gonna be asked, we'll each get.
We're gonna try to give you some more time, some more room for you. We're gonna get that. Okay, we will get that to you according to Mesh.
Unless it's in the.
Organize myself so I can reach out.
Of course.
Oh, yeah.
It may not be, we're gonna have to send that to you.
Yes.
Fortunately, the first application on the
Somebody
ticker.
else take notes.
Yeah, exactly. You are the note taker on our second application, so I get that over to you. So I'll just put these in the middle of the table, so the note taker can grab one of you. I got a timer right here.
And you're assigning who's taking notes.
I have our order of operations right here. We're going to do.
If they're not finding it.
We have to check on this. Two and nothing.
Okay.
The grab line is
There we
the,
go.
note taker for two.
Are you there? Can you hear us okay, Martha?
Yes.
Okay.
Two and a nine. Okay,
I have to go first. Okay.
that's correct.
So, we have to just give you
So-
some background. Oh, yes.
It is. We try to make like as many note takers.
Yeah, last week I did, yeah. Thank you.
So,
Thanks.
yeah, so the process that we'll use, we'll start with just a facilitated overview.
Recently
I'll make sure
uploaded
we're
to
all
the
up to
box
the
folder is
application we're
a
looking
note
at, you know,
taking document.
who's recording.
And
um,
Pamela Sneeson is gonna
And
take
then from there,
notes
we'll have a
for
quick
the
share.
first
We'll
application,
ask each
but you'll be
panelist
on
to
deck
share
to
for
do
1
notes
minute.
for the next application.
Just your highlights.
So make sure you have enough opportunity to find that. Let me know if you
Compelling or
want to bring it in.
concerning, and you can also share your evaluation with their.
Yes, yeah. Sorry, we had hard
From
copies.
there,
everyone here.
we will discuss one at a time, varying ways, in section 2 and section 1 and section 3. If we unanimously do not believe that it passes bare minimum ratings, we will skip section 2
Application
and
7.
English reading.
And
One of
we're
the things that
starting
we
right
also
now
do
with
that's a bit
application
different is we'll give the reporter a few minutes at the end of the review to verify the notes. I noticed that that was a challenge during last meeting. That we were furiously, the reporter was furiously, I think it was you, Tam, taking notes and trying to make sure they're right as we were moving on to the next one. So we'll make sure to give the reporter 5 minutes.
And,
So just an update, Tammy, that note taker should be in that box folder,
okay,
not the one with.
does everyone feel ready to get started with application of law? Okay.
Let me just
So we're
refresh.
gonna start with each person having 1
What is
minute,
it called?
just to
Oh,
share
those
your
papers, not
high
those?
level
Yeah.
reactions
Okay,
to
and
the
so.
application. You don't need to take a full minute.
All right, well, let's just worry about that.
and,
My turn.
Okay.
Anything you want to
I'll
share in
take the
terms of
time
your
I
overall responses or things that stood out to you? We don't need
get
to
set
get
for the
into
next
the specifics of your
Sure.
ratings just yet. But anything
Okay.
at a high
So
level
any
that you want to
questions?
sure we have
Go
enough
ahead.
to discuss. That's clear?
All
Okay,
right.
so I'm gonna actually
First
ask Alice
application
Bronson
is
if
look
you
at
can
the
go first, and then we'll
Two.
move around the table.
Make
And
your
do panelist speak.
note taker for this one.
Sure.
Want to
Okay,
start?
so
You
this
just
one,
confirm,
I had
the different elements of the
thought there
application.
was a lot in it, but I think
And what are the
one of the
application
main notes that I wrote down for
so
like
that
the
we
high
are
level
just
was
clear
it seems
on
like
what
they
it
were
is discussed.
describing multiple different
So gratification
assessments,
to.
and I wasn't sure which one we were actually looking at or purchasing, so I think that was kind of.
I
Oh, they had confusing.
Because they kept going back and forth
Oh,
with
no,
different
They had.
like options, and I wasn't sure if we're getting all of the
Assessments.
options,
Yeah.
one of the
Had
options,
reassessments and
other
each
options,
assessment
so
has
that's just my
different
high level.
Well, they were also, there were two languages, there was English and Spanish, and for each of them, there were three assessments.
Right, so it's early literacy, the reading, the
So,
CBM.
Overall,
Yeah.
For
yes.
both.
Okay.
We would say that there's
I
six,
thought it was,
and English and Spanish.
Well, there's six total.
Yeah, the
There's
reading,
three
English,
English,
three
and
Spanish.
Spanish. Yes.
Should be important, we go through the very requirements, so that we're making sure we're paying attention to each of those. Yes, that's why we always want to take that minute. So now, yeah, we'll go around the panel, we're going to table, I should say, 1 minute per panelist. What did you find compelling? What did you find concerning? And what was your evaluation of the bare minimum requirement?
I don't know if I.
We can go on every.
Can we review the requirements one more time so I can get those? Sure. So we're all on the same page on both are.
You did.
And Ms. Martinez, are you able to hear well enough?
Two D one,
Yes.
reliability, two D one, and validity. Two D
So
two, criterion validity.
And also
2D,
about
3
sort of
criterion
overall of
validity.
like, what is it they're actually recommending for identifying those risk
Thank you, Kim.
categories? I think the other piece I noticed is that it requires an LPAC level 2 just to gain any real strong
Okay.
information
What would
about
like to do there?
those
One review
difficulties,
first?
which would lead me to believe it might not be appropriate.
Right.
Except certain grade levels. Because it's just a lot of students in kinder and first grade that are below LPAC level 2 are the portion of the test is stronger. So, but they can be given dispatch. Yes, and however, there was a note about that, so it said something about how if they are running to read in Spanish, then we give them.
It has a lot of the stuff that we're looking for,
English,
but it's just,
so it was pretty clear for the most part, that was just my note.
That's your height. Okay, great. So, thank
it
you.
didn't really
We're
gel
gonna go
with me because I
ahead and
really
look
like
first
only
at the
one
bare
section of it and not the.
So, looking at your own ratings, we want to understand if you have any.
I can piggyback on that.
On the bare minimum.
Just a general comment.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I
For
tried to
me,
skip
it's
you.
a bit
I'm so
unclear
sorry.
which.
Thank you.
Portion of it, like if you were trying to pick which section.
Yes, please do. I'm so sorry.
For an LEA, parents, the universal screening, I got a little lost in that, and I read and reread, but that was kind of a general comment of mine. Although I did score everything in either the moderate or the strong range, I didn't have any opinions, but I got a little lost because. I
And
think
did you have
it's
any
a-
reactions related to the other pieces that you've heard
Thank you.
from, Dennis Eason or?
Wait,
Elizabeth?
No.
I might be the outlier. I actually scored most in the minimal.
So
I
let's
felt like it was
Um,
overly
bare minimum
reliant
requirements.
on the standards. And really just kind of testing to the standards rather than looking at specific constructs that are sensitive to predicting reading difficulties. I also found it very unclear
So we're looking in particular at.
in terms of just kind of differentiating between
GBT,
all 6 of them and,
content validity.
you know, just got lost in terms of
2B2 criteria,
what they were
2B3
assessing
criteria.
and why, things like
So
why
wanting to check to
numeracy,
see
speech,
if
early
you all
literacy,
have
you know,
any
aspects like that,
related
that
to those. So
they just kind of
They're all in your.
had buried in there and never explained themselves for.
I just want to piggyback on what you just said, because I just saw one of my notes, I'm trying to scroll, I'm sorry, but I, the very first section, there's lots of information, not specific. More about developmental.
That's okay.
programs. They did mention
Oh, I
that
got it
the
right
5 skills. that come
So
with it,
Carlos
so
Martinez,
that was
you
the
see
the
in
rest of it
the
really was
online panel
standards,
folder,
like you said.
the bare minimum requirements as well, so you have a copy of which statements, evidence statements we're talking about.
Okay, I'm gonna feedback on that really nicely. I agree also that the weakness that I saw here was it wasn't well specified how the word reading and the spelling were being measured. And ways that would be useful for
Yeah, you got it.
finding kids who have word level reading problems to begin with.
So,
Also, even on the more
Let's
specified
go ahead
CBM,
and go reverse
the non-words are
order.
only CBCs, which we know
Were
from
there any
the
that
extant
you
research is a
found,
limited way of trying to
minimal
assess
in these
homogeneity coding.
these
So it's a major weakness that I found. I'll also say that I found minimal evidence
Yeah,
for
just
their
plug in sense of
ability to
like, do
predict
you have,
future
do
reading
you have any
problems.
that are minimal?
And so it didn't meet my minimum threshold as far as being able to go. I can receive my time, so I'll give it back.
Possibly,
Okay.
I was actually on the fence.
Okay, so based on what you views, I think we have a mixture of variables about the notes, so we can discuss that for 5 minutes. Or these 5 minutes, you wanna identify concerns? Yep. No, you're good. We'll start to identify those concerns, and then, and then we'll have an additional, 10 or 3.
I see some head nodding here, so I'm gonna go ahead and put 5 minutes
So
on the
5
clock
minutes.
so that we can get into
Let's
those
talk about the bare
conversations.
minimum ratings. Again, we
Do you
don't
wanna,
need to
kick
reach
us off,
agreement, we don't
Ms.
need
Martinez?
consensus.
You were
We
mentioning.
just want to share our different rationale so that our report
start
will be able
with,
to share that back with the board.
Content validity.
5 minutes. Okay.
Should I go ahead?
Yes.
Well, I thought, like I said,
So
I
I
thought
said
the
I wanted
CPM
to
was
my
the
reading
biggest of
was
them
want to
all,
have a
and
lot of
we
it
said
related to cultural
that
bias,
would be
sensitivity, but
easy
not
to
the details
I
and
think
subject.
at least that's how I would actually, I would have made a difference.
But
But,
that's gonna be.
so they wouldn't even be using that, so it's.
Anything that others would like to add?
That's just some.
I can add to
part of
it.
the package
So I had a
that
very
you
similar
can
thought.
just
So very little, so there's content information, item development.
And then everything that they have is in Spanish. I
But there's
did,
very little
you're
content.
talking to the
information
parent
from
right now?
SOS, word reading, non-word
Yeah, it's
reading,
what we're talking
vocabulary.
okay.
And so
So
you have this also in the minimal?
So I was in the mid.
I
with
didn't,
some,
the
not
only one that I was
with
up in
others,
the about
because
was
more.
2D criterion validity.
Also as well.
I had it more than three term validity where I actually highlighted the like for the bond, the buyer, or minimum.
So we're actually building, we said at least 3 who are finding this and not meet, minimum requirements. So I think the question is to Grasso and Lisa where it.
I'm just reviewing my.
And we're talking specific then to D one, to
It
D.
can be any of this.
In terms of the bare minimum requirements, for me, I found that especially,
A lot of.
you know, and it's hard
information
kind of
on,
just brushing over
content
all
area
6
bias.
assessments, but I found,
and that's all.
you know,
I
their
can
test
bring
retest
down.
reliability to be poor, especially for kindergarten.
Similarly,
and first grade.
what I
I
was
don't believe it
noticing
was
was
even
the fact that
reported in
in
Spanish
the
for that test
context
retest.
validity section, it was
Um,
talking.
I
a
found
lot
just overall in terms of their
um,
content validity, it was
I don't want
very vague and just didn't have the detail or research.
Yeah, absolutely.
I know.
There's
Just
a
to make
lot of
sure
generalizations that I
that,
felt that they were saying.
Correct. But much like what Dr. Fu
I
mentioned,
felt the same in terms
you know,
of their
the fact that they have a
criteria
lot of
validity in terms
information
of,
here about how the
a
pieces
lot
were
of-
developed.
a lot of
but I
words,
felt like
but not a
there
lot
were
of
pieces here
specificity.
that we're talking about.
There and really didn't feel like they had any sort of
Using,
rationale
you know,
for, kind of their classifications of when someone was flagged at risk. It just kind of seemed like random percentiles.
I felt the same
were
thing,
putting
that it was
graphic
talking a lot about curriculum-based
Um,
measurement,
Something
not
that,
really
that
talking
data,
about how the
that
things were
was in response to the
created
data.
and how they were connected to the reading.
And I didn't like that, districts
and when
can
we
go
were
in
looking
and
at-
manipulate those classification percentiles and thus change whether or not someone looks like they're at risk or not.
Oh, yeah, here it was, the predictive and concurrent correlations.
Tammy, did you want to go?
Two meetings ago, because it was working great, but with me being on Zoom, I can't get anything to open. So
All right, good.
It
I
was
got it.
talking
Okay,
about.
so I'm gonna just concur, I mean, with most of what Carly just said.
My
I
notes,
found,
took lots of notes, but.
The content validity, I didn't see any
Oh,
understanding
it was
of
about,
any external
question
measures being
was
used to validate
about
the
this
construct, so that's
is, it seems
typically
to me
how
that
you
it was
would do it,
talking
if you
about achieving
specify that you
proficiency
wanted to
as a
see that.
predictor on mistakes.
And
That's
then
what
also, I didn't see a breakdown by
the
ethnic group, et cetera, but California samples was not provided.
Yeah.
Now, I know
So
that
I
we
know that there's
overall,
a
but that section
connection
is
between
incomplete to
achieving
begin with.
state standards.
Then
But
on the
What
criteria
I'm wondering
validity,
is,
when you,
how is it actually about?
you had mentioned that this would be for the CBM, but they didn't even provide any criteria validity for the CBM measures. It was
So
for
that's
the
where I found
early
this in this
literacy and
section.
for the reading.
I was on the
And
fence with
those
Robert and
numbers were all over the
Robert,
place, and
I
many of
wasn't
them were
sure.
below standards are good for diagnostic screening, and any kind of established diagnostic test model. Then also then for two D for criterion validity, they were reporting that we were using external criteria pointers assessment.
Alice, we're
There's no
do you
reason to
have any?
believe that
I know you
assessment
had
is
said
a
you had some
validated
questions that you
instrument
wanted to
itself,
talk
so when it
through.
validates about
Is
what
that
the procedure seems to
Speak
be
to
the
those questions,
validation.
or do you want, is there
So
more you
I
want to add?
just have questions about the minimal
It's more related
threshold
to
being
the,
met for this.
the
applicant.
next ones.
And in addition, if we are gonna have the six measures, they didn't provide what we needed for all six measures to begin with. But even for the measures they did provide, this information, I found it to be minimal.
Like our, like the overarching sort of statement that I was on the fence, that there would be some.
Okay, one of the things I noticed in my notes, I'm just still trying to open it up. So, is that, to be two criteria, I did see reference to African American Black students. The other thing is that in the content related to that, is very much based on the standards.
So
and
we're at our
readability
5 minutes of
guidelines.
discussion, so what I'm hearing is that we have some folks on the fence, minimal, moderate, some who are comfortable.
my
in
notes.
Minimal. And in order for us to determine,
So,
that this is,
At this
does
point,
not
do
meet
we
bare
have
minimum, needs to be
split in terms
unanimous.
of who thinks it meets
So
bare
let me
minimum,
just
who
pause
thinks
to
it
ask
doesn't?
for those who are on the
We
fence,
have
are
agreement,
you still feeling
but
on the
not-
fence and want to consider?
We can just go
wanting
around
a
and say
group to
who thinks it
consider
meets
this
and doesn't,
application?
that might help us.
Or are we ready to say no,
Does it
we
meet?
feel it's minimal,
Does
or
not
does
meet.
not meet?
I
That would
usually
be
do.
just me, right? Or-
You were on the fence, and I think Palace Lisa was on the
I
fence.
was on the fence
And
about.
and Jen, do you feel it does?
My
Yeah,
original
I
notes
mean,
said
I
it does.
probably head
Yeah, I
towards
had moderate.
Okay, that's fine. So for reporter, you can.
We're the
select
overall,
here.
we're looking at kind of all of them, but the concept of what the people are honing in on is the assessments.
Okay, so
For this, for today's
can then
conversation, we are
continue
gonna
to
go
discuss,
evidence statement by evidence statement,
uh,
or just
section two, the
about
psychometric
all of
ratings.
them to see which stand out.
It sounds like.
Yeah,
we
which are
have
hitting
A mixture of minimals, moderates and strongs, so we'll put 10 full minutes.
Are there
on
others that you
top
had as
to talk
minimal?
about the psychometric
Well,
ratings.
I had a concern about the
And it's just general discussion for you all to have. so that
in
reporter
terms of the
knows what to
number
share.
of the psychometric.
That one isn't part of the bare minimum, so, right?
Yes, the full section.
Which
two, not
number
just
is
the
it?
bare parts.
So,
Construct validity in, to the.
I want to go back to what Tammy said.
Oh,
It's the
There's
same.
no black
but
students
you
that were
have-
reported in any of their metrics, which is
Uh,
alarming to me, and I
so
don't
we're
understand
focusing on
why.
bare minimums.
Bare
So,
minimums, yeah.
for example,
So
on
that
two
would be
D I
advanced
reliability, I
Yeah.
said that there could be
So
some
we won't go on
evidence,
to that
except
if we
for,
don't find.
I saw no
that
evidence
if
that it
we-
was a
if
representative
we find that
sample
this
used
does
to
not
drive
meet
the
bare
study
minimums, then we won't go on to
which
that.
even if we are taking the overall, it's alarming
No, it's
that they
okay.
didn't have.
We're all figuring this
black
out as
students in
we
their sample.
Okay.
So.
So I just want-
Yeah,
I have to make.
I was skipped down.
Yeah, that was a note I had in a couple different
Penalties,
sections.
how are you feeling?
And then the other one that I had was
I
in,
think for me, it's
Construct
about the
validity.
fact that there's 3 different assessments that they're connecting
in
together.
two D
And
one,
I feel in some of the assessment
They-
cases.
they were
they describe
talking about
validity, but in others they don't.
comparing this version
So,
with the previous
for
version, which I'm not
example,
sure about that
there's,
being an effective way to see if it's.
The CBM passages
That-
versus the,
And so
you know,
that seemed odd to me, because they didn't compare it.
I feel like
to
there's
other-
there's the
they were
constructability is
comparing it
there
to
for the
themselves. An
piece,
older version.
because
of
it,
it.
and for the CBM piece, but not for the other one.
I think that's because that was.
So what
looking
we
at the
need to
tab,
determine
then we had-
is,
There's
do we
sections
want
where
to
they say
continue to
that
walk through the rest of it?
Well, I guess my question is,
there's going to
would
be
it really
more things that we're
authorize
looking at. for future
one
data.
part
Um,
of race assessment? Or
I just know that they kept
authorize
referring to the technical
whole?
review,
Because
and they would just. So for
So
example,
it
for
is,
me,
it is
the two
possible
D,
to select certain pieces of it,
reliability.
but I think the question
They-
is,
I have
that was
that.
full, do you have the full?
It's, they have just
context?
really big sample sizes.
So my,
And I don't
I
think
think
that
that
African Americans.
in part,
they
point
said
here,
it was
because
significant
they
that
submitted
did
this
a lot of
all
the
as a
testing
whole
in the
package, and they
US.
used the whole
And
thing
a lot of
to
kids
predict
were
student reading
not,
difficulty,
like,
right?
so.
If not just,
Yeah, well,
for
we're
example, they
taking
did
the
not separate, they did
Hispanic
not provide
population.
anything separate like for CV1 reading versus the others.
You can get that
so
from
that
class
decision for
because
reading
of
difficulties.
immigration.
The sample two.
Therefore, I think we
Sample
should
A
consider
did
them
the sample
together.
B did.
If they didn't provide enough information on all that's included, for me. personal,
I mean, I was
minimum
unimpressed
because
across the
that's
board with their
responsibility.
psychometrics.
Good job on that.
I agree with the complaints about the construct validity where they're just doing a factor analysis and kind of comparing themselves to themselves. There
Yeah, I
was
would just,
no
I guess.
convergent or discriminatory ability
like,
done
there's
with the reliability, kind
many
of the
other
same thing, they did this like
professions where
generic, you know,
there's
reliability report that's, you know, in terms of this like generalizability. But especially when you break it down into subgroups, they just didn't do it. They at least didn't report it. There's just tons of very low specificity across the board, and so I fear that we would be over identifying students very frequently.
What happened?
So we are
I
over
mean,
on
just
time,
kind of
so
every single
at this
measure
stage,
of psychometrics.
we either need
I was
to
impressed with.
Come to consensus that
I concur with
doesn't
Carl.
pass or no?
I don't
Yeah.
feel very.
And
opposed to
so I
it.
think Alice, these and
The
you're
numbers are
sort of the
very
one that is still on the fence. And that's okay.
Low.
They really are.
Because what
Across
all
the
that
board.
means is.
And
it
they
goes to the
didn't
other
do
group
themselves
for their
any favor. They
consideration.
could have
So.
pulled their
So we all
data
say
and presented them in a clearer way
does
to
not
us as well, but
The
They
other
have
people have
shown
an opportunity if they
Well,
want
they
to
have
push back.
okay.
pretty
You
clear
could-
that
you
they
could
don't
still
have
look.
the ability to predict. what
There's a lot of
child is gonna be
opportunities
adversity.
to come back onto the table.
Vastly over-identifying or under-identifying.
Well, you know,
risk.
I'm
It's just a
looking
matter
at
of whether
It
this
has to
group
be a
wants the time to dig into to the other sections of it, psychometrics, the other ones.
I'm
Classification.
just gonna go
Yeah,
back and say
there's
that
really
I'm
specificity.
I'm still on the fence with the moderate
There's
here
sensitivity and
because when I go back
Yeah.
into the
Really
ruling,
low.
That
I'm
means they're
looking
gonna
at
be
this idea that there's
under-identified
partial or
since you're
reasonable
at
evidence
risk.
that the assessment and items tasks are appropriate measures and key skills, and that the items and tasks are appropriate for the grade level, that the mode of administration of the item tasks are appropriate for the skill being assessed. If I look at that as a holistic statement, I feel like I've seen enough evidence in this application to identify that those are appropriate skills that are being assessed, that they're assessed at the correct grade levels, that they're,
20, 30, because
that the
you mentioned it
item
as a strength. I agree
task
that
assessment is appropriate. for
overall the
those grades.
CBN was a
So
strength.
for me, in
I don't feel
content
that it was
validity,
on
I
the
think I'm still gonna
non-agreements that
stick
only
with
go
my moderate.
CBCs, and that's been
Only
abandoned by
because I
most.
feel like if I look at the
by the
whole
field
package and I think about that
based
content
on research,
validity,
I won't compare to other
what's being
streamers.
assessed at each grade level,
But
why are we
I
assessing
didn't
it
see
at that
any
grade level, then
classification accuracy.
to
in
me,
CPM.
even if it's
Then I
not
missed that.
specifically in this
So
one
they didn't
section,
provide
but
that
following
data
the
for that,
holistic
that
view.
instrument in English or Spanish, so we couldn't even validate
Let's
that
continue
instrument
on the
because it
conversation.
can't
I
be
mean,
minimum if
that's
they
where
didn't
we are
provide
gonna
the
call
data.
to
Yeah,
the
they didn't
next
provide the
section,
data for all
which is
six.
the rest of the
in
psychometrics.
a lot of these.
So I'm gonna
So
put
that's the
7 minutes.
concern, if we're
on the
seeing, if we say they have
clock
6
where we are
instruments under review,
past our time. So we'll have
the one that you like the most
quickly.
with the
But,
CBN was
that
that
was
they
divided,
they
we were
didn't provide us
starting
with
to
what
allow
we
some
need to
items that
meet
you were
minimum
concerned about,
threshold for that
in
instrument.
the other
Yeah.
psychometrics.
They only provided it for their computer-based assessment.
Well,
The other constructs.
Yeah, well, it was about the.
But how can, so I'm just gonna say it from a
The
logic
number,
statement, how can you meet minimum requirement if you haven't provided the
Like,
evidence
they
to meet minimum
decided
requirement in the first place
89.
for the CBM? And you don't
Versus
think that this, the computer
outside
data
something.
is the way to go anyway.
Like something like the CDN, that's
So
something that the
18
teacher is
years.
sitting there and scoring, yet there's no data even for like integrated reliability. So there's no.
It
doesn't
protocol
have
that
very
can
action
score that
on the
child
same
the same way I
level.
would score that child.
Construct.
So there's.
Where
Well,
did
they
you
would
see
have judged
that?
it,
That's
they would
not
do
our-
all of these.
we're still on the bare minimum.
Okay,
because
I
No,
remember
we're
that
moving to the other section.
Yeah,
we
would be there with
the
tablet and she would be inputting the scores as the child was taking it, and so that way it would go straight into the system. But,
Yeah, I mean, you're still making a decision,
Yeah,
yes,
yeah,
that's
yeah.
correct, or no, that's not, and
Yeah.
so if there's any sort of like person that's sitting there and scoring and marking it.
Oh, I see.
Then you
Just like
have to have
yes.
measures of integrated reliability.
I mean,
And
overall.
2DII criterion validity is a minimum requirement, and they didn't provide any
Oh,
evidence
but on
for that
this,
for the
on our
CBN.
page.
So the CBN by default can't meet minimum requirements if they didn't provide the evidence.
Is it
needed
the
to meet it.
possibility?
Because we can't
or
rate
is
what's
it
not provided.
Uh,
So we can't even give a
construct,
judgment for that because they didn't apply the information, so it can't meet minimum requirements by default. The logic doesn't hold. So it's excluded by logic,
So I.
unless somebody has evidence that I didn't see that they can put forward. We can't give them a score on that, which means that they didn't meet the requirements for the CBN. for
But I was,
English
I.
or Spanish. So they cannot be accepted
Feel
by the
like
state of
it's
California.
sample size, I was looking more so at.
Yeah.
Did they report variance, so.
I really wanted, I
For the
wish they
last
had, and my only concern would have been that I don't think the word reading had, but the coding in particular was
So I
well
was looking at.
done.
they-
Elsewise,
they report that
the other
subject
positive
Put
strength
as
of
much
the
weight
is
onto the actual sample
applicant,
size for each
I thought that
group
the
as
writing and the clarity of the Spanish language was far stronger, and also the compelling framework used to do it was far stronger. I found that they actually probably didn't have in their treasure trove previous applications, so they had to really address that application. They could have presented a stronger application, and I was
So we're looking
frustrated
at
that they
any
didn't do a better job
areas
on
in
all of it.
psychometrics outside of the.
Because I thought they did a pretty
curriculum
good
you wanted to
job of
weigh in on outside of
describing
the
clearly
curriculum for psychometrics.
why they developed the Spanish language, but describing it up in the first
Yeah, sorry, panels, Martinez.
criteria and the ones. That's all my comments.
I mean, it's kind of similar to what I said before, which is.
Your frustration of the certificate, I read, reread, and reread, it was a lot of pages, and I wish I mean, it was hard to just even track what they were talking about.
The case for the
I
construct.
spent 4 days in this application because of my struggles to read, so I did do my
For
homework.
me, actually, I didn't see it. So much at
Anything else about
the group
psychometric
as at the
readings?
grade levels. Whereas.
And again, we'll make sure you get 5 minutes at the end, we can clean up the ones too, but anything you need clarification on, right?
I mean, just while we're right here, because my prompt specifically says that 2 members found the application didn't meet bare minimum requirements. And based on the following evidence,
Just in general, I guess.
can the panelists do
Yeah,
think
yeah,
that makes?
I mean, after all the discussion, I would
It's gonna be about this as a
it hasn't,
package.
so I'm fine changing that.
Maybe we're gonna break apart the package.
Well, like I said, I was in between on
And the actual.
to be between the
assessment
so I marked already,
I have a question, in terms of your review
after
of
the
the
discussion,
application
and
itself,
after your guys.
did the
I did the
applicant
minimal on
make it
to the-
clear which of the
to
instruments
I
they were
between
discussing
the,
for each of these categories?
or
or
to the,
was it combined in their
two,
response?
something.
You mean the psychometric?
Yeah.
To the,
Combined.
three,
It was combined.
those are the 3 areas.
No, they had some.
So then
Sometimes
that's
they say like a
two
specific name, but then sometimes they don't, so they just inclusive like kind of.
So I guess it wouldn't help because it
Yeah.
knocks 2 of them out.
Yeah, I would.
We got 2
And
minutes
now we're
left for
at
that.
0 members.
Yeah. Okay, so computer.
We're a little backwards, that's okay. We can call over to Kim because,
And
she
that
needs
they
to
were
part
looking at the
review the next piece.
You know, I'm also kind of listening to what Martha and Gisela were sharing about the sample size for each one. It goes back to this, wondering I have around the the language proficiency. So for us, the sample size is so small because we're not testing anybody below an English
We started.
proficiency level 2.
But you cannot test the child. Yes. You should.
No, I understand. I guess
Because if you're in kindergarten, when you make the awareness, you need to read things from the. So, what's it all for? The language. So all four as none of them are.
Oh, all 4. I mean, for me, I don't know that everyone agrees.
I guess of what my point is, that the sample size is smaller because they're looking at, when you're looking at the grade levels, or is it just the,
For me,
the
for me,
overall
I think
subject
it was 2D2.
that this cause for concern?
Correct classification accuracy.
For me, it was 2D1.
So the question on the table here is, are there areas of concern? So if there are things that are minimal or minimal/moderate, identified in these other psychometrics, we want to make sure that we identify those as areas of concern for the other group to take a look at.
Correct.
So maybe that's another way of framing it. So I think I'm hearing a question on sample size and ability to test the students or assess the students.
So
because
for me, it's
not
to
quite
be
sure how to
two.
put words to it, but maybe you all can capture
So
that in summary.
the psychometrics feel a bit more.
Yeah.
That's continuity. And is the sample size giving us enough information?
To be a two
Is that characterized as
materiality
insert?
and to be a 3
Yes.
materiality.
So we go to description of battery next. And I'm gonna just put bio. So are there any areas in section one, description of boundaries, where folks found minimal?
So this is all of the one.
All, yeah, all of the ones. All of them.
I have one
One
This is, I'm basing off this.
You're asking any minimals and all those. I did not have any minimals.
I have the,
Mr. Bryan?
bare minimum, doc that was sent out. And
Yeah.
it's two DI reliability.
Let's start, so that is, you start with your thinking on 1A1.
Two, criterion validity, two D, three criterion.
To determine what is the line variability. There's,
Okay,
much
so
more research site
what I hear
that's
then
like
is that
related to
I
specific
prefer
constructs
to
that other than
classification
the
of
reference
this
to a
decision
more
is
construct.
with me, feel that this
I'm not
is
finding
minimal.
a theoretical framework for that. And the evidence of developmental program expected in the whole school.
My handwriting is different, so maybe we don't.
I'm also wondering about.
Can I think of it as nine or?
Well, I guess I didn't have the reliability of saying minimal. I have
They
the
know that some
criterion
of them have
validity
been
to
developed as part of an
one,
IES research
and
project,
the
where the research
criterion
focus
validity
was
to
on
like
quantum.
two, state level as well.
Phyllis, you said, is there anything you want to add to that? Because you were also concerned with that. Karen.
Yeah, I have the
Yes, and-
reliability.
I pretty much had almost everything that she was sharing. But the big piece that I also had was I felt like the examples were missing. Like they describe what each assessment area is supposed to measure in general, like almost if it needed. It read almost as if it was giving us
If any one of those
information
is minimum,
on the
we have
different
consensus
constructs.
on it.
But it didn't actually say how the different
Skips
pieces of
again.
the assessment were addressing.
Section 23.
So,
we go over
or
what
why.
So do you have any minimals on any of
appropriate for
those?
that.
Underneath the really.
So that's where I
Oh,
had.
okay.
as
So
a-
I would love to hear your thoughts.
Okay.
I would love to as well.
Other
So the
thoughts
first
from
one
folks?
is
So Brian
that
Picasso?
we identified that there were six
Yes, so I
three in
marked
English and
this
three in
as
math. I didn't see anything
moderate,
for the CDM
and
that
when
was
I actually
providing
just
classification
felt maybe a little
accuracy.
bit
So there was no
differently
evidence that I found. Did you
than
find evidence in all of
the
the
two
pages
panels that were just
that they actually
sharing.
provided
I
data so that we
actually,
could validate
I
and say that that
appreciated
is
that they broke down
I
the
did
different
not.
constructs and provided some type of rationale for the constructs. And I think the thing that's really
Yeah,
tricky
I
about
mean,
this
for-
is when we
I might have
You
been
go
the
into
only one
like
who didn't like
anything
the
that's based on
reliability,
theoretical
but
framework
I
for
was
me,
unimpressed
if I'm
with
seeing
their
like what it says.
reliability. I didn't
reasonable
feel
and
that it was
some,
adequately reported for
I'm
all
like, okay,
six.
this is
of the
reasonable
tests.
and there
I thought
is
that
some.
Like, for example, the
Evidence.
test
I
we
don't
test,
find
I felt was
anything
very
that
important in
they
kindergarten
wrote
and
there to
first
be
grade. It wasn't reported at
unconvincing or
all for the
limited.
Spanish
And I think that's
instrument.
probably what made me to go
For
to
something like the
the
CBM that
reasonable or some.
relies on
However,
a
I
teacher
think
to
that's what
score
makes
it,
this
there
one
was no
really
inter-grader
tough to
reliability.
evaluate specifically.
And then for the
Theory
criterion
and theoretical
validity, I
framework,
felt
because
like
someone else,
it had,
like, you just saw.
course
we didn't
sensitivity,
think
but
that
especially
convincing
specificity.
Or limited.
And for the two
And
to
again, we don't
three
have to go towards
criterion, I
consensus,
felt
it's
like
just
it was
here's
just,
across
there
what
was
landed in each
no,
of them, so that we can figure out
rationale
what areas
for
of
their
concern
test
we
scores,
need
it's
to
kind of a random percentile,
Yeah, and I
right?
think, yeah,
And
I think the key
What-
words
what-
there for me were
what I,
reasonable
what I
and some,
mentioned
I didn't think
before
anything
too
they had in
is
there
that
was
the district should go in
unreasonable.
and manipulate
And then I'm
that
like,
number
okay, if they said
and change
one
what the data looks like and
sentence,
change if that
that's
person is
some
scoring
more than enough.
evidence,
Um,
so. But,
definition
I
or
mean,
not.
I didn't
So
think it
follow
was,
up on that too.
I
go
wasn't
back to
landing on
the-
the strong.
The sensitive specificity,
Well,
the
I-
spread between those two were
Yeah.
very strong. So trying to find the sweet spot on the ROC curve would be really hard. And so that was alarming to me. And they should have, if they could have been a little bit closer, then they could have manipulated. And then to follow up what Carmen just shared,
So there was.
plotting it on normal distribution and saying below the 25th percentile was not optimal. They didn't have the ability to predict the future and set based on risk percentile, which would be optimally how you would set these. And so it raises even more concern that they would be mislabeling kids because they don't have a rationale for why they're determining risk because it's
So I
not
think
based on
it
future
sounds like
reports.
it's fair to say that there were some mixed
Yeah.
responses here. And, is there anything further that we need to capture as a part of the set?
Well, I just want to go back to this idea
Yes.
of, you know, what it is
Yeah.
they're supposed to be measuring, because it talks about determining reading, risk of reading difficulties at each grade level. And again, I'm gonna go back to, on one of the pages, it states,
And so just to keep it moving along.
That that it is useful to predict performance on high stakes assessments. It doesn't mention anywhere in this piece about predicting the risk of reading difficulty. So for me, that.
Which one are we
minimum
reading?
Section
the
two.
constructs
I'm
of
sorry,
what it is
section
we're
1, 2,
actually
3.
trying to measure.
Is that one?
So it,
1A1
Oh,
all the way
sorry,
down
that,
to.
that's where
Oh,
I
the
stand
whole
in
thing.
this piece.
I mean,
and,
I don't feel like there was any theoretical framework
Okay,
at
let's
all. I
move to
just
the
think
next
we
section,
locked
which
down
is
the
section
labels
three,
on each of reading, we thought that was
I'm
sufficient.
gonna
I didn't
put
see any
4
research
minutes on the
there.
clock.
It was only
We are
based
at this
on
point 1 minute
the
into the
standards, and they
applications time
just
period.
completely
So,
relying on the
keep
standards
ourselves
and,
moving.
you know, what, for what we're
In
doing.
areas of
If
section
we were passing universal standards,
that
trying to
were
predict
actually
risk of
restated.
reading difficulties, not
Section
doing
3, there are
all the
some that are
standards,
allowed
'cause
to be.
that's not how standards are.
So, right now, I'm gonna ask you to look at
That's, that is my
3E1
note, I marked it
or
like one of those in
3E2.
between.
Either of those marked as minimum.
But I wrote, there's a lot of information, but it's not
In between
specific
moderate
to
and
risk. It's really about
Okay.
developmental
So
appropriateness.
let's talk about
developmental
those two.
standards,
And let's grab some.
and then they threw in. that
So I
high
wrote,
school
this is just what I wrote down,
students.
moderate to limited.
Okay.
Yeah, but
generic-
so was
I
everything
feel like
else.
it's
So it was
about
like, you
generic
know,
concept
identifying
and
the
generic guidance and
characters and
accommodations that
talking
could
about
be made for students
characterization. You have
based on
numeracy.
IEP status, guidance.
I'm
ethics
still
systems should not
missing,
be
there's no
administered for
explanation
students
at
below
all why
level
we're
2
talking about
on
math
LPAC. So
in an early literacy test. They
thinking
didn't
back
address
to
that
this,
at all.
it's been
They just
now quite a
write
few
the
applications
name down
since
as one of the
this.
constructs without any
I
explanation.
probably would have, I think,
thought it was because they
I
actually
felt that
have
they were just kind of
something
deferring to
math.
whatever previous accommodate, like, they were basically saying, we don't really have
But that
a lot
doesn't
of
explain why
accommodations, so
you're
whatever you
testing for
normally do.
numeracy.
No, absolutely, I
that's
agree.
not-
I just
Universal standard called early literacy.
They're getting close to the
Hills
math.
Distance Syndrome.
No, that's, no, it's
At
part of the
for
early
much
literacy
the same
class.
reasons in my notes, I had that they have minimal supports offered. That there was a lack of guidance for
But I think
students
they
with
said that they were gonna
disabilities
use
and
it
English
in
learners. And that what he mentioned, it basically, when you look at the accommodations, it's either what your computer
I'm
can
gonna
adapt
add
to,
something else
or
to this one.
here's what the teacher. can
Because
do
this is
in the
for the
classroom. It's not really
1A
offering
to-
guidance.
I noted that on page 24,
How the
there's a table
assessment
provided.
provided adapted.
They're
I
indicating
felt
that
like they were kind
reading
of
and
like,
spelling are
kind
optional.
of passing it off, like, okay,
And
whatever you.
the
want,
coding
whatever-
measures
whatever
only
you can
included
do,
the
do
sequence
it,
of
but
non-words.
don't
We don't
have
have
anything.
anything.
How are they
specifically
finding risk of one reading
And
struggles?
I
If
saw your.
it's optional, that you would include this in their algorithm for how they would develop a composite score in their computer adaptive test that would be generating that. That's a clear reason that the theoretical
not that it's
framework
better,
that seems
like-
lacking, that seems to be focused on the standards,
I
isn't
know we're
actually
missing
grounded
something.
in anything
Unless they're
based
Brian,
on
anything you want to
extant
add?
literature.
Mhm.
I'm not, they
So
can't
it
never
sounds
have
like
any science of
we're
reading as a
shared
general
concern on
catch-all,
this
but
one.
there's an empirical
for
body of evidence
consideration.
that has been guiding how we develop instruments to
I
predict
think in
risk.
going back to my
And
previous statements
Table
on the
24 is
first one,
indicating
having,
that the algorithm
having gone through
would
the whole
not be
conversation,
including
I think I would
those
probably
things, and they're
move
only
towards
optional, then how are you predicting
that
risk if you're
minimal
not measuring how they're
vulnerability.
currently doing on a task?
And,
Because
I'm sorry,
future
contact
behavior
would be, and then
is
not
the best
focus on
predictor of, the current behavior is the best predictor of future behavior.
Because I
We
would
know that
want
from
sense,
psychology.
and I think having considered it.
I have the same note about the optional link.
I would probably.
Table 24, subcontract structure.
So are we officially,
Which
we
is a
officially
little
have
odd to
consensus
me,
that this one does
they have a-
not pass?
They do it
And
by
should, and
each of
think
them.
you confirmed that you agreed with that?
Their tools, I think.
So one
Well, I
optional
guess
one.
the star reading one, they have to probably read.
Stanley, sir, no, no
It
names.
does not be- it does not pass.
Please use just the number of the application.
Okay.
Oh.
Well,
But it was.
all right.
Okay,
One, let's make sure that you are.
three.
Yeah.
So I'm getting,
Yeah.
I'm gonna put only 3
One
minutes
of
on
the
the clock.
three had number
Because I saw
two.
you were taking those notes as you went. So let's make sure
Trying to.
let's make sure that I
Like order past what name of the.
she needs to share out.
Yeah.
And the reality is.
Was
because
if
we have
they
decided
were
this one doesn't
probably
need
reading
heat,
the
then we really just need to.
That
hone
was
our
when it
focus
was not, when it was
afterwards. So Tiffany, you might want to listen in on this.
I didn't-
There's like optional sections of the CDM. And then depending on the grade level, it was optional whether you're taking the early literacy or you could like pass
I
that
have down that under.
threshold in order to take the reading.
But it wasn't
Okay.
clear to Tammy's
Content
point.
None of it.
Again, the vendor didn't do
choose
a good
with,
job of helping themselves. Because
not
of
enough
how they
information.
compiled this. That's my
that
read
the
of this
psychometrics
in
felt very
general,
muddled,
is that after
that
spending
their
4
sample sizes,
days
we're not giving, it's
on
not
this
just,
application and being very good at comprehension, by the way.
we're looking at content.
I was still
ability,
struggling to
criteria
understand
ability,
how
and
you would
ability.
actually understand this.
In
I
those
was
three
amazed at
areas,
how
we
many
felt
The
that
Spanish ones
words
are much
and
better.
pages
though.
there were with any
not
amount of
measuring what the
specificity.
assessment
for
would
their
indicate.
Which only
Measure.
frustrated me
That
more that they
exactly.
actually did a
looking
good
at
job
this
of the
idea of
Spanish
state
language.
standards
Because I think that
versus
it's not a better job of the
difficulty,
English language.
that it
I
didn't
might
really give
not
us
have my
enough
concern.
information
But
about the
I actually
content
for
ability.
optional, I put it
And
also this, there's a
In
question.
looking at a
Are
holistic
they trying
view,
to
we noted
sell the
that
optional?
the psychometrics were a bit muddled and that the sample
what I thought.
sizes were not giving us enough.
Why
information
offer it
about
as
the
an
validity
optional,
of
is
the
it part of the
assessments
package or?
or
is
the
it in
correlations
addition
and
to? So,
Um,
but I, like I said, I felt that
Yes.
please, I didn't really move in that area, and there's a couple questions, like for example, like there's stuff on accommodations, because I was looking at the accommodations a lot. There's nothing out of the ordinary for the accommodations, it's super common,
So I think we
and
can move
also
the
for the
numbers
independent
down.
learners, I mean, it just said that they had, what I did like is they provided guidelines for assessment. There was a lot of pluses.
Yeah, there are.
The Spanish one, I had some pluses on because like they had a good decision tree
Yeah.
based on LPAC.
Right, some tests, there was not
They-
enough evidence about.
They did
development.
a good discussion of students with disabilities. I mean, so in that section, that was the, like Tim, that was a strong section for me.
They would have to learn inside.
So let's move on then to section 3. Consultation and resources. Any minimals
And
on
then
that?
when you talk about
No?
the sample size, I think. we
Great,
should
let me
talk
just put
about
3 minutes.
criteria.
Oh, Carly, of course.
Okay.
4 minutes.
No shaming, it's you. it's
And they
you
also, one
without-
thing I don't
I'll
know
put
if
after
you
fifty-
touched
I'll put
upon,
4
they
minutes for us to
mentioned
discuss
something
communication
like data analysis.
Um,
They mentioned,
I
but
mean,
they never reported
well,
results.
one, in terms of
That's
the
one of the
resources,
reasons that
I don't know if anybody else noticed this, but the
Besides,
parent
they mentioned
resources in
they
Spanish were
conducted
really only half
analysis, but
Spanish.
they never
Half of
reported
them-
results.
Half of what was in the Spanish document was still in English. And
So it's the
yes,
same
it was,
with
you gotta zoom in because the picture is a little blurry, but it was half English. But then,
I noticed
and
there was
this,
some language too.
as someone too, and I took,
They
perhaps a more
mentioned that
critical look at this one as a parent who
The
receives
results were not
these,
necessarily
that
to
the
standard, but it was.
parent handouts are very
Right,
confusing.
yes. I know,
They're very
right? They
confusing,
usually-
when you
They
actually
said
like
it's okay
sit and
because
think about what it
these
is.
other pieces make up for that.
And so, my like our personal experience.
And
Some of
the
us receive these parent
reason
handouts.
you have the-
So, you know, for example, and this is math, but just to give you an
Yeah.
idea of how these parent handouts look. My son just brought one home and,
No.
Or they're not available. yes, this is.
No, because that's outside of the
Okay.
application.
Well, like, that's not gonna help us.
Okay, well, if you zoom in on the parent
We are going
handout,
to move over to our next.
it will give you this
application,
overall
application
kind of
number
color
7.
block in terms of the, you know, barrier will be, you know, needs immediate intervention versus
And so
yellow,
let us know if
immediate intervention, blue of benchmark, green above, dark green
So
very
let's go ahead
above.
and start with.
But then
our-
underneath that, it has these
around,
constructs with
sorry,
other colors.
your high level
And these colors are
access
still
to
red,
application.
blue, or green, but they are not the same, they're not the same color scheme
We're
as
just
the
starting with your
overall
high level
red,
reaction,
yellow,
specific to
blue,
an
green above it.
And
And so
then
you might score above benchmark, yet you have these like,
Uh,
red dots
sure.
underneath that makes it look like
I
you're in
have
immediate need of intervention.
A lot of.
But that's a completely different color scheme.
I
And
felt
the
like a
blocks
lot
that
of
they're
prompts were
reporting
left
on aren't necessarily
unanswered
like,
or not really like addressed
concerning
in their
areas, they're just
response, which I
random
was surprised
constructs that are
about.
there.
Um,
And then there's
so I
no
would-
information. there in terms of like
I
how
feel like I
many
was looking
items you took on that.
Way more mineral
And
stuff.
what that red means is really you're a
Compared to my
beginner
other
learner there, not that there's
zombies,
any necessarily concern with that construct.
And that was a
because
student who
it's
were
all-
finding evidence.
And
I wasn't
I just
fine,
feel like
it was
really,
like a prompt and then.
from both the
it just
parent
either
perspective
didn't answer it, or
as well as the
answer was like
education side
not
of what's
really
being
what we're.
reported, there's no specificity in terms of how they actually did in those constructs, in order to really
We're
be able
looking
to
at number 7.
inform how to help those students. You just kind of get
Dennis,
this
you said, are you
general score,
Yeah.
but it's not in terms of,
So
here's where
on
they are in
this
phonemic
one,
awareness, here's where they
I
are.
agree, I
And
have a lot of
it's
mental
more
statements.
just this. Here and
The
there.
applicant would partially answer and then refer us to outside documentation that was not
Okay,
included
go back to the bear.
with the application. It would
So I do.
click here to see the technical specifications and it would tell you, then you have to look at the table of contents for this technical manual and then figure out where was it
So then prepare for
within
the
there
whole
that we
report.
could find that evidence. So I
Just
sent
wanna
it.
make
I'm not gonna get off that easy. I don't think.
Tammy's doing all the recording.
I also
So in
feel
the whole group report, we would say our
That
subgroup
this
has
one
unanimously
overall,
agreed this application is not being fair requirements based on the following evidence.
there were
If
some,
we were to
there
have those
okay.
was a couple of pieces I felt were strong, but very, very few.
And then the other
Very
reports will have a chance to.
Mostly it was moderate or minimal
Okay.
for me on almost all areas.
All right. That's it, 44. That's not bad. I'm trying to get this
Still
report.
right?
So.
Just the high level one.
Be a little bit more on, with the next one. Go ahead and take a moment, take a look at the meeting, and we'll move on to application. And panelist Wilson, you are the note taker. for the application. Is that okay? You have that, you had access?
Or
to
at least. I have the document, but it's gonna be really hard to like. In the criteria. Obviously, document it, but, with someone there.
We've
I
already
don't
like all the.
Maybe I'm the old man now.
Well, but it's important, it's important, I think, to identify.
That'd be fine. Yeah, we won't
those-
collect this.
To be
It's just a
willing to
guide
share
for
that,
you to be able to
have
make
a
sure that
different
you're ready to
review,
share
so
out
that we can
onto the whole.
Sort of see what did you see that you didn't, right? Because there's a lot of information.
We're gonna do
So anytime
application
somebody
line.
is the
A
auditor's
couple of
about
reminders
it,
again,
it's helpful
don't
to have.
prepare
that
applications, let's make sure we're discussing
panels right
application 9 and please refrain from using any kind of identifiers and only use application 9 as the identifier.
In general.
Same thing for the last one, can we take just a moment, are there multiple instruments and are there multiple languages in application 9?
No, it's my initial section, but it's. And there were ones, you know, overall. Four instances were very low, and then 4 or 5.
Actually,
Yes,
Oh, we
Councilor.
just got into the construct.
I wanted to add, although I did find a lot of, all of the psychometric.
Yeah, because again,
as
you can say.
all of my mentors were
on a particular
one
instrument, but it
or
passes very.
three.
Yeah, well, so I'll give 3.
But the psychometrics I thought were.
Which I am fine with doing it that way. Like, I don't have a strong reason not to.
That's not.
I just,
fair.
that wasn't how I
Okay,
was thinking
so
of it. I was thinking.
with that overview, let's go ahead and
Well, I was like, the
take
previous
this
one,
one,
it was
bare minimum.
different
requirements.
assessments. And when each
So again, those are the ones listed.
That's how I did
So you can set the.
But then we moved to 6. which
Uh,
was supposed to be
2D1
6
reliability, 2D1 content validity.
This one,
2D2
this
criteria
is just the one
validity, 2D3
One assessment and they had one. Well, the
So
problem
right
is
now
you
we're
got to.
looking to see if you have minimal across any of
Neurological
those.
processing and.
Just make sure, and that'll help us determine.
Yeah.
what's out.
Across any of those 4, right?
Yeah, I
And
deal
in
with
this
this
form,
one
you have
single
a minimum.
instrument that has
You
1,
do not, you do not.
2,
Yeah, I
3, 4, 5,
Okay.
6.
And how about you,
Yeah.
panels,
Great.
On page 4.
We'll give each panelist a
You
minute,
did? Okay.
just what
Let's
is
start with,
compelling about
panelists.
application, what was
Lisa,
concerning
we're
about,
about 5
it, and if
minutes
you have any
on the
questions
clock
about
for
various,
us to
we'll
discuss
time to
fair
raise that. Anybody can feel free to go.
I had a bare minimum on content.
I can start,
and I was on the fence with
2D,
during.
well, 3 of the bare.
And for the
minimums,
content
I was
validity, in my notes, I
in
wrote,
love,
they
and
describe how they do it, but they don't really mention the skills, the mode, or the appropriateness
so
by
I,
construct.
I
And
was
again, that goes
kind
back
of
to this idea that they
reliability,
refer
their
you
internal
to additional
reliability,
outside
their
information
comparing
that's not
to
included
the whole
in the
thing of
application.
themselves.
So. That's where.
Which seemed odd to me, and
That's
then
on that one.
PA was below, 0.70, which obviously that's a big concern in terms of their reliability, internal reliability, so that worried me.
Well, I think without
Content
talking about
of
the
those
specifics of them,
2D1,
I think that
Um,
if
again,
they
it was referring to standards instead of something else, which I thought was
Okay,
wrong.
so question of, are they referring you to it and giving you no sense of where to go? Versus are they referring you to it and giving you the details?
And actually, they
Showing
just
how the
say
subtext
go to
correlates
the
with
development
ranges,
manual, which they did
but
not
not
include.
necessarily the risk.
Let me make sure.
I thought it was odd.
There's a
So,
link to it.
That's okay. Next.
I thought they were pretty minimal in the bare minimum areas.
Somebody else, one minute.
Pedals Martinez, you also had,
I had, in the bare minimum, 3 of the bare minimums I scored as minimum.
Yeah, so I actually had
I didn't put them all in. I was in between a modern minimum for 2D reliability. Overall, I did a lot of minimal for this particular instrument. Just, I think they were just very repetitive and they kept saying, and I actually wrote this down. Throughout the document, the writers kept repeating that the internal structure of the supplement is meticulously aligned with school science of reading and California Common Core standards. And so I just thought that was like the rationale for everything, and they didn't really give any data. I even put, I'm surprised by this, no sensitivity data. The fact that I even noticed that is like not good. So that's one.
okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I had it on minimals, for this application as well, and I had minimals for, all of the bare minimum. And in terms of reliability, really just, kind of had poor internal consistency, did not do any, test for the reliability. I really found several of their responses completely irrelevant to the prompt and what we were looking for. And yeah, I mean,
Let me
it's
say that. I
extremely
think
cool
you
and they
said
don't
2D1,
report on sensitivity or
2D2, and
specificity, so I think that's just a hard stop right there.
That was
Concur, all the minimums were minimum. Minimum requirements were all minimum. I even found no evidence on, I just simply say, for 2 of them, the been credible evidence for validity, but then
I
provided
had
did not
minimal
respond
on
to the
two
section
D three
with relevant
because it's not in
information
the application.
for
It
criteria.
didn't address it, it dropped out.
You mean the check?
It goes from 2D2.
Look, you get all your tiebacks right now. There's all your tiebacks.
Yeah.
Oh, I very much
They completely didn't address it at all. It's not included in the
So
application.
for 5 minutes,
Let's let others
we will
check.
discuss.
2D3
why
criteria and
everybody
validity.
consider that, we want to
It
make
goes
sure that,
from page
kind of supposed you're ready
45
to
to
present
49.
that. And so.
Okay, so can I tell you what I wrote down?
One is on page
Sure.
45, criteria and validity.
I have
2D3,
4 internal.
2D2 criteria and validity starts on page
No
47.
report on flexibility.
And then it goes to
specificity,
2D1,
No evidence on validity, and then.
page 49.
I'm gonna ask Matt to take a look at the original just to make sure.
On 2DII criterion validity, I found that the vendor
Okay,
did
you
not
are seeing
respond
something
with
different?
relevant information that was in response to the prompt.
Yeah, she's seen one.
So, for application, so which,
And
jump
criteria and
application.
validity, that one is.
So,
Twice. I hate.
Yeah.
Especially 2D3 criterion, I also, my notes are completely irrelevant.
2DI.
When we get the band back
Did they just
together, let's
misnumber
get this
them?
better clarity.
Yeah.
Well, we all agreed to this and voted on it, so
I know,
we
what we
did
were
this to
thinking
ourselves.
with
The
this.
other thing that you should do,
Yeah.
if we ever get the band back together, page limits,
2D2, there's no 2D.
I would highly recommend.
This is here twice.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if maybe we misnumbered it when we were
Yeah.
filling out the application.
Completely irrelevant.
I think they did, I think they did, I think.
You were
I think
both-
both of
Yeah.
us
This will have enough evidence to that.
Exactly zero details.
So,
No
it
details.
sounds like we're split on the bare minimum, we have some who have moderate here, we have some who have, a number of minimals in this.
They were mercilessly
So
concise with what they
the
did.
next step would be to go.
I
through
would-
the rest,
okay.
because this
All right.
does not.
There was at least
I
much
thought-
faster to
I
get
think
through
I
there.
know
No
it's
consensus,
exact
it does not need fair number, but let's just pause to have a conversation with those who were at moderate. Panelists O'Brien and panelists Grasso, how they came up to moderate.
So we were unanimous,
Still
right?
at moderate.
Yes.
I am, but moderate, but.
Okay.
Okay, well,
Let me see.
let's
Let's see.
what do you need? That was rather quick, and I want to make it very.
Well, on page 1, and then,
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to read the notes, documents, so it's right, let's see. The first page says that there's a unanimous
But
decision, this relevant evidence, I have
Okay.
that. The second page
So let's
says,
move to the rest of the psychometric section.
oh, the second page
So
is
this is
about the
psychometric
advanced
student
one.
who's
Are
very
we supposed to
little.
talk about that too?
Nope.
Are there folks who
It's
have
cut.
minimals or any?
Where we're recommending it be cut.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But didn't we talk about the other sections?
Is
for
that
the
all
other
you
one?
we did, because we're waiting for, Chair.
Chair Kim was
Oh,
reviewing.
okay.
to review.
Okay,
Because we hadn't reached consensus on that.
Yeah.
got it.
It took us 45
We have
minutes.
one minimum. Did you have any
That's okay, this
minimals?
one took about 45 seconds.
And your decision.
Okay.
Yeah, so
Okay, panelists,
that's,
you
I have
could
it
share
10:20.
with us
Yep.
what you have
We're gonna take
for
a
your second
10-minute break. We'll come back to it at 10:30. Yeah, the next one we're gonna review is 12. And County Soda Garden will be the note taker on 12.
We're doing what? Next, number 12?
Well, after the break.
So I have the,
Okay,
to
Wonder.
understand,
Vendor.
10:30.
And
We're-
Tammy as well.
but, but then when I look at what minimum.
All right, well, I have nowhere to go, but I'll do that.
There's some that let's say,
So you noted it as well, that didn't feel that. Okay. Other thoughts?
So which one, are we supposed to focus on one?
Thank you.
Criterion, the first one and the
Specification.
Okay, so what I worded was, so when I looked at the technical manual, it does not really provide the information by many categories, they just reported by grade and it's easy. But no other exposures, not English language support, looking this way, so. So I guess for me, when I was reading it, the question was, when we expected by subgroups, right? Were there any key groups that we were expecting? So for example, like according by grade, then time of the assessment, right, is that sufficient to categorize as moderate versus that was one question, right?
Well, they actually state in the application that the estimates are not reported by subgroup. I was looking at the wrong one.
Yeah, but my recollection is to refer to technical manual, if you look at.
Yeah, the technical manual, they do by the.
We still.
Yes, I would say.
But
For some,
do they not, is it just by grade or something, or I don't think I saw any information about EL status or any other categories?
gender, race, and ethnicity.
Hold on.
We can go, I can go there. But they get apps.
Might be right, it might only be 30 days.
But that was only. This one has a lot of emphasis.
Yes, they do.
Yeah.
The technical manual had a lot of, but also the math stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, there was conflating, some of the information was hard to separate from that. Those math pieces.
Yeah.
I think.
Okay, so just looking again, I think I have the 7th grade. Although no, I'm seeing. Reset.
Okay, yeah, that's what
But
I actually
is
noticed.
that, can you maybe share the rest of it?
Somehow they changed the number.
Yeah, and I don't know if this is the right. So this is,
That is.
table 47 and 48.
Which document?
This is the technical manual.
Yeah.
It's very different.
This,
Because-
oh, then this one.
Oh, yes, plus, things with plus.
It's a different one.
Okay, so.
Yeah, that's the one.
Can we
This
choose
should be-
again?
On the,
It should be
53.
53 of the.
That's
Yeah.
what I thought, okay, and I actually noted that here.
Yep.
Okay.
And
I
then this
called
one,
it
after the 6 2D2
Right.
is actually 2D3.
Okay. I put that in my notes.
So they have a different order.
Yeah, they
I
have
just misnoted it.
female, male, black.
Thank you.
Order.
So, thing falls of the season and that's very from. So I see, race an ethnicity category. But then it's not, like the numbers are not really specific. But they report it by sex and ethnicity. That's the sample. The sum of the sample that was
It is very quiet.
but it's not predicted what it is really WRF predicting whatever the literacy at the time of kindergarten.
Well, be partial.
Exactly, when you come back.
Specifically, it needs to
Not always.
at different time points, but not by sex or not by basic.
So it's not really that.
Right.
That is confusing, because like,
Right,
they're
because,
saying some groups, but they're not.
They're saying what they,
giving some
right, what they
groups.
reported on the other, the last two columns, right? That's the sample composition.
Oh, I see, so they're not actually, okay.
But you're not the.
The validity coefficient would be
Oh, well, then maybe they.
No.
Yeah.
So I guess again, the question is just, for us to think about is reporting by grade in season, is this sufficient for us to think, put it in the moderate category, or is it just too minimal?
But this table 52, it has concurrent validity coefficients by grade.
Right, so that's my question. So having it by grade, is that sufficient for it to be in the moderate category, or is that really, what we asked
So I
for?
guess it's tricky, because like in the statement, we say language background, English language proficiency levels, exceptionality status, and prior education, but then in the rubric criteria, it doesn't, like, it doesn't call those out specifically. So like I might read it and say, oh, okay, they have it by grade. That's some acceptable to me, but then that doesn't hit any of these subgroups that are there.
Right. So
Got about a minute
Mhm.
and a half left.
So I think that's why I think it's our decision, what we think are really critical to be included.
What can I ask, what did you mark as editing report? This one
For
was
this one,
discussed.
I was actually in between,
Moderate,
minimal and
moderate.
depending on how we end up.
I think if we're between minimal and moderate on some of these, that we should go the benefit of the doubt and give it to the attribute. Only because I'm in the same boat as you, Dominic. I looked at these charts and see the percentages of male and female Hispanic. That made me think that they were something that's. So.
Oh, so this is the 2.B point I, right? That's what I talked about.
Yeah.
Correct, yeah.
I do actually, I don't know if they're ready to discuss the next one, the last occasion of the thing.
Right now, we're discussing anything psychometrics that's not parametric, so anything you want to bring.
Okay,
forward.
so there, I also had something somewhere. So again, applications that they report that classification accuracy by subgroup, right? And when I look at the technical manual, page 54 and 55, I don't see any reporting by subgroup. So maybe we can verify that as well.
No, that's true. I don't see it there, but I saw it on table,
Pages 54 and 55 of the technical, that's my notes.
Of the technical.
Manual.
When I get to put the buttons on being mad.
So again, it sounds like we're having a mixture of responses. So what we're needing to do is lift up any concerns that we want to pass forward to the other group. So Candace Martinez, seeing as you are the note taker, do you feel like you've heard enough about inconsistencies, or do you need any clarification before we move to the next section?
Definitely need clarification, because I'm not sure, well, I guess it depends on the time of when we report back, if it's just in general, like across the psychometrics, that we got mixed ratings, I can certainly do that, but I can't get anything more specific.
Okay, so let's be specific. Let's put 2 more minutes on the clock and be specific about the areas of concern, like the subgroup reporting versus. 2 more minutes.
So yeah.
So I would say
But what are, these are stuff.
one of the concerns would be the lack of subgroup reporting.
Is that the percent of the
That would be
reading to
probably
create the full?
from what I'm understanding, that would probably be the biggest concern, because they list some subgroups, but even the ones they list, I think are not as in-depth as what we were looking
So
for.
that's what,
The other layer to that is that what they list isn't actually what they're reporting the subgroups by.
yeah. That was.
Anything that you would add to that, Sherpa? Either that or other areas of psychometrics that should be of concern for the other subgroups would be.
So, and also I noticed that there's no classification accuracy reported for the Spanish language measures. And when Aaron shared his dyslexic.
What was the second part that you said?
So no classification accuracy, so this is a still 2.2. No classification accuracy reported for the Spanish language measures or grand measure or Shaywitz dyslexic.
Oh, I found the subgroup information. It's in there. It's not in their technical manual. It's in their technical manual update bias analysis review. Or was it
For
supplemental data analysis? It has. It's showing. Talks about a focus of the different measures by gender and race. Yeah.
But is that Spanish?
No, it's just. But it's not really calling out the subgroups, it's just saying that they're working on those.
We're gonna need to move to the description of battery. Those section one, any of the ones, description of battery. Are there any panelists who had evidence statements of minimal?
I know that's like your name.
Right, but this one is your name right on here.
I had 1A1 as minimal, 1A3 as minimal, 1B1 as minimal, 1B3 as minimal, and 1C1 as minimal.
Okay, I'm gonna put 4 minutes on.
Oh, I mean, I don't know, I don't want to take the whole.
That's to say. We don't need to go evidence statement by evidence statement. I think, are there others who had minimals in this category?
I had minimals on 1A2.
Actually, hold on, so you had minimals, O'Brien, did you have minimals?
In 1B.
In one, okay, and Martinez?
It's several.
Okay, so I think what we want to do in this conversation is just really highlight what were the biggest concerns for this section? What stood out as problematic in this section?
So for me, I didn't.
Oh,
see
okay.
any
Go ahead.
evidence. I didn't see anything.
We're talking about candy, right?
More
important things.
So maybe I missed that. I saw that.
Candy, I'm sorry.
1A3,
No, you're
I wrote
fine.
down that
Okay, so
most
good on time. I don't
items
want
were
this
not
ready to be
direct
realized.
translations, but there were items that would be direct translations, which I think we were trying to
Oh,
avoid
okay,
that
yes.
completely. They provided a crosswalk to the dyslexia guidelines, but I wasn't sure how that related to like 1A3 or what they're developing
Is
there.
this in multiple languages?
They also, for 1B1, were pretty strong about that can't make accommodations to their assessments, which I thought this is not really the direction that we were going in. And then,
Oh, this is the one with that AI speech recognition. As the cast.
for 1C1, the language proficiency guidance, I felt like they were kind of pushing that onto the district for the LEAs, whereas they didn't want to get involved as to how to provide any guidance for their screener.
I'll say no.
Are there,
Council,
anything that
something go
folks
first,
want
to
to
share your
add
1
to
minute,
what?
what's concerning,
Said in
what's
terms of
compelling.
concerns
And
for
your
this
review of
section
governance?
overall?
Yeah, well, and, what was compelling, the very first part about their model, the active view, deficit model, which they started spelling, and also, there were the Spanish section, that it was grounded, and then they use it to create a Spanish, version, but
adapted.
They adapted, so they use.
I'll go really quick.
Spanish.
Agree, I will get picky on semantics about
So
their
more of the,
frameworks.
with the lens
That's it.
of.
I didn't find anything else. David Francis did not develop the multi-purpose hypothesis. For Pennington, working memory is a
Just that,
manipulation of past, so
I
it's
noted that similar.
short-term memory, but I'm a hard scientist.
That's
just the details of like of the minutia. I did find everything else compelling, but I had to say for the record that Bruce Pennington was the one that proposed the multiple hypothesis. Hugh Katz and Mark Pesher have the risk resiliency model that is probably a better way of framing it. I will also say that I didn't find compelling that their alignment to the active view. I feel like sometimes there's kind of trying to make it.
Wrote it. No, that's exactly what I wrote down. How does AVR fit into these constructs? I feel like they just started, no, you finished. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, I didn't feel like they actually had a good alignment of that, but I didn't feel like it. It didn't undercut the
Dyslexia screener, Shaywitz.
the quality of the screener. It
So it's
just
like, oh.
showed the lack of full awareness of how
But I'm like, isn't that what
To
we're? but I
piggyback
think
on
they were
that
going-
for
it was
my
a
minute,
way
I had the
more,
same note
maybe
that,
this
you know,
would have been
I love the
more
active
effective
view
if
of
we
reading,
just
but
had that.
I didn't see the
Dyslexia.
connection of how AVR fit into their constructs. And what I thought was interesting is when they got down to TDI constructs, they all of a sudden changed to simple view of reading. And I'm like, okay, well, that makes more sense, but talk about simple view in your theoretical framework rather than active view. I really don't think that they brought in and explained the visual process in their construct. I didn't see how that fit into their theoretical framework. Overall, I saw just kind of a lot of variation. Some aspects I felt were really strong, whereas other responses I thought were vague and or irrelevant. And in terms of their bare minimums, I felt most were fine, except for 2DI content. I literally wrote down, what is this response?
So that's not a bare minimum, so we'll.
It is.
So
The 2DI
move to the
content,
next
I
section.
I
feel like we
was
have what you
unimpressed
need
with that
for this
response.
one for the-
I rated it as moderate.
We actually have.
Strong, but I didn't rate it as.
We have one more minute.
Yeah, well, that's the intention here. It's to only identify
I
areas of
actually,
potential
other
concern.
than the
Because
validity,
anything
which
that's
was always
minimal means it
middle
might
for
not
me,
pass
the
advanced
the
requirements.
context and construct
So it's sort of a heads up for
I was
November.
in
These are
between
the
moderate and
areas.
minimal.
Does
I did
that
actually
make
rate
sense?
it. So in the bare minimums, I was in between. So I actually, I couldn't, but for example, there was a lot of, it looked like they had a lot of validation processes. It looked like they had like a lot of
Okay,
abilities.
let's
But
take a
then
look
they
at
put it-
section 3
And you
communication
mentioned
and
cut
research
lines.
this. Are
It
there
has a
any
good
general?
sample. I mean, they
So
broke it.
the
they have
only
good
two
sample
that
sizes,
affect
they
here.
broke it down by the different groups.
So
They did a good job
items
with the
3E1
accommodation,
and
disability,
3E2.
et cetera.
Because I didn't
You know,
have
there was
those
also the
marked
like,
as
we don't have
minimum.
data for students with hearing disabilities. But
I
it's just
don't have it.
they wrote a lot, but with little.
But I had a concern that they didn't have any guidance.
Sounds like for the bare minimum requirements, we have to make sure.
Was that for 3E1
We
or
don't need to,
3E1?
sorry, we don't
Okay,
need to.
let's hold that idea so we can get ahead into the next.
Consensus.
Any
We
others
want
have
to try
minimums
To identify any concerns. that we
in
have.
3E1 or
And if like
3E2?
the first one, all of a sudden we start changing our minds on this, then I'll put 5 minutes on the clock for us to discuss those bare minimum requirements.
I don't have any bare minimum, I don't have any minimums on bare minimum, so I.
So let's go ahead and just capture the one comment.
Yeah, I mean,
for
my
this
only
section.
one, and I don't have good notes, it was really just, you know, because I marked them as strong for most of the bare minimums, it was just that first content validity.
And the administration.
And really, I just didn't even understand,
On that same page,
I just didn't understand it. And then
What page does that start on? Do you have-
Disabilities
yeah,
or other
page
accommodations.
150, as they're labeled in the document.
Yeah, I marked that as moderate, because I just kept rereading the rubrics.
Are there any others, any other concerns in the
Yes.
communication? or
Yeah,
research?
yeah, I'm not gonna find anybody on it to say that it should be minimal, I just didn't.
Everything else that folks want.
Like that.
For the PEVs, I had them as minimal, I thought it was pretty basic. And the
Yeah.
3F.
I mean, I found their other ones to be quite strong. It was
I
just that
thought those
one
were
where I was
pretty
like,
minimal.
what is this?
And basic as far as.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that validation.
There was stuff there.
Yeah.
So those can be rated minimal and it may still be recommended.
Right.
It's good to have it. Anyway.
Chair Kinwood, sure,
Okay.
opinion,
Oh.
unanimous, that's it.
So let's
Oh,
make
okay.
sure that, member
Yes.
Martinez, Alice Martinez has what she needs for that well. So looking at your note taker, is there anything?
I didn't have any issue. I had everything was moderate or strong. I need to get clarity on the 2DI though.
Gonna start back with the-
And I don't,
How you would, I would capture the notes.
I would have to reread it because I didn't write any specific notes
So,
besides that I
that
didn't
section basically,
understand
if you
the
want to
concept
let
of
people know that we
relevance.
did not have.
Basically,
It
they
says
had a
blank,
total
if you look at
that said.
where it says blank number of members in our group found the application met bare minimum, I think that was two, right? Two found it met, two did not.
Rating the bias review and then they just.
And then the main
describe their
concerns that
approach.
folks had.
It just moved to, yeah, and then we moved into, story
So
narrative
let's-
elements
let's
about
let-
characters and settings
For
and
those who
things like
had
that,
minimums
and I
on the,
just, it
on
was
this one,
hard for me to
what were
find
your
that
concerns?
connection.
I just felt that it was, when you look at
So for the name.
content
we would say
validity,
4 members, so.
I made a note that they described how they do it, but there's
But I think it is okay.
no
to
mention of
state
skills,
there,
mode, or other
this was
appropriateness by
rated,
construct.
I think the way you put that is what made most sense. To say
There
that
was one thing that concerned about
forget my words like you said.
what happens.
It was
Partial.
partial.
I'm fine with
It was
partial.
partial. And so because of that, we would say.
Coefficient.
And I was just pulling the language from the rubric.
Mhm.
Yeah,
So the
Are
four
you hearing that, member
panelists.
Martinez?
Yes. can you repeat
found
that?
this from-
yeah.
Yeah.
It's the
Construct
first.
validity, there was
Right, so
the,
it's like-
the coefficient.
So
was only
moving on to
equal
Oh,
to-
oh, wait, sorry, the construct validity is not the bare minimum. That one would go under the general psychometrics.
In the psychometric.
So we're
range,
looking
they're
at
not-
two D one
They all
reliability,
make
two
your
D one
model
content validity,
I'm on
two on criterion validity, and two D three.
For psychometric.
So for the bare minimum, we had a mix.
So let's put 3 minutes.
Who said those is-
And again, for the purpose. of
Russian is
showing
not
what
one, you're
it's
moderate.
about.
I was moderate
Or agreement.
and saying.
And I think perhaps you were also
Yes, I
moderate.
am.
Yeah,
the
so
others-
it would be what Alice Mason brought forward and what Chair Kim brought.
Okay. I actually like.
So,
Although they kept referring us.
and how do you feel about the next section? Psychometrics?
Technical guide. I did
Yes.
like how there was a correlation between the.
And description of
numerator
batteries.
scores and the beginning scores, I thought that was strong for them, and that's why I actually. And I thought it was strong, but I
We're gonna
really
go
liked
ahead and
that.
take a break.
And I just felt that
for
they did a good
10
job of
minutes.
trying to give us as many.
Okay,
even though
so
I
we will come back
had to go back
at
and read, of the
52
different
after.
types of readings and different
Sound
types
good?
of library. And then they also.
And we-
did
And let me
the
double check if there's
things
anything
which
that needs to
is
be.
more,
In order for us to go into break, is there anything that's, because we're not.
So I thought that was impressive, because not many people
Pause.
use MLL.
You guys, okay,
Um,
152.
And
Or not
so
one.
I would
And
like that.
is Martha, I will
because-
keep this line open so you can come and go.
But that's where I was, so that's why I read.
Can you tell us what's the next one, so I can. tell
Yes,
you?
the next one is number 13.
For me,
And
as
you
a
are
psychometrics,
Oh, I
my,
say about
I
it.
rated it strongly, for the most part. My primary concerns, especially with it being this, AI perception of the students is those students with speech and articulation.
Wait till
Are they going to be able
No longer
to
my birthday.
adequately assess? They did break out this exceptionality status, but it wasn't defined at all, and so I don't know. I have no idea how they define that exceptionality status, and so my primary concern, are the kiddos with speech delays.
And they don't have a phrase or right.
The next one is
Literal.
literal.
They have a lot of literal.
Right, and so, yeah, that's my concern for the speech and the kids, they just don't have the stuff.
With specific word.
No, and then just,
I got it.
Just makes I don't understand here.
The-
This is the order we're going in.
Strength I saw was that they did have a inter-rater reliability and human rater and computer,
Yes.
which came after I was putting my concern is the voice recognition. It's becoming more widely documented through research that if you are not a normative speaker, what we consider to be a normative English variant, that they're not as accurate. So at least showing those stats, and they did have the breakout. Reliability doesn't say that that's not a concern, but at least they had a nice breakout and they made it really clear and easy to follow. What the speaker can probably do something, that would be needed. They do have an out for that, which is it throws a red flag. And, as an adult, my only concern is the social emotional side, which is having a child who already feels singled out and stigmatized, that it has to be pulled out differently from the rest of the class, it's just as though they're
Well, I mean, the other thing is that they made it so that very little feature. And that was really good because it's all like, it's from the other part of the, it's, because it's a, you as an educator, it doesn't have as much. Say, you're gonna just put kid there, to start going, and feedback. That's not only, that's not an actual application. And also just, yeah, the whole of the avatar, and just socially, I think of the social, again, because you say social emotional, I just socially, there isn't that people that you would have something.
I would say my overall comment though is that their responses were very clear. They responded to the rubric, they called out the student groups that we asked them to call out, so. That was a strength to me of this response, because it was easy to follow and understand what, that they were actually responding to the rubric.
Yeah.
That's actually.
It was very easy to read and evaluate.
Yes.
This position, which was not across the board.
And they really did break out the student groups with a high degree of specificity.
Yes, they did.
So I appreciate it.
One more on that too, they had the ability, even though it was a national sample, to break out, and they created a representative sample of the California demographic from that, which was an extreme strength, which shows very clear savvy with how they handle the psychometrics and the sampling. They had a clear sampling plan to meet our needs, and they used their data that they had to do that.
Well, let me move us along. We talked about psychometric quite a bit. I want to make sure we can get to the other as well. For the purpose of note taking, the note taker is font as if it didn't even know. We don't have that situation, but we want to make sure we're just being very free in terms of the compelling piece.
Oh, we don't have to say much.
When we get to the whole.
All right, cool. So basically, I don't have to say much.
So the next section is the description of it. Any panelists have anything?
I know, I will.
No, going well.
I had everything.
I had a couple of minimals in the description. Or, just kind of ones that I marked borderline, just, and.
I will put a full 8 minutes on this. I just want to make sure we know how much time each. We'll use 8 minutes, then we'll talk about description.
You know, I reviewed all these things last night.
Yeah, no, go. You want to go first? Just sharing. That would be great.
I'm still kind of.
Just in terms of, I thought for some of these with the, it's the 1v1, it's in the description of battery when we're asking for, descriptions of the tasks. I don't think they ever got down to the task level when we asked them to. And it would take me a minute to kind of go back to my bigger notes versus my condensed notes here, but just in terms of, not getting, deep into the specifics in terms of their developmental levels. I found 1B3, whatever that was, for the development in Spanish. I found, well, I could put that in between moderate and minimal. I just found it a little bit vague and lacking any specificity. There was a lot of verbiage like, we tried to do this. And I was like, well, does that just mean you wanted to do it, or did you actually do it? So I was just a little unconvinced in some of those, but. Yeah. It would take a minute to kind of deconstruct my bigger notes for more specificity there.
The area that I'm on the lowest, and still mine were in moderate and strong, so didn't have any minimal, was in 1B2. They had good guidance on administration and scoring, but they were not as helpful or clear about the interpretation. So that was the part, that's what my, as you would say, your small notes, that's what my small notes said, whatever that meant.
Yeah, I have that same thing, Tammy, because I have really good description, qualifications, procedures, scoring, but it doesn't really tell you like. results.
Yeah, there wasn't as much on interpretation, although I
Interpretation.
think it gets better at the end when you're looking at their reports and stuff, so.
I actually like the section, I actually scored it pretty strongly in description of the tasks. I thought it had good rationale and empirical evidence, these people did a good job of describing that. I also like how I like the explanation they had for the Spanish portion. I mean, I know that they talked about authentic assessment, but they actually kind of went through and who they hired. Because they hired some people from Mexico, and then they actually had, it seems to be, like, you have different companies, I mean, the companies are in different parts. So I like that they went through that and how they really, it's another one where they said that they understand the difference between the translation, and that you don't want any of that. But they seem to have gotten that, because they were really focused on the authentic assessment part of it. And the Spanish portion is good. I looked at it. I also, again, they were really good with the accommodations, talking about the English language learners subgroups and the special ed subgroups. They gave it a lot of notice and they gave a lot of examples.
Again, I think my biggest weakness on this, which was still not a minimum, is I thought they did do a good job of making a theoretical alignment between the active view and their constructs. Like, it didn't make any sense to me. The other one that I will note that nobody else did was, I'm still not sure that they had a visual attention task and what it was, because it's not required and it's not going to fit into it, but is it a flanker task? I mean, what is it? I didn't know what it was. They also,
did, I have written in my notes.
I did read about that. Let me.
Yeah, because I have in my notes here, and because I had the same complaints about, I didn't understand the relationship between their test and the, active view framework, and I don't understand how the visual process and.
that's right. The other thing is that the active view and the other frameworks are not visual frameworks. So if they want to have an attention framework, they could have at least cited like a tripartite model of attention. They had no framework. So they had frameworks that didn't seem to theoretically fit some of the things that they were trying to.
Yeah.
And again, they changed the framework when we got down to construct validity, and they changed
Again,
it
just
back
for-
down to
The
simple view.
originals, yeah, because they talked about the colors or they changed it.
Yeah, just for a record, a non-word repetition task is not a word task, just again, for the record.
And having a minute to kind of go over some more of my notes for the description, I have similar complaints just going to the articulation of students, whether or not they have a speech delay, especially when you're thinking about kindergarten students, they're going to naturally still have, developmental speech errors. And even though they have great psychometric, I still have a lingering concern of when they're reading these nonsense words and, somebody's saying, bath instead of bath, things like that. How is this AI going to score that? And then in this description too, it's saying that, it's invalidated with 7,000 students with approximately 20% utilizing, administration accommodations such as the one-to-one proctoring. And I thought that 20% was quite large to need, one-to-one proctoring, and I don't feel like that was adequately assessed in terms of, the type of training that would be needed in order to administer
Just
even.
check in and see what
Valid
folks' reactions
That was
were.
the biggest.
We are
impact of
looking
the voice
at
work.
application
Yeah,
There's
number
terms
13.
that they're clarity.
You know, just as someone who sees all sorts of errors when I try to do voice to text, you know? You know, great technology, if it's messing up my voice that much, it really.
But I will say that based off of what's emerging out of California institutes, like one that you're at and others with public research, that number isn't in the misalignment with current accuracy of voice recognition, so it actually.
It's just hard to
They could
align
have
with
actually acknowledged
personal
that
experience.
and said why these errors were happening.
This is just the
like full transparency. of
quick-
that, that-
Okay, so I
Yeah.
had,
I also, just random, I'd like to also actually listening.
like overall, I would have marked this pretty much moderate
Test
across
because
the
not
board by
everybody
one.
has that.
I guess.
So it had some
Thinking of
real
this is
strengths,
that
for sure.
they only operate in.
So for the share,
Clear that they only
on the
operate in
business
situation,
relationship, we
there's
want
really
to
no
point out the text here is
like,
on areas. of
other
concerns that we recommend
versions available,
You can
so
post in,
I don't.
so I'm sharing this out to the other.
But again, I don't know if
That's
that's,
the relevant
like, I don't know if that marks them
where
off
we
or
have
not off
ratings that are
from,
minimal
or if we
no
just
continue.
like
So you're
make
making
it
sure
that
that
note,
they
that I don't know, that was my
Nobody-
big takeaway.
Oh,
The,
you were your
yeah,
minimum.
so to clarify, we can identify.
But specifically, I put one B
Which languages?
I and one B two as minimals.
Penalties.
So in,
Again, we don't have to have
my
consensus.
notes, I
We don't
give
have
it
to have
sort
full
of.
agreement.
No, I
We're
know.
not
What
voting in
In
agreement.
most
What were your-
areas,
your concerns?
Yeah,
I
What-
thought that
For
other than the lack of the English piece,
the one
that,
B,
Lack of amount of.
for one B one,
That's what I
I
meant.
found,
Thank you.
I found a lot of the
I thought
response
the tasks were
irrelevant. I
really
found that it didn't
interesting,
get
and the fact
down
that they
to
had
tasks,
some areas,
specificity.
that we
In
didn't
terms
have
of
in
their
other
response,
assessments.
I was, you know, hoping, you know,
How the
kind of
constructs
for
work
more,
together, I think was
more specifics, to the tasks. And, more just kind of
Like,
break out an
this is-
explanation of this 20% to the accommodation of a one-to-one proctoring. And in terms of what that meant, how those
Yes, but
decisions
not
were
super
being
well, so if
made,
you're able to
just
speak up,
kind
it's
of
helpful.
fleshing out those ideas more. In terms of the one B two, again, it stayed at the construct level and never went down to the task level that we were asking for. And then, you know, just kind of, I would have liked more, and this, again, coming at this from a speech perspective, in terms of, you know, with this auto scoring, I would have liked, you know, just some explanation, like, can a teacher who's familiar with that student's articulation, can they go back and listen, you know, to the recording to, you know, validate the scoring and how that was done, if needed. So I just kind of would have liked that.
That's cool. I got that, yeah.
Okay, good.
Support that.
And let's move on to section 3, communication and resources. Any minimals in section 3?
Interpretation.
No, okay, then we will only put.
We're not going deep yet. We're not going deep yet.
So
So it sounds like it's aligned with what Kelly's process said around really feeling like this is only perhaps right after English speaking.
Well, you're gonna say that actually, they can just.
parents.
Oh, yeah. But yeah, Cantonese and pass it all over. So I did it. They had, and so when they said, when parent report, can be in one of those.
Okay, let's go ahead and get into those bare minimums.
They acknowledge.
So when we look at, again, the bare minimum 2B1 reliability, 2B1 concept.
I also do at the.
Criteria validity, 2 criteria validity. Did anyone?
At the training, it's, I think it's been very typical now, they either have it online or in person, a lot of it is synchronous. A lot of recorded webinars, and that seems to be, I guess.
Do you have any
the norm
minimals in those
these
bare
days.
minimums?
Instead of having someone actually come.
Well, they said they offered in person also.
Yes, you can, they have, so it's, I'm sure it's cheaper.
Elsa, did you have any
One.
minimals?
I did not.
I can just been thinking about what my early days gonna choose. But yes, but they have a lot of resources, and so that's, teachers have a lot of places to go. And also placement, we talked about like what is the interpretation of the sport.
I do not.
Okay, so, because we have a mix, we're gonna go ahead and put 5 minutes on the timer. And, Brian, if you can share with us your minimum that's out there.
So.
They had
I
a
have,
teacher hub and a parent hub.
yeah, and the construct validity is
For,
the issue of EL.
Portal for research.
That's not one of our.
No, but the criterion was.
Coming up with communication
So
resources.
in the criterion
I thought it was definitely
validity,
there's
the
strong
ELs are not.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with all those strengths I have.
And overall.
So we have no
I
weakness.
did.
Are you looking at
circle back
2D2
just as a
criteria ability or
FYI
2D3 or both?
Both. So for that.
I did find the part
The
that talks
risk
about
determination, arbitrary, there's one EL included in
It talks about it on page
kindergarten,
55 and
the
56.
special ed number 5 low.
As there, but so I didn't hear the concern about that.
So
That I didn't know what kind of visual task it was.
they're
They
going
don't-
by
It said
unit.
that it sounds like a
They're
visual description.
determining their
They
cut
They
scores
flash up
based on the
animals, and I think you're supposed to pick the one that's not an animal.
That's not a visual intention, seriously.
Does that raise the concern?
Yeah, for that
Talks about
section,
it on 55 and 56.
And then
It does. that's
Yes, I
it.
want to go back and.
Yeah, so they do have something in here for it.
but I don't see
See
it
that part
tied
of
into the
me, where-
theoretical framework.
It's how
I
they
didn't
interpret
find
their
it
cut
well.
No, I understand
Research
that,
or
but
at least
that's not, I didn't
cited.
see that in here.
I have here, they have this sentence, deficits in visual
To me-
attention can severely impact
Yeah,
letter
I'm just
recognition.
gonna
And I
note
said,
that
then why
To
not
me,
just
they were
test
looking at
letter
those
recognition?
criterion,
If that's
then,
what we're looking for.
And I
When
don't
they
know why
talked, it was
this,
partially informed.
this task
by
is the
Nathan
one that they
only
would
for
use out of
certain
visual
reading
intention
cut points,
literature.
not for
Yeah, I was.
So they were
not
using the
convinced.
Google's risk
There's
criteria.
theoretical
Just for
rationale.
the.
But I,
lower,
again, I don't see
less
that
than
as a
20%.
weakness because visual
They,
attention
they
is
used
a
Google's
nice to
for
have
all of them, and
luxury,
it
not
looks
a.
like they were partially informed by
necessity.
Yeah.
Sesame.
I didn't
So
see
it
it as a weakness.
confirmed
I was
those
talking about where they.
Right.
I just would say
but
that of
when
the
you
visual
look at
attention
the
that has theoretical motivation
and
for reading,
the-
that would be the one that you would pick up
The
on.
number,
And
the
since it's
number.
in-
Well, visual crowding is the one that has the most compelling evidence as of right now.
When
Also
they
transient attention, and that's not it
no
per se, not the way that we would operationalize it. And I didn't get clarity on, they didn't make a good case.
And
in
there were-
the
People
literature.
say.
And I happen to be an
there
expert
were
in this
some-
literature, so I'm a cognitive scientist, so.
Well, I just said, I have 5 minutes, I have about 4.5 left.
There's
To
that.
prepare the whole group report.
Panel
then.
smartiness, is there anything that you want to
Make
add?
sure, Pastor, you have anything, everything you need for a report out.
Well,
Share that doesn't, their minimum requirements.
Yeah, I've got what we need because I got the report up. The report out's gonna be that for the bare minimums, that we agreed
That'll be the
that
next.
it matched bare minimums.
The
There
bare- yeah, the
was
bare
a
minimum
partial
is for the
agreement
overall.
and we kind of were at moderate level on 2DI and
Did you have any
Uh,
The
concerns?
bare minimum is,
there's that.
Two.
And then when I move on
Except
to
for-
the next, the one that we only found real weaknesses with,
So.
Wait.
you agree, right?
well, okay, so it's like a metrics.
I think you
the
brought up
weaknesses are,
2D2 and 2D3 for criterion validity.
we have concerns about the voice recognition.
I know.
That seems to be an administration, being AI. No, sorry. We didn't have any concerns about the, for psychometric, I mean, there were no concerns. No, so it's,
Really didn't.
so there's no concerns. I'm gonna just scratch that, no weaknesses
So they have table 44.
that were glaring.
Shows that.
Then on the description of the battery, I didn't put it in the right place, but
The
there's
question that I
one
have,
analyst
and I was also
who
trying to read
rated
was, if they
two
provide
pieces minimal
evidence
of
of
being
whether this
high,
20
one
percentile rank, right, does it really predict how
One
that
BI.
predicts, later performance?
Got it.
Yeah, one BI and one BII.
And then
no.
the one-on-one proctoring and what that looks like when you get a red flag. And then,
Mixture, it sounds like in terms
And
of.
how the speech recognition is
Whether we agree
handling
that it
articulation,
does not meet that. Like
delays, and not even delays, but
Reduce
just,
rest
you know,
application unless, feels
the
otherwise.
articulation of young children.
Well, can I just
speech
point out that
articulation.
in the
You know,
2D3 piece, just to your
Only
point,
pairs that
Kim,
they're bound to make.
it does say on page 71, it talks about how the selection of the 20th percentile conforms to the National Center on Intensive Innovation
No, I
Guidelines.
guess, Carlin, I'm trying to.
So that's what I was looking at to think about that piece.
Well,
because
I
they
have
do
it,
provide a
I have it
rationale.
across the
That's
board
sort
in
of
kind
why
of
they
multiple
chose
ones,
this
but to tie it
with the
into
correlation to
um,
pupils and also the correlation to NCII.
one B one, in terms of the accommodations for special needs, in terms of how are we determining who are those 20% who need the one-on-one proctoring?
Are we gonna have
um,
some as
Who's making the
those
decision
as-
for the articulation
like
kids? Because it's not just kids that are in speech
Or
therapy
do
that
we
I'm
want more
concerned
data?
about,
So
because
those
there's going to
perform
be many
at
kids in
20%
kindergarten and first grade that are
using
making
the
sound
opponent
errors,
now when they do
and how are
actual
those sound
predictive
errors being
analysis of how
scored?
students
I know they have great psychometrics in terms of what their voice recognition is doing, but it's just hard for me to have full trust in that, because you have to know the student and know, are they making that sound error because they don't know what that diagram means, or because they are not yet making that sound appropriately from a motoric
Some
aspect.
just state, okay, this is.
No, I totally understand your.
50%
I
is
was
called
trying to figure
this.
out.
Yeah.
We're gonna categorize this.
Right.
Some do.
Where does that?
For me, it falls both into one,
So that was.
one B one in terms
Well,
of
and I was looking at
how
what we talked about
appropriate
before, the
those
difference between minimal and
tasks
moderate.
are,
You know,
for at
it
least their
doesn't
response
seem
to
me
that,
be
because it got
limiting or
into the
unconvincing.
accommodations
It
for
says that
special
there
needs.
is some
and
acceptable
It also
evidence
for
for
me
the
falls
decision.
into
So
two
to
B
me,
two
that's what put it in the
reliability.
moderate category
Because how
versus the
reliable
minimal.
is it, and how consistent are the scores gonna
So
be?
that was that's my
Their own
thinking.
speech might not.
So we need to
necessarily be
move on to the
consistent.
next section, which is the rest of the psychometrics. We're putting 8 minutes on the time.
No, I didn't, it's just a concern that I have.
And I know, Counselor Brian, you mentioned already. that you
Yeah,
have some-
I, no, for the,
So
I
that's minimal,
scored
so
the
that's
one B one and
psychometrics.
one B two as minimal.
So we're reaching it?
Okay. Well done.
Yeah, I did.
33 minutes, just under 40. Yeah, 5 seconds over on the timer. All right. Quick stretch break here. We're gonna move on to application 5. Who are the reporters for the application?
Cool, I got that with that.
That's.
Yeah.
Can I just interject a process question, Martha, while you're looking for that? So my process question is, we ask for.
Yes,
data,
I'm so grateful.
but we don't specify what subgroups need to be included. So for me, if they're not including all the subgroups, that perhaps that puts it in a moderate over a strong range. But where are we drawing the line for that minimum subgroup? Right, because I noted the same thing, that there were small sample sizes, but that didn't necessarily need to be.
I think that's what we were saying before also.
Yeah.
We asked for it, but nothing in the, like the strong, moderate, minimal, there's nothing that
Right.
calls out, oh, if you have these, so you're moderate, like, so. Like, you might read it differently, you might read it differently.
No, we made sure to kind of bake in the transition tests and have that the calibration.
There's some food in California, largely has to be a food speaker, that you can consider.
But the other
When
is
they're not.
that came up before, I think them now that it was supposed with respect to application was. Some applications provide a lot of information, but only details in the category, right? But by doing that, they actually kind of, diverge their weakness because some.
They're all
Well,
about
because
kind of-
Other applications don't include with quite a lot of different subcategories, and therefore they don't show the small. Right, so again. those
Okay,
are
so
sort
for
of the
application
elegant
five,
development of
Do we have multiple languages? Do we have multiple instruments?
Well, to me, at this stage, it almost
Yes,
feels
multiple
for this type of a disagreement or a
Spanish.
conflict in terms of our understanding of the assessment and how we're evaluating.
Yeah.
I almost feel like we should give these the benefit of the doubt and move to the other group for
Yeah.
consensus building.
There's others like here that.
Yeah, unless you feel very strongly, I guess.
Well, we've already moved past the bare minimum. So this is about identifying concerns for them to see, right? So that, and giving you all.
Yes,
we talked about
two,
before,
meaning
different
English and
guys talking
Spanish.
about.
Yes.
But
The
yeah.
one piece that I wonder,
Okay,
for
so let's
me,
take 1
here
minute,
our concern
each
is
panelist,
that
so
I
Mike
think we
go
should be
first.
clear about
Just
is
your
there any
overall review, what was
major
what was
severe
compelling?
feature substantial concept or just minor,
your evaluation
because
for
we don't wanna bring their attention
Week
to
go
the
first.
yes, that we do. But just notice the minor.
And your overall.
So differentiating those.
Oh, but I think that's kind of where we're at. I think I didn't, for section 2, I didn't have any major concerns. I think, and like to me, you're like, no concerns on section 2, so we don't.
Well,
Thanks, Sammy.
here's
Go
another
ahead.
thing that worries me,
I
because the English learners are not broken down by proficiency levels and percents of validity.
in one of the sections, I wasn't
and
even sure.
How
that
can you
the
say
answer was
that
actually
because they're
for
saying
that
that the use
section.
this with all the
So I don't know, I
How
got
can
a
you
little
say
lost in
that
their
this is
application, I
about-
thought there, maybe there was a place there, I wasn't sure.
Yes,
So,
if you don't have the,
and
you know,
the
evaluation
content validity, it did
Validity
not
data
address the board of
for
administration
the,
at all.
for those with by.
Or at least I didn't see it, unless somebody
I
can
guess
find
I
it.
I haven't
The
seen any of
2D2
the that provided with video.
I wasn't sure. That was the part where I got very confused, I wasn't sure if it was that page or if I was just reading it wrong, so I could use some help with that if someone else understood it. And then
Yeah,
2D3,
My biggest concerns are at the second level, and I understand, that, we can specify that.
there wasn't really much
it's to
about
the
the
point
2D3,
that,
I'm trying to read my notes. I think Sean has that one, I found it, which I already.
students are most likely affected.
Let's do 1 minute.
I'll go. I marked it as minimal for all of the bare minimum requirements, for 2DI reliability. There's no inter-rater reliability, and for something that's a teacher proctored, screening, I feel like that's a hard stop. 2D1 content, I have lots of notes written down, so that would take me more than a minute to kind of deconstruct, but I marked it minimal. For 2D2 criterion validity, I was unimpressed with their specificity and found that they were all mid-60s and below. So too high of a risk of over-identifying students. And the 2D3 criterion, again, they just had a random 20th percentile as their identification for
So is
for
it
being
fair
red flags,
to,
you know, just based on a
summarize
bell
for
curve
the
rather than based
psychometric
on
section,
the
those are the
specific data.
concerns are related to subgroup. Is it also sample size with this?
Some,
Yeah.
some.
So for
So perhaps we could
the
capture that
the
for the-
2DI reliability, I actually did a moderate.
I have sample size
because I
and
felt it had,
subgroup.
reliability data for
Some
K2, and then it had, and also we do subtest, it had enough information.
I want to point out too, like they have a whole section under criterion validity where they talk about the generalizability of risk definitions to subgroups, sorry, that would,
Just
I'm
because
having
it
muddle
talked
math
about
again.
the technical manuals.
It talks about how we understand that some are concerned with the possibility of over-identifying certain demographics as at risk. However, it talks about
that,
sort of
for
how
2DI
this
criterion validity,
impacts
I also
different
put it at
subgroups
minimum.
overall when you look at. the
It's
assessment
not
being given.
clear.
It talks
not
about,
clear if you can,
you know,
identification data, or I try to say that, but
students
the
are
data wasn't clear,
from
and third
subgroups
time
and
who
demographic
was-
minorities are
who was
far
who
less likely to be
was at
identified with learning disabilities,
disabilities,
including dyslexia, compared to similarly achieving reference peer groups. So to me, it just
I
kind of
actually did
identifies
give
the
it a
fact that
moderate. because
maybe
I
their
just
sample
liked
sizes are
that they explained it
large
how
enough
it's for, and
in a
that's
subgroup,
what
but the
20%
overall
acting was the result
should,
of the complex
you know, be
score.
supportive of
And that was a
what we're
red flag
trying to do with
the
this
risks. And that your risk for screening.
So they're basing this in a very shape.
Guys did all of mine. I was a little more lenient on the reliability, but I'm not gonna, well, obviously, I'll let you know software.
Yeah, no.
So let's maybe capture that.
That's not, that is content, it didn't seem to just address the question for all the tests and item types, the instrument contains, so I didn't have like.
Okay, so what,
rated for, what's the next one? The criterion validity.
Panel's Martinez, could you re-summarize
They
what
range
you see
widely.
as
The way that the
concern
data was
narrative
presented
there?
to us, unfortunately, And that was unfortunate, because then when we go down to 2D3, I'm so confused, which I think you just said, is that they're saying that you would use the composite score for what you would actually identify risk for, but they didn't really ever provide us with the composite score for validity. So I was confused about how we would understand how this would function in the schools in California about it. So I had something like that.
5 minutes, because we do have unanimous agreement, the application does not meet their minimum
There
requirements.
again seems to be a great.
So in that
It's 5 minutes, let's just confirm our agreement, we'll have the chairs review, and if we understand.
I think you're very
Back to the whole group.
We're having a little trouble hearing back across for the note taking. Do you want to read what you have and then show you how to fill in the blanks?
This is not what I have on my notes, but it's just.
No, sorry. No, forgiveness. I meant us. I meant the you and then along.
Oh,
Yeah, so yeah.
Black students.
And yes, I have.
Yale students.
Yeah, and I know, Tammy, you had also notes on the burden. Which.
I had minimum on 3 of them and moderate on 1, so it was already.
Yeah, so we're unanimous that it doesn't meet the bare
Yeah,
minimum requirement.
unanimous, fair enough.
Okay.
And then
That's essentially it.
So,
We need to move on.
Make sure we have that.
Let's look at, an overall description of battery, so that's section 1.
Okay, so it's
5 minutes on the clock. Does anyone have any minimal sections?
Well, I wrote what everybody. So the following.
No intermittent liability was.
No.
1A3 and 1B3.
Iterator.
There's no
And let's see,
inter-rater reliability or
moderate
something that's,
slash
you know,
minimal,
an
but really
in-person
pending
doctor.
This
community
concept of that they
practice,
only
you know,
have it
that's
in
that's a
English,
hard
so
no,
if
that's a hard
if
stop.
we're saying that that's okay and that this is appropriate to have that, then I would mark all 3 of those moderate, but if we're deducting for that, then I would lean towards minimal for those 3.
So within this section, you have concerns
That
for
items being
English
appropriate,
learners or
and
non-English
that the
learners.
mode of administration is appropriate, we didn't even address the mode of administration.
Yes,
At least that I think.
yes, more
Which was
so.
the I didn't address the mode of administration.
I think more of my concern was like I felt like the rubric
Well,
was
and
really
plus that's the part where. they
specific and
kept saying
intentional with a lot of the English
the
learners.
content was valid
Words like
because it was aligned to
not direct
Yeah.
translation, so
doesn't have a lot to do with.
I guess I'm struggling with how to mark
It's not compelling.
a
in front of
package
all of
that's
the
only
data.
available in English, like, okay, so that's. So like the one about the questions not being like direct
Yeah, and
translation, so that being.
I was just
appropriately
really
developed in
impressed with
other
that whole
languages. How do you mark
section,
that?
they're saying that
They're
they're
saying,
aligned,
well,
you know,
we're not- we
60%
don't-
of
we're not
the
even
words,
entertaining
you know,
it, like,
things
it's-
like that. I'm like, wait, well, what
I don't
about the
know
other 40%?
if that makes it a minimal because they're not saying they have it and it's not.
You also said
But
that.
they could
some
that
of
was-
those scores were in sections.
Right, yeah, and I think I'm okay with that, I just want
Oh,
to hear
so
other people's, I guess,
that was
perspective
for,
on how we
their specificity,
mark
the
that
2D2
appropriately,
criteria
yes.
and validity, I felt was
Well,
convincing.
you know, the fact that we don't have
And then with their
they
criteria,
don't have
that
listed
20th percentile.
That's
Mark
not
it
an
good.
issue of the use of.
It must have been
programs
unconvincing
that
for me
are
also because I just said, hey,
okay for we.
Yeah.
But then you would have to purchase something else for the students for that.
Yeah, I just thought the whole content validity section was.
Right, so it just
so
very
strange.
yeah.
It wasn't well developed.
Right.
That's.
It wasn't
Which
well
is, I
explained
think,
at all.
their
I felt like
problem.
It was just
Yeah, I guess
reading, there
that's-
were lots of things I didn't
I guess that's true,
understand.
yeah, that's not really
You know what I mean?
our, we're just saying if we recommend it for the list or not, so.
They
Okay.
also
And that's
said
why
it's
because we have lots of.
decided Anderson at all 2014.
When I think about data
I thought
analysis,
there was
within
grade
the
6
school settings for
Yeah.
And you're looking at English learners.
Yes, and they kept mixing up with the grades, sometimes they think, it's really for kids to, but then they talk about.
Exactly.
Yeah, they talk about training, and it's like, no, you're specifically
to develop that comprehensive profile. So to me, the fact that it doesn't have this like offering or maybe doesn't apply to English learner, it's okay because we can still.
I like that, I like communication, that was clear communication.
Okay,
But if we authorize this, we're authorizing it for
I can't commiserate us, I'm actually having to work.
Yeah, like, can we say, we are like. It's like you're already sort of later down the road.
Yeah.
It was, I'm about to get in here,
Yeah.
they're over here, right, so yes, it does.
Yeah.
I wrote
So
responses in
again,
the wrong place on that note taking,
no.
so I had to.
For
revert
this
back to
section,
it.
what are the concerns
All right, so.
within the description of battery?
Yeah, so if the English only is not a concern, then I also don't have any major
So
concerns.
now I have to
in
explain why,
section
because we
one.
agreed to it, right? But then-
So if it's what?
Oh, because the no rater, the inner rater, reliability for an in-person instructor
How about the minimal language proficiency, did you say?
was not explained, right?
Well,
it has.
It wasn't written,
Composite.
whether it was done or not, maybe they did it and they had.
Composite,
where they didn't.
data
They still
rather
did it.
than.
The motive administration was not addressed.
So it's ELs overall.
Administration of what, of the
I'm
task
talking about
or the
one.
subtests?
Yeah.
And that's a concern because this is, you don't know how effective, so how reliable this is. Or
I
valid.
feel it explains
With
like.
students at lower proficiency, like how so, we're talking K two, how can we say that?
But-
I think we should report that really
Valid
valid
assessment.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, let's
fine.
try
Well,
to
someone
say
told me
that
this was
aligns
like,
with
so
what you were
the
saying.
critical pieces are being
One
the
C.
inter-rater
It's one C
reliability,
one or one C two?
the content validity will be,
One C
or,
one.
developed.
Yeah.
And then.
Okay, so for this one, I think we call out the one C one.
Yeah.
And those.
It makes, in my opinion, not a clear rationale for the
Okay, that
threshold
moves
of
us
severe
into
identity.
section 3, communication and resources. Did
Well, 1B1, that's a concern.
I was just a
And
response,
it's
I know
the
what-
same thing. They're saying that.
Empathy group.
Yeah.
And the other thing that if it's not
They,
down there, I didn't, we
their
didn't
side
identify the
that
composite
says
score
that
that
and that's their
classification actor.
justification for saying that this is good for all English learners regardless of proficiency.
Right.
In a similar manner.
You get a lot more complaints with the other side.
That's true, you go through the same
Yeah.
development. But that does not mean that your ability to perform
All right, so,
at a certain point,
well, inter-rater
depending
reliability.
on the proficiency level, is absolutely not.
Or yes, so in that.
So I think it's
So
fair
should
to
that
share that
include
you find it
identifying
unconvincing,
what's
so
something
that the theory or idea unconvincing, as it relates to.
there, and then, the most government be. So I
I think
thought it was
when you,
something
when,
about
you report
administration
out, you could just report out the high level of the concerns.
So
Then what do you want to take theoretically?
Okay.
Well, it sounds like you're saying the argument was out.
So we're gonna make a change.
But I think it's also important to note that, you know, there were differing, that,
We'll review that.
you know, that
Fantastic.
others in the group
This
found
will
it.
mean is after
To be fine.
head start.
Let's move to communication and resources. So for this one, we're looking for any
Subgroup
minimal on
section.
3E1 or
Already starting,
3E2. Does anyone have
most sense.
minimal on either of?
So we're gonna take lunch in about 50 minutes, so I think we have it. I have to. Application. Application came. Atlas Rabbit.
This is
I thought I had gotten this out of the way with the first one.
Competence, you're being punished for competence.
I do believe we have.
Isn't that the lowest?
And I was rewarded for like to say the opposite.
You want to read two?
And I think for application A, we have to go with Hugo.
That's the brand?
Not in this group, though. Nothing is.
Yeah, I think, yeah, the subgroups are split in a
We
way.
shouldn't be-
yeah, Where we're keeping things, yeah.
So I'd be-
That's Orion's.
Okay.
Okay.
Just a moment to pull up application.
And then
They
it's
have
kind of
no-
tough, because you gotta get everything in Word.
Yes. Empathy,
When I
right?
report it, it's.
Well, this the first one was easy. We were all just.
It's
easy.
if you're claiming that they can.
Sometimes it's all over.
As the behind the scenes note taker for your first three pound. No comment about taking notes.
That's right. Invisible to us as we were tortured with all this back and forth.
Related to
We
accommodations.
do, we do.
I will
Well,
never
they actually
program
had
this
one,
thing. It's lifelong.
they have a human translator,
Expert.
so the test administrator fluent in the student's
That's
native
why.
language and translate the audio.
You've seen us recalibrate. I will say for the record now that I want to take an umbrage with the lack of clarity.
So if you have to translate.
But I don't hold that against her, like, hey,
The child.
No different.
just the personal.
Experts, so giving them one piece of
The
advice.
wherewithal to be able.
It's just a side eye, is what it is. You
So
should know the
let's
distinction
mark down that
between
there's some
people.
concern regarding the accommodations.
There's one that I was just kind of mindful
Okay.
of.
Yeah.
So we're at the end of this one, and I want to make sure that everything on the note is comfortable. Do you want
They
to
said
take
that
a
there's a
look at
Mexican
props and let us
I
know?
asked the ladies in the
We're
front.
gonna put,
And then like a sandwich, coffee shop.
Maybe you can, you know, those are-
Application where you like you get.
Because we.
And-
Because I don't get any
decided
good
they
Mexican
won't
food.
rationale
Usually
that
it sounds
we
like
needed
a great
to
fit.
some that
I'll
all
take it.
the-
It's better.
Yeah. But
That's
they
what
were
they're saying.
talking about.
The bare minimum?
You're fine, it's just like,
that they-
we're saying that
there
we'll
was
make the
no
third,
way,
we had to break it to.
not enough evidence,
Capacity, stuff like that.
within their own data.
So- But I think we can do this. So for application 8,
So we're just preparing the
we have
report out
multiple
under
languages,
two.
we have multiple.
And there's a question related to the air minimum requirements.
Yeah, but I got two.
So remember the question that they provided, the news rationale, but then was not enough.
Who would like to start?
In terms of their own data.
No.
Yeah, okay, cool.
I
have, Of the bare minimum, even if I got this one, the only one that I even scored as moderate was 2D1 criterion validity. That's one of our bare minimums. No, it's not. Then I didn't have any incentive.
I'm not sure what you compelling.
Oh, compelling.
And link to, for example, other, kind of, I don't know.
This is another one, I'll say compelling, but maybe also kind of like things that caught my eye. Again, when I got to the 1D1 reliability, again, the black students, what is it with, okay, we can't talk about other ones, but this happened. I didn't see where they were indicating as black students included on Roman studies for some reason.
No, well, they didn't, they only broke it into Hispanic and non-Hispanic, that was the only.
Yeah. So that was a weakness that I found for the 2D1 reliability. Yes.
So what's the probability of people and also for their
Oh,
own?
that's okay. I also didn't joke.
It doesn't
Totally
matter,
agree.
like whatever.
So the other thing I was confused about, let's just say, in general, was like for the reliability, they were giving us reliability estimates on measures that typically aren't even administered in that testing window. How they would administer them in the protocol. So I was confused about what they were reporting in the rationale for why we were doing reliability estimates.
For
Right, right.
for those.
You mean the test retest when it was kind of in the next
Yeah,
window?
non-word reading fluency is not going to be at the beginning of kindergarten, but yet they had a kindergarten reliability is stung. But why would it not sting? You don't expect a child to be reading words at that point. So I was confused by that. So I can understand why there might be some need for some discussion here, because I didn't hold something against them and I could have easily held against them, which is nonsense. They reported something that seemed nonsense to me. That's all I gotta say. I'm gonna move on.
Did we identify for bare minimum
I'll-
requirements?
I'll go, I didn't find any minimums in the
Is that
minimum
for minimal?
criteria. Just kind of
I focused on that.
overall, I felt it was a relatively strong application,
Okay,
but
so I'm
there
sure,
were
is that
some
part of the
components
report
of
on
the
the very
psychometrics that I
to
wasn't
identify as
impressed
one
with.
member?
One kind of
No, I-
piggyback on what Tim
I was
said in terms of
concerned
not
about,
disaggregating the data for ethnicity beyond Hispanics
the,
and non-Hispanics.
Criterion validity.
I didn't love some of their validity aspects, like you're comparing it to the Iowa, which is a pretty
They have
different in
no
terms of the
EL
battery
something
and what you're
They
assessing
have
for.
low
Um,
numbers.
and, you know, really didn't get into, you know, when we're thinking about like the convergent, discriminant, relationships
Right.
or the construct
I just
validity,
want to
we
make sure
really
we have
did
the
a
correct
confirmatory
numbers. So
factor
for the report
analysis
out, we
instead
say,
of,
related members of our
instead of what we
found
were
as
asking
met,
for.
that we would say three members
so-
of our seven.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, so some of those pieces I was less than
And that's
impressed by, but overall it met the third.
Okay, I would suggest we stretch it our shoulders. On time, by 1 minute. But we need to move into application 6.
It was
And
definitely
our
very strong.
is our indicator.
And they're all German requirements.
Party foul. Okay,
That it's provided evidence for
so
the.
we are going to start with our round in terms of high level actions.
The difference between
Number 6.
and how one of the instruments goes.
Pulling their notes
But
and then
what
we
it
will
was
begin.
not, but they'll make that very clear. There were some parts where I felt that some of the rational evidence, was not sort of indefinite, but I'm supposed to talk about. Number 3.
Number 6.
Overall.
I like this, I felt that it did a good job explaining how items were created and then selected in different subtypes. And I liked that it was, the only thing is I saw that the sample sizes were on the smaller side and there's.
And look, I made it really big and I circled it. Here, how many crosses is that?
Okay, number 6. Member Martinez, do you have your notes?
I didn't have it. written on
I
that.
do. In general.
The note that I did have in multiple places was that.
Any particular areas of concern?
But I did find in the technical manual that it, on page 10 of their technical manual, which was attachment 8, it calls out 14.3% of their sample was African American. So,
Not that I-
and it was pretty easy to find.
Okay, that's fine.
I dug around on some of the, but this one, I don't know, it must have been linked to something, because there's. I haven't been
worries.
searching,
Ellis Nisa?
But, so I did find that, which.
Alternately.
Well, I'm with you.
I rated this one fairly strong overall.
I think that's it.
Just in reviewing, it is, offered in English only.
I am hearing we have.
However, I felt that the overall application was very strong. It was well written. It had a lot of really interesting elements. And
Check
then
in with
reviewing
all
the
the-
rubric scores,
Part
which
of
is
the
speaking, I was
review.
not strong category.
Yeah,
from
I had a technical reason to want to see her to nod.
No,
'cause
but also that, you know.
I also liked that it had
Because otherwise my.
just the particular way
Yeah.
they talked about the diagnostic
I wanted her
assessments,
technical expertise
how they were
because I gave them
scored,
some wiggle room because of the Iowa
how they
being
came
used
up with their
because we were
benchmarks.
clear about some outcome
Overall.
measures may not be as strongly correlated because the values for the criteria of validity were kind of all over the place, but I think it was the outcome measure.
Yes, fine.
So I wanted her input on that. particular.
Is that part of the? very-
Moderate and higher.
Yeah, well, it was part of psychometrics.
It goes into the validity.
In the
Okay, so let's do this, let's take,
with
6 minutes, I don't think I hear any rules anywhere.
Uh,
take
there
on
was-
psychometrics.
there was no
Take a full
conflict,
6 minutes to
so-
discuss. the
But
policy.
overall, yes.
So, yeah, sure, yeah, sure.
And Pamela Strasso?
I was more on the moderate to minimal side for this one. But I think a lot of my, I felt like I had the same comments last time, a lot of my minimals would switch to moderate. If we're saying that English only is not a negative, then I'd be pretty much moderate down the board for most of this one.
Thank you. So let's go ahead and look at our.
Yeah, so in our share out, we can.
Bare
share the
minimum
strengths of the
requirements
same-
first.
I
Does
like,
anyone
again,
have a
in psychometrics, I
need
really
any of the
like,
bare minimum requirements?
to the tablet, the tablets are dealing with the data, things by grade level, and then.
Thanks,
for
Martinez,
each
I didn't
grade
see.
Level that's separate, like kinder, first and second. I also like how composite scores are used and explain how they're used to make overall decisions. In terms of where the child would fall, and the interventions they might need, or
Okay, is
the
that 2D2 or
composite scores
2D3?
will determine the
criteria
abilities.
ability?
Actually, this one was very
Or both?
specific. How we would do it in the child was like,
And offense up to three could be moderate or mental.
Okay, so
And I just, again, I like how
one
it's
criteria validity
differentiated
doesn't fall
between,
within bare minimum. So can
if
you talk
they
to us a
get
little bit about
the
2D2
composite
and
scores
2D3
for K, for
criteria
first,
validity?
second, and what those were.
Yes.
And
That is separate, okay. So for the overall, you find it lists. Oh. So every time you got me blue, I thought, that's great news. We can move on to the next one. So let's talk about psychometrics.
I,
So
Oh,
were
it's
there
all
any
through, the
other,
Iowa is all through the validity.
items that came up as
Yeah, starting with
within
criteria validity at two D
psychometrics? So
one.
then start with right where we were with Valence Martinez, and the
because I
subgroup
had
issue
the different
for
models.
criterion validity. You want to share those thoughts? That was
Yeah,
pretty good.
those were my complaints.
Compared it to.
Reliability. And I have,
to help you with the strengths,
yeah,
they
good, thank
actually
you.
gave us the statistics we asked for. That shouldn't be
Yeah.
a strength, but it really is.
It was-
They actually did what we
They
asked.
actually
Did you say those sample
Well, they
size?
went pretty much by the rubric and said, this is what you want to go and give you, and they did. Others.
That's what I liked about it too. Yes.
We're in a sad state of affairs right now. That's the strength. You actually followed the instructions.
Hey.
Anything else on psychometrics for the purpose of the sheriff, or can we move on to?
So that's,
I think I would say that we had questions
2D2?
about, some of the student
For
groups
liability?
that were addressed.
Well, that is- And maybe I'm wrong, but it's not
The other
the
group
legal
will
part.
look at it,
Yeah.
they're gonna see the same
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah,
They are.
it's on page 37.
And the other
There's,
thing, or the only thing.
there's
that I
one
guess
grade
a little
level where there's
black mark
no
is that the
ELs
sample size,
in the
their field
sample,
studies are not having help.
which is a little odd.
They actually don't have their, they
that all
kept
the
saying
ELs
that.
were-
they're hoping
Is that
to
what you're
work with
talking about,
outcomes
Martha, the EL sample?
To provide more studies, so their field studies are not, so they're off in the Midwest, or at least, their studies, and I thought, and it was good because they told you the years
Oh,
that
she's
they
saying
did them.
F
and-
and K.
Again,
Yeah, it's
I
just
know
the
they were
two
trying to,
subgroups.
they were very
To
transparent.
me, that goes back to that conversation we had about not describing what subgroup data, but that's why I kind of put that,
Let's
I
move
had
on
that
to
one at
section
moderate.
one then,
for that
the
reason.
Description of the battery. Do any panelists have?
And I
any
also wonder with that, A, maybe
Okay, then we'll only do
like
3 minutes.
specifically for students with disabilities, if they haven't
Highlight,
been like, they haven't gone through this process to
yeah.
like formally identified. Maybe that's why they're saying that they didn't have that much of a sample, although like.
Or they didn't assess
Sexual.
them
I'll
because they
say,
get a lot of
I
students
found it
coming
strange
in
for
from
you saying
preschool
that
with
the skating
identified
and discontinued
disabilities,
rules
Right.
speech
for
language, like,
CDM.
if they haven't
That was
updated
really
all,
helpful because I thought, especially for the young kids,
Right.
the dealing with
And I
their
wouldn't-
attention spans and
For
their
me,
understanding.
that
one
wouldn't be
was
like a big
strange.
concern to me,
Beginning,
A,
Well, for the-
specifically.
And
for
the
the girls,
ATV
particularly,
rules
we don't identify English learners in
Okay,
kindergarten.
yeah.
are a
Yeah,
nice
yes.
part.
Not
of this,
necessarily right
especially
now, it's
for
not
the
until the
early
outbreak
grades.
next year.
Well,
That's all it
but
is.
if they have a homeland survey that they speak
But
it.
I had more, I totally agree with you, and it was one of the strengths.
Looked at us. So
Again, this was,
But
that's
they're
why I
not
mentioned
officially
additional
noted as
linguistic
No.
measures.
Right,
So
I
that
think
would
that's
be
why
a-
that, yeah.
Again, these are the additional costs, because I'm always,
So that would
it's
be.
always kind of weird me
district
out when they
data
say
will have that
optional
as
or
potential
additional.
English learners.
Because it was like
They
a
wouldn't have
category
been
in additional,
identified
it's like,
within
but
any
why
data
all
system
additional?
until they have.
They never quite explained, so you're like.
Right, and I think that,
Money out of us?
to
Is this
me,
gonna be
I think that's
packaged?
why those
Yeah,
are
just
marked
thinking about that.
as
But.
we're making
Yeah, we are.
I just like how it's
We are.
described all this.
But I was
Like,
using my
visual
knowledge of
examples
how we
for both
identify students and
English
how
and
students come to us.
Spanish and the two instruments of the one.
What's your narrative that describes that?
I'll say, I really appreciate
Well,
that
but I
there was
think
the
the
option
question
for
is,
the
like,
English
which-
test, but Spanish.
The conversation that we were
proctoring,
having is we
Because I
didn't
feel like that
say
really
which
speaks to so many of our students who.
should be
if-
included.
You know, so many of these other choices are English or Spanish and that's all, and that's assuming that you're being taught how to read in Spanish, which I don't feel like is indicative for most of our students from California, where you're speaking Spanish at home, but learning to read in English. So I feel like that option really, would potentially be a lot more relevant.
I'm just thinking about the difference between moderate and minimum.
Right.
I also like the accommodations again, look at the accommodations.
May occur actually later.
And then also the English learners, that we're very, they're very limited in how to talk about how.
Are there other areas of concern within Sacramento that we should raise for the other group?
Students, and also that, they kind of broke down all the accommodations and they talked about the accommodations that they can provide within their instruments, and then the accommodations that the students could bring in. And they would have, and they were very, very detailed.
Yeah, 2D one.
That one is
Yeah, we moved on to the next, we're on.
Clear.
There we go.
Yeah,
Yes.
any psychometrics that,
And they also talked about.
that folks.
Which one, Martha? I'm sorry.
Articulation, they talked
2D
about.
one.
Which one?
articulation
There's
and
three.
dialect.
There's
It was
like
addressed
4 different
directly.
2D ones.
Yeah.
Criterion validity or.
And when they train teachers, you know, they actually make a point of things on that. On the different dialects and regional and stuff like that. I mean, that's on section 3.
And I also highlighted the comparative relations.
No, I was agreeing with some what I felt overall in the section where I thought that
2D3?
they really thought the
2D.
results, right, all the different aspects. And then they actually, the
2D,
discussion was
it's
also
page
very. Oh, I thought we passed the minimum. Is this not? So it was one of the rare.
We're a little confused on where you are.
So we'll take
Sounds
3
good.
minutes then, communication
It is
resources.
criteria
Uh,
validity.
Yeah.
And correct.
Short discussion there, what is my find out communication resources that we'll share together.
Page 49 of the document.
2D one.
Well, I would say, where they had some, I some of the reports where they did grouping based on.
Oh, I thought we already passed that one.
Patterns that were very
I thought that was
skill
passed.
I thought that was very.
No, I mean, you
that
said
was
that they
very
passed all the
helpful
minimum
for
12,
teachers.
that's a minimum.
That's not a minimum.
No.
Do I have the wrong one,
It
Mark?
was pretty clear, so that's.
Oh, wait, sorry.
I'm with you.
I'm confused, sorry.
They had like little.
All right, I got you now, Martha, I'm sorry.
Based on skills.
I'm with you.
There's a lot. It's okay. People are like, okay, so now that we're on the same
Yeah, they
page.
call it a
we need
reporting
to
suite where they do analysis of each skill, and then they also produce
Start again, sorry.
dual language reports. So you have students who are in the dual language program, they get reports of both languages, because they get assessed on both languages, and I thought that was cool. And so that we have data to compare.
There's no grade levels.
And I like that they're home connect letters, which is only in English and Spanish, but there's actually recommended activities for parents to do at home.
Results for some states we also provided. Grade 2 and grade 3 level results for state five. A little similar demographics of California. We know that the right for access to student practice and also partners, but they still should have done some. Tests for development tests. For that reason, I have.
I'm looking at the primary. Please hold.
This is just to raise it as concerns for the other group, are there other
I think I
concerns for
marked
the
the
other
last
group we want
one,
to raise
the,
up?
the last one, the
In
only
the
thing that I
psychometric
remember
category?
is it, I don't think it acknowledges.
section?
the other language of this. There was-
Yeah.
Before the thing is-
No.
Just Spanish, yeah. Tammy, I'm gonna teach you how to use my app where you can set bookmarks on specific pages, so you can just go to, like, I bookmarked all of the pages where the new prompt starts.
And because I'm on Zoom in the hotel room. like,
Oh, so your internet is
super
capped.
lag
Mm.
on.
Oh, that's hard, yeah.
Anything
I
else I
think you
have.
captured that already under the bare minimum.
It's all sorts of fun.
Yeah.
No, I think she's talking about.
And it's,
I think she might be talking about. it
Early in the
different-
morning.
almost 3
something.
o'clock here.
Oh, late in the afternoon.
You're talking about
Yeah.
like something
Opposite.
levels for 2D2 and 2D3?
And you were working against the time zone, so I'm actually in favor where I went. I went too far that time. You flew against the sun.
Yes, I know, it is, but it's fun again, but. I saw Nancy, she would say hi.
Anything else with section 3?
One,
Then I'll set 5 minutes for us to prepare the whole group report. Anything you need clarity on? Anything?
We need to move to the next section.
And the concern was that
Tim, I
it's
think I
not
have,
as representative of California
I have-
students as it could be.
I know, yeah, just in terms of, the bare minimum / psychometrics, I think, just make sure I'm not missing anything, but overall, they, very clearly provided the statistics that we were asking for, and the psychometrics that they reported by
So
and
this
large
map that I'm
were
looking at,
convincing. We did want to
that
make
says
note
they had
that,
60 to
they did use the Iowa as their
440,000.
external measure of validity,
For
which
California,
impacted
is that-
some of their scores.
are you- like, tell me
And
where you're
also
seeing
a
no
note is
California
that they really didn't disaggregate their student groups by ethnicity beyond Hispanic or non-Hispanic, but if you look in the technical manual, they did include other racial groups, they just weren't disaggregated in terms of the data.
She's basically,
That was reported. Were those the big bullets?
California.
no, I think I understand what you're saying, Martha. Are you saying that basically, even though a large number of students took the assessment from California, we don't have a breakdown of that demographic? Is that what you mean?
Yes.
So, very well presented.
Kudos to you guys.
Yeah.
We only
Get that
look
gold
at the
star.
composition of those students.
You have to break
Yeah,
those
within
down.
that assessment.
So I think the best.
So even when it goes, even like we have the grades, female, male, African American, white, Hispanic, that are California specific.
Just based on how long it's taken.
That's it.
And so if
It's
we're able
on
to
page
Page
65.
64 and 65, and a little bit above on 64.
I do remember not.
They do it by grade for 60.
So they
Yes.
do California specific, and they have grade level,
Sex.
female, male, and then.
Yeah, and they will go
ethnicity.
in order that we
Maybe I
need.
just posted it.
We will-
That's okay. I just,
Go back
No,
and
they-
forth
they
between
just don't
the
have
subjects,
EL,
get
they
subject
have
starts.
Hispanic.
Yeah.
What
No,
did
yeah, sorry. Let's just-
what order did you?
that's
They also
so,
don't have
Two, nine,
disabilities.
so, okay.
Right.
and then 8.
But I put them on sort of a moderate level.
So it doesn't sound like necessarily needs to be a black and white.
It's me, 12.
Is that right?
Yeah, so just to read from the top, we said that 2 does not.
No problem.
12.
Let's take a look at description of battery.
Does.
So this is section 1
So the sheriffs would,
and.
sheriff turns from there.
Okay.
You could have-
Basically, this
Yeah.
met all their minimum requirements, so this is all this is coming down.
That's our next word, so you have to do it where I meant it.
Oh, okay.
You're like, "Wait, what was the return?"
And sheriff
Anyway,
turns also.
It was confusing.
12.
Okay, do we have,
5 did not.
I'm gonna go ahead and pull it just separately from the clock and see if you can do that.
Yeah, okay.
Um,
Sheriff, I found it.
Any panelists have minimal in description.
I had 2 only
So yeah,
because it
so
was like
if you
English
wanna
as an
take a look at
assessment,
your
so I didn't
note
know to
taker.
leave it blank or to put it as minimal. I put it as minimal.
I'm sorry.
But it's
You
because
were
it's all
erasing the
in
figure
English,
shape.
it was
You made it a
different.
copy, so you could have just started over with if.
Well,
Sorry about that.
what do you apologize for?
Are we talking about, you're talking about specific evidence statement, not
And then,
applicable? Or you're talking about the whole?
Let's just.
Yeah.
The,
frame
it's 1A3 and 1A3.
Member Martinez? Anything that we need to capture from here?
I had 1A1 and 1A2 as minimal.
Okay.
I had 1B1 as minimal.
Can you explain your concerns with the 1As?
So I'm just gonna say, sure, so I have the line one, and every state provided something about the technical.
I was thinking the same thing as I was gonna say, prescriptions.
Oh, wait, but they're like,
Yeah, but I think just because what you're doing in your report, for that, they're required to prove it to them.
It's just.
It's not worth looking at.
In one age. When they're. Spotty. Rationale, but there's some things that can just rapid. I think he's not.
Well, I think we're supposed to scan and skip it and make sure we. So.
Let's pause on that one just for a moment, please. Let others, would others have a concern?
Think that it's.
So the theoretical framework on art.
Oh, well, I did not have that concern either. I actually found that the research papers were linked within the very first statement of evidence. They have research around the science of reading and the 5 pillars, and if you look a little in there, they have the research backing around the science of reading.
The first one, I think, number 2.
Yeah,
All right, the next section, please. One B.
I got pretty scared.
I'm confident that it does
I
not
think you
say.
said you had a minimal.
Yeah.
Were there others that had minimals?
Okay.
Everybody else feels that way, but like that one, like I.
It was extremely difficult, yes, it was extremely difficult.
I read it, I had the same feeling about that family, but we all did persevere through it. So, because I just went out multiple times, that's why.
Multiple times.
Yeah.
It's a good word for it.
6, I'd like that. 6.
At 6, excuse me.
Number 6.
Instrument in languages of the range.
No.
That's 1A3. Oh, so your 1A2 is okay.
So she's.
So you're wanting to, okay?
The food truck or food place.
I think what happens is, I think that was about the task. And responsibility to describe your rationale.
That's security. That's right down the.
Are you talking about the latest?
Yeah.
So I think that it's important when reporting out that you share a single opinion, that you go down first. It's important that the understands that that's
Yeah.
what we're really speaking. Oh, just work at reference our shoe areas starts around 10. Right. Because I don't hear a lot of consensus.
Yeah. This did read the bare minimum.
It did.
All the things crossing my toes.
Anything else
I like
in
this
the?
one.
This is nice.
Yeah, this is really.
We can get position that we can.
Yeah.
Here again.
Yeah.
I'm fine if we're not back. We're over.
And then, did you call out the ones, 183? Not.
Am I supposed to?
Yeah.
Small group?
1A3 and 1B3.
Small group Zoom. And although Chair Kim will need to confirm
Anything
that you're
further?
here for the public. But
I'm a small group.
yeah, I think she can do at least one. So,
I want to hear.
so we will, yeah, we'll put
I'll
small
go
groups.
about- 'cause I do have.
You guys are
know
making it
that
small groups, and I don't like having everyone. Big screen just to confirm everyone. Plus the big
There
screen
was no
I think we can do that. Let's try this.
Where's the
special ed.
Let's send one if you want to be part of it.
So 1B2
It's so
might be one. 1B1. Talking about the use of tasks for different population groups.
Right.
It's just something.
They did say, they not recommended for yes, efficiency, but
Mhm.
when we were looking at those.
Oh, wow.
So, you know, meet,
You say that.
expanding.
No, these took me crazy.
You'll have, yes, I'm sorry.
There you go.
Okay.
Definitely, so California, right, was like a different WIDA.
Okay.
Well, they're using the we the standards,
Yeah.
but those are very good. Pretty good.
Yeah.
Are there any other concerns that we want to raise up
Okay,
in
I'll
this
just
section?
line up in the.
There aren't, we can move on to the next one.
Can I share my?
Are we officially going to lunch?
No, actually, no, we're not. Like, I'm sorry. We have to.
Sure.
You gotta stay there and on screen.
I think point E on one, the library schedule sample.
At lunch.
My concern there was that, so
How
they're
did the
using
conference
three different types, right? It's a composite of what they call diagnostic measures, and all things in that, and dyslexic screen, there are three components, right?
Okay.
In the reliability section, what they reported for diagnostic reading assessment.
It makes a big
is
difference
fine,
having the multiple screens.
but then they do not report
because one
all
of the
reading
screens
tasks,
For
and
sure,
then
no.
grant tasks. They only reported interrelated reliability, but what's really relevant is the alternate reliability. They should have reported, that's really the key, but they did not report.
There was just, it
So,
was hard.
and then reliability
hard
report
to
is
choose
just
sessions
doing
because
is not
there was so
reporting
many.
at all. So the only really relevant information there that reported.
I
is
did their
the ones
medicine,
that you
so-
see.
How is the new location?
Not the other two.
Better than
So
Syracuse?
that's one concern.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Oh, we're
we
there.
go to Syracuse.
North Carolina.
Oh,
North
that's-
Carolina's nice, you were roomy.
Oh, there's
It's all.
There's, I mean, right where we are, there's. One
So all
first
those
thing
tasks
is
is just
they
table.
got very blocked.
If you look at it, letter name
Got
fluency,
every bit
letter
of
sound
sketch
fluency,
everywhere.
letter reading
Uh-oh.
fluency.
I'm making this stuff, because I wrote down. Now I figured my way around and I know where is okay to walk and where.
So they do not report that at all.
But
So
yeah, it's
out of
good. It's good.
three,
And I-
the
they
major
announced
pieces,
that
they
next
reported
year it's
only
in,
one does it, for the other.
Oh,
two
really?
didn't
Oh, I didn't know that. I thought it was gonna stay there.
Major principle, right?
They announced.
So do I need to adjust this now?
that it will be.
No, I'm just saying
Oh,
here is
interesting.
about.
Oh,
Let's hold on for just 1 second before we make the
And
adjustment. So
they're-
did you,
Say.
did you score this minimal?
So
So from your perspective, this
It
one
was
is
gonna be, you know, already
Oh,
lost
that
it.
overall, that's one. The other piece
It's
is
a big
company
thing.
validity. They really provided very little relevant information in my opinion. So that's
sorry.
also not helpful.
It was good though, there were some really good.
And then
And we were
criteria
looking
validity
for
is
some
the
new,
8.3
names also for
I
our
also have
conference,
memo
for
because there's no
LCR
separate
set, so we saw some. We found some really good,
So that's.
particularly.
So is that, I'm sorry, is that one was that
For
qualifies for the
analysts.
overall versus the
Mhm.
subgroup? Or that is a fair
Because
percent?
that's always.
So bare minimum, so I'm only stating the beginning.
Good.
so you're saying this would not be.
That's.
So that's kind of a,
So
most of
to
our
the-
grants have been
So the
really
subgroup,
targeted
I
at
think that's
primary
what I
grade,
think is
so
important
that's
there
kind of
is,
underrepresented, but.
for you to consider, does that new information sway any
So I didn't have the keynote on the
opinions,
first day.
or is this still something you think goes up to the other?
Are you flying home or are you still hanging out in Charleston?
Are there pieces in there that
I
you
am
had
gonna
that's it?
come
So I'm gonna put a little bit of time,
I-
so you can take a look at this.
The conference ended at 5 last night here. So I wouldn't have got home till, I don't know, 2 or 3 or I don't know when. So I knew I would be too tired to
Mhm.
participate, so. But I'm gonna fly out tomorrow morning, or I'm ready to be home.
Yeah.
I've been gone about half of October already, and it's only half of October. I was home 2 days in October.
How was your trip though? Your
It was
trip,
really
trip,
fun.
yeah.
It was fun. Except for, well, it was a little windy because we were on, the Gulf of Mexico, and even though we were 500 miles away. from
You still get the
Milton,
wind,
we
yeah.
still Burned stuff up. It was just before Milton. And it was pretty windy, but it was fun. We had really good.
Catch that piece on reliability.
Glad you're on the right side of things, though.
Yeah, exactly, exactly.
On the content validity, I was actually on fence for when I'm on the opera. And I wanted to know what any folks were saying.
You guys do it yourself.
Definition of validity is more related to the assessment.
Yeah.
I think.
Because you have applications that are all sort of sites.
So, I was like, that's.
We did, we had
We built protocols. that was efficient.
Yeah, when they're
The first
strong,
one
they're
took
fast,
45.
and when they're bare minimum, they're fast. Yeah.
The first one took you
And
longer.
strong work, everyone, for being prepared.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're basically the standard.
That was a long time. I just looking at,
I guess I just, when I look at content validity, I'm looking at content
and then somebody's like,
specifications,
like,
those are the
getting stripped away at.
Yeah, that happened to me.
And looking at
The last week before I was leaving, my
Under the
boss-
idea of content validity,
Mm.
I was going with
Maybe-
impartial
maybe do
or
something.
reasonable
I-
evidence that the assessment items or tasks are appropriate measures of
Can I say that for any more time?
that they're appropriate for the grade level.
Well, I
and
feel
mode of
normalized
administration
now
is
because I was
appropriate for the
having some of
items being
those. I'm
addressed.
doing a different
And then
review
I was
process
looking
for a
at the
province
task
in
and
Canada
item
right now.
development and how they
We
were
had a
looking at
session where we
the
had
writers
to come
being
together as
trained,
part of my panel. And I'm
that
like
they
in the middle
were
of all of this. and
analyzing
I was
language
like,
from
so I
different
did that work.
areas to make
and
sure they're
then
not
for free,
using
volunteer time,
words
and then I
that
did this
don't
service work,
cross,
but yeah, I had it always chipping
like
out. with,
countries that speak
Oh,
similar
can you do
languages
this,
with
can you do
different
that, can you
dialects.
do this?
So I was looking at those pieces
And
that
once I
were
know.
A lot of,
moderate range.
a lot of nights at weekends.
because
Yeah, but we
I
got a
didn't
grant
feel
out of
that
it,
it
so we
was
did get a
limited
grant
or
last week, or
unclear.
this week,
I
so I
think
did
that
take
it
time
was
to.
partial
Was that?
or reasonable.
It's an
Did a good job.
Yeah, I
So
know,
I
right?
guess what we're looking for might be slightly different.
That's what my colleague Cyril Monte always says, he's French, so he's like, oh, man, more away from me.
Right?
I love your French attitude, Cyril. I should adopt this more often.
Oh.
What kind of words are you looking, are you gonna include, right? So that will represent the English language in the right word. So like that's.
Yeah, my wife is well and done with me and all the service I'm currently doing.
That's really, great to see.
And my son, actually my son, who's 14, is super healthy. I was after something, it was after we got back from the gym and practice and me doing my exercise class. But Dad, you've got to take time to rest. You just can't stay up all night. You've got to go to bed. So it's like,
That comes
okay.
from a 14-year-old.
Yeah.
Noticing something, Dad.
Well, I'm really glad that he's internalizing healthy behavior and not what I did for my dad, which is alcoholism. We're about to break the vicious cycle here, but yeah, I'm really hopeful.
So in that, with that lens.
He has commented like that when anybody who works hard with me. Sorry, but
I feel like we just.
So we need to report out how many members believe that it meets FAIR. And I think so far we've, and it's again, it's on the subject, so far we've heard that one member does not believe it meets. So right now we're at 3 who do, is that still the case? Yes.
Yes.
So then I think the answer is that when you clean the statement of the members, you found it too, and the evidence for the area of concern is what your is.
No, just put it in, you can say one more time.
So actually, can we go back to the library?
Yeah.
So I was, there are 3 components of the assessment here, the battery, right? One is the diagnostic reading assessment. Another one is oral fluency task. They call it oral fluency task, but within that there's a bunch. And then there's a dyslexia screening. So there are 3 components, right?
Anyway, so
When
I
you
will.
reported the liability, they reported adequate information only on the diagnostic reading.
I think we're allowed to say that's what we're not.
But not the positive, which is.
And don't
which
wander
are
too
all
far because she
fluency,
can dismiss
and
us from
then
conversation.
And we do have a.
I'm not gonna go anywhere, I'll just stay here because otherwise.
So that's the liability.
Okay, and then content validity.
Content validity is there's very little relevant information about item development, class development, in terms of the content of. That's expected in this definition.
We still need to discuss section 3, the communication resources. So, put both 5 minutes on the clock. And I'm gonna ask. I wanna.
Yes, okay, I think I'm ready.
You, okay. So have any panelists read 3E1 or 3E2? No's from panelist Brian and Neeson, panelist Martinez, I didn't see if you did it. for 3B1 or 3B2 are minimal?
One or two, yeah, they're both moderate.
Moderate.
That's great. So we won't need quite as much time then. Are there any other concerns that the group wants to note for this section? Okay. In terms of preparing the share out, we did most of that as we went. But let's make sure that you take a look at it. Because I know we jumped around.
So we had none from 3, 6 and 3.
Yep.
Well, none above.
It's
3.
just a comment. I think it was interesting that they said that the parents didn't need to.
Because I turned around and like to paragraphs later and said, but. Yeah.
Okay,
We know that.
and then section 1, we only had concerns on 1A1 and 1A2.
So.
I don't know. Okay, so you have those, but you have the.
Yeah.
I think there's more.
Basically, Tina was saying, theoretical framework
You did the subgroup.
was they, and send responsibility for the test and responsibility. Do you have anything more for that?
I actually shared, I shared with about the one. There was very little citations or evidence other than the citing the national reading plan. Evidence. Yeah, yep. Wasn't the already go? Oh, they left it over. They actually, moved on to this. It's pretty fast, but they actually did more than was allotted.
Yeah.
So we haven't left. Right, they just, they just, they're. No, no.
This is your slogan.
Thorough, let's say thorough.
So do we need to give some direction to the panel making this?
All right. Let's see. We did not. Yeah, we did first, so let me see.
Okay, great.
So when they're done, what was that? With that, everyone, I can do it? Oh, okay. So, all right, so it's 12:06 p.m. We're gonna break for lunch and we're gonna return at 1:06. Oh, 1:10. Can we go 1:10? Thank you. We'll return at 1:10.
Where can we go? Does anybody know what's near?
There was an email from
Okay.
Jessica.
I'll for that. I'll follow what. Are you ready for Mexican?
I am. I've been to California and I've been. And I used Tex-Mex since I was in Texas for so long, so I'm ready for some.
Then you're, I look forward to your.
Are we all going to Mexicans?
Yes, we're all going to Mexico.
Okay.
All right, welcome back. Seeing that all panel members are now present, I call the meeting back to order at 1:10 p.m. Panel member Wilson, would you confirm that you are present?
Panel member Wilson, will you confirm that you are present?
Yes, I'm present. Sorry, I couldn't hear Chair Kim.
Oh, okay, I will call closer. Would you also confirm that there's nobody in the room you're participating from remotely?
Correct, I'm by myself.
Thank you. Now go to this side. Panel member Martinez, would you confirm that you're present?
I'm present.
Thank you. Would you confirm that there's nobody in the room you're participating from?
There is no one else in the room.
Thank you. Let's resume with our small group meeting.
Council Brett.
Yeah, I agree. I didn't have any minimal.
Yes.
Panel Cecil.
No, sorry.
No,
I'm sorry.
I'm
sorry.
I liked that it had a lot of elements of the dyslexia framework. I thought that there was I learned some things by reading this application in terms of the direct and indirect effects model, which I thought was really appropriate for what they were trying to do. Overall, I felt like panelist Grasso, that there were some strong elements in this application and that there were some things worth digging into and considering in terms of missing elements that I found. But overall, strong.
Okay. And panels Martinez.
Yeah, I found it to be pretty solid.
Okay. Why did you identify minimum requirements with this? Maybe it's the one thing.
Okay, so with, that's 2D2 reliability is not bare minimum, right?
Reliability is not a bit.
I'm just revisiting some of my.
Then
Take a moment.
all these bare minimums are moderate.
Panelist O'Brien?
Yeah, I actually, tried to carry them.
Panelist Martinez, did you have any minimals in the bare minimum?
Not a bare minimum.
Yeah, I'm good.
With this here?
Nope. It's not our first time. That's okay.
I'm just gonna. We can confirm our agreement on that, and that means we can move on to the rest of the psychometric ratings for this section. It sounded like there were a couple of them, so I'm gonna kind of put the full 10 minutes on. And for anyone who found, any evidence statement that's minimal in psychometrics, is there anything else to share?
I'll go for it. So I've had 2D2 liability marked as minimal, I think. And my notes are saying they're missing information on subgroups. They were unable to run this because it hasn't been developed, or it's a newer screener, and they're planning to get that, but they just haven't done it yet. So it's not like they have, that's a tricky one, because it's not like they have the evidence, and the evidence is not acceptable. They're saying they haven't done it yet. So I kind of marked it as minimal, but I could, like, hearing discussion, I could probably mark it moderate. That's how we feel.
Again, we don't have to move towards consensus within our group. It's just more where you're at. If there are concerns that you want to flag for the other group in their review.
Did you say that was 2D1?
That was 2D2 for me.
Oh. I had a minimal under 2D1 criterion validity. I was kind of on the fence with that one actually, because in one place I underlined the statement that says, concurrent validity correlations were sometimes below conventionally desired levels. So they're basically stating in the application that they, the population in California may not mirror the population on which the gold standard measure is normed. So, to me, that just was kind of saying, hey, we're admitting that this doesn't really meet this criteria. And perhaps, and they also said we did not assess the predictive validity of each individual task. So that caused for concern for me, so that's why I made that minimal in that area. 2D1 criterion.
So 2D1, right? Criteria, just a picture.
Not the one that's, it's not a minimum.
That's
We're
what I
on
thought.
the other one.
We are on the other one.
Yeah.
Just so we get 2 ones out.
Yes.
That is super confusing.
I
We
know,
should have changed the letters or something.
Panelist O'Brien, was there anything you wanted to add?
Well, no, I had the same, notes, student one, trying to, but it's not in, I wanted to call you things. Or, the reliability, that is, I have confirmed to the two, and first one. They stated that we didn't have enough data to do the subgroup analysis at the higher level. But they did have reliability for 45.
Oh, okay.
That was
That's
the
a-
issue.
okay.
There was more.
Does that change the concern for you?
Yeah, I don't know if it was really I guess concern is probably maybe over stating it. I was just more so, okay, they just haven't got to that yet, but if others were comfortable with that, then I'm comfortable with it.
That's the 2D2.
I wasn't. I mean, I'm ready to, I mean, it's not there, it's not there.
Right.
And so I felt like, I'm glad they're doing it. But I wouldn't feel comfortable marking it moderate with just and the statement that they're doing it without us actually seeing the evidence.
Yeah, I was on the fence between moderate and minimal. Because it says specifically that the reliability estimates are reported by task and not subgroup.
Not by item.
And not by item. Yeah, it says we didn't have enough data to run subgroup analysis at the item level.
Were there any other concerns in this section? Alice Martinez, do you think you have the information you need for the report out?
I believe so. I have two D2 on the reliability data for subgroups, and then two D1 criterion validity about some of the estimates being below conventional levels.
Okay, does that sound good? Okay, great. Let's go ahead and move to section 1, description of battery. Without getting into the details, are there folks who have some minimals in category 1? At least one, so I'm going to go ahead and put some time on the clock. Okay. So, Alice Neeson, do you want to kick us off in terms of section 1?
I had a issue with 1B2. I was on the fence actually between moderate and minimal. Because I felt like it was missing evidence. Just find what just it was missing. I basically talked about how it felt like it was missing some specifics about the scoring procedures, irregularities. I know that there are guides for the language variations. I know they have some scoring directions, but I felt that it didn't really give me appropriate or clear guidance. I felt like it was missing the evidence for what that guidance should be.
Others have thoughts or reactions to that section?
B2, right? I actually marked that as a strong. I thought the
Did I-
administration manual was
Did I
very
look in the
detailed.
wrong place?
But you had to go to a separate document. You had to go to administrator manual,
Well, I thought it,
and I have,
maybe I was looking in the wrong one.
I
I
put,
was looking at the technical man. It says,
no, not that one. That was a different, this one was the administrator manual.
oh, okay. Well, let me go back and just
I put
quickly.
that as very detailed as far as appropriateness of test type, administrative qualifications, so I had it as a strong.
Yeah. I'll go to mother then. I think I was looking at the wrong one.
Alice Martinez, did you have anything in this section? Description of
I
battery?
didn't have anything, any minerals in this section.
That was the only one I really mentioned. But if I was looking in the wrong place, that could be why.
Any others?
Oh, I have a lot of strong in section 1 for this one.
I did too.
Very comfortable to move on to section 3, communication and resources.
Wait, I want to make sure, do we have no minerals then in this section? Because I.
Correct.
Yeah,
All right.
okay.
Right, is that right, Alice Neeson?
Yes, that's correct. I changed over to mine. I think I was looking in the wrong place. So now I'm good.
Okay. So for communication, section 3, communication and resources, does anyone rate 3E1 or 3E2 as them?
I had 3E2 as verging between moderate and minimal. And I might have been in a similar situation as Arcan's niece in that they reference a lot of professional development and trainings, but I didn't. So if someone else found them, that would be great, and that would be, then I would move
Good
to
to hear.
moderate.
Okay, I can start the timer in just 1 second, but let's hear from panelist Martinez. Did you have any minimals in communication and resources?
I did not.
Okay. So that was specific to 3E2, correct?
Yes.
So can folks share the evidence that they found on 3E2?
Put down that they were offering lots of professional development that is research based and find actual. Actually, it was strong. I did too. Mine was strong, moderate.
Okay, that's good, because that means that it's there, I just.
I thought it was strong because it offers resources in Arabic, English, Mandarin, Spanish. It was one of the few applications that have multiple languages that were included. And when I looked at their website, as listed here, there was information there.
I was looking at this paragraph where it says. Have broad professional development, dyslexia and learning brain, what makes a skilled reader, reading while doing work, but I thought it was great, I just couldn't, like, I didn't,
Wait, three E2, right?
3E2, yeah.
I was looking at 3 I2. Oh, same thing. Yeah, I looked at their website.
Yeah,
They had
you
lots of
found it, okay.
really, like, it was right on the front of the website. There, you know, it's linked here. They have like a help center. They have lots of webinars and like 1 hour sessions for teachers to engage with. And they had a parent portal with lots.
Okay, great, then,
Just to confirm, when you said same, you mean not in one.
Correct. I had it in the moderate strong category.
I just wanted to be sure that we didn't mean same as.
I apologize.
Okay, so it sounds as though the group does not have any minimal for that. Category either.
in the entire 3 category?
Correct.
For 3E1 or
Okay.
3E2. Because the others,
I thought it was 3E2, 3E3. Oh, those are the exceptions.
right, those are the ones that can be. In other words, if 3E1 or 3E2 are minimal, then it is a concern for the advanced requirements.
This 3E2 here.
These are the ones that must meet except for them.
Right, but I thought you said.
I did, because I was saying, did anyone mark it as minimal? Because these are the ones that are not on. Right. It's a little.
I
complicated.
was minimal at 3E2, but
Yeah,
no.
but now you're good.
Okay.
Okay. Panelist Martinez, is there anything further that you need for your notes? Oh, can't hear you.
We can hear you.
Just confirming there's no minimals then in the 3E section, EF.
Well, we didn't check to see, we can, because we have time, if you want, we can check to see that, but that wouldn't be. If you have 3F1 or 3F2 as minimal, then it could still be considered as meeting.
Okay, so for the advanced requirements,
There were,
then there were no minimums. Correct. Okay.
that's really loud when there's nothing else.
Yeah, I don't know, it's-
Okay. Are we ready to move to our next application?
Yes.
Okay. So we're gonna move on to application 10. And Member Neeson is going to be our note taker.
Just a moment to review myself.
Yeah, take a minute to take a look at your notes. That is scheduled, so that's next.
Did you finish all of theirs already?
Maybe.
Didn't they have more than? Didn't? No,
No,
we
we
don't.
don't.
We have one more than 80. Oops.
Sorry.
Number 10?
Number 10.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, you will check your notes and just take. Okay. And let's go ahead and start with our general check-in for item number, application number 10. Start with, how about high school five? Hold on. Hold on. I had a few now.
Dan, you might have. I also, similar to another one. I also thought. And go back and forth, which like the benchmark assessment. All their words.
On that front, it's very well. All, not at the screen, I was just. For the progress monitoring is meant to be a supplemental. But it's not necessary.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go ahead and does anyone have any? On stroke by me. That one, 2D1 reliability, 2D1 content, but in 2D2 criteria. Engagement.
So I don't believe one thing that we do, they do before the factor analysis about the content that we need to have. Don't want it. Yeah, you put, no, but he was criterion, but no, that's the two sheet. Yes, these are the ones we're looking at. Need to serve the version.
Well, then check them down, originals, did you have any minimals?
Yeah.
I had one on, 2D3. Ready for learning 2D3.
Okay. Thank you, give us the evidence on that one.
Let's see, I have, they use their own test as a criterion measure, which I've not found that. I know that's standard practice, but I'm not a fan. They don't provide specific information to the grade levels of interest, and they provide no information about subgroup considerations.
Can you say the second one again, Martha? I got used on assessment in those subgroups. What was in between there?
They don't provide specific information for our grade levels, so the grades K through 2. They provide no information about subgroup considerations.
Or reactions from the student.
So in 2D3, we're talking about the evidence for decision rule. And that's the risk status by student subgroup. Guess I don't understand what you say, what you mean when you say there's no specifics for K2.
So for me, the decision rules are related to classification accuracy, so of all these specific criteria. So on this piece, they have their decision rules stated, but I didn't see the evidence around look at this still more,
Well, at one point they do direct you to go back to 2D1. I guess I'm just trying to understand the no specifics for K2. I didn't quite get what you meant by that.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to.
Okay.
Because I am seeing it up above and
Yeah, they run underneath. They say yeah, it says in 2D3 on page they tell you to go back to section 2D1 on page 60.
yeah, okay, I take that back. I would have moderate.
We did have two other points of evidence on that. There's one
It's the subgroup, not the grade level. I thought that wasn't. But it was.
okay. Okay, so it sounds like everyone agrees that it meets their No one has any minimals in these categories? So for the notes, we can say that one of those is their minimum, then we can move on to section. Are there any other evidence that looks marked as minimal for our area of concern? So for me, including representing people California students. Certain Pacific West region. Or in data.
Aren't that same one as breakdown is not really. Yeah. Always over 90%. White. Up there is our.
I had it as moderate because they do list another study from 23 classrooms in Southern California, including a sample of Spanish-speaking female students. So for me, I was on the fence between the moderate and the minimal there, because when I look at that rubric element, again, going back to, and it talks about acceptable evidence of the data, so I guess I could probably go either way. 2016, they used another data standard. And in that data study, there were a lot more students that were more representative of California because it was all conducted in Southern California. And the sample had 41% Hispanic or Latino, white alone 37%, Black or African American, 28% Asian, 14%. One more racist preference. So
That was grade 3.
yeah, that was. Well, they also did their own research. The California district examining the predictive validity of Acadians reading. Predictive validity of their reading. To the correlation to the standards test. They have another study. It wasn't just third grade. But just state.
So for the sake of the information we want to call out, I think it's still staying. Folks who are calling that out as for the people. That's all that need to make note of. Are there other areas within psychometrics that you want to make sure the other group?
Well, actually, he was in the criteria.
To the.
CSD. And the comparison to them, very good. That's right. They use CSDs.
that 2D1 construct, minimal too. I also just see this now, 2D. I know that is minimal too. Sorry, I missed it. I had that they provide the grade level evidence. Okay, so let's see, the kindergarten predicted grade predictive estimate. Explanation of why they selected grade as the criteria.
That's two criterion validity,
One,
criterion validity. And that one wasn't a minimal.
And this is the appropriate time to bring it forward. You didn't miss it earlier.
You're fine.
yeah. I had minimal for this set.
2D2, which one?
Sorry, criterion validity. Two, and the set group level down. Information there.
But that one is not the fair minimum because that's at the subgroup.
Sorry, yeah, I thought we were talking about it. All the psychometrics.
Right, yeah.
I'm just trying to understand where to.
She's just trying to get. Capturing.
Well, getting modern, yeah.
Anything else to flag related to psychometrics?
What was the issue with the 2D2 criterion? Is it something about grade level?
It's,
Classification accuracy?
One criteria validity, that it might grade level, the kindergarten predictive and concurrent estimate C level, to me, as does the first grade predictive estimate. I didn't get an explanation of why they selected grade as the criteria measure. Yeah, it's the evidence for case 6. All K1 and 2 specific.
I believe so. Representative of the current position. That's why was grade level selected as a criterion if the evidence was presented in case.
That sounds familiar? Okay. All right, we're gonna go ahead and move on to section 15 and better. Do we have any minimals in this?
That's a kind of.
And, Alice Martinez, it sounded like you also had some minimals. Do they align with that, or they're different lengths?
Some aligned and some different.
Okay.
So I had 1A1 minimal, I had 1A2 minimal. Had 1B1 minimal. 1B2 minimal.
So, let's try to, again, sort of stay at the level of concern, right? What are the concerns that you all want to pass on to the other group related to this section description like that? You don't necessarily need to detail it, for all concerns that you want to get. Why don't we start with Ms. Crossman?
Okay. Once from Claire, we want to see. Well, I didn't notice any items, where, when, or how to, the background, right? And similar in 1B1, I didn't see things.
And Mr. Brian looks like you're in agreement. What was the next result?
No,
one.
the B1.
And she did?
Yeah, or like didn't see on that episode appropriated for different. Laws of administration.
I actually want to know that's for that. For that reason.
Ms. Cross, are there any others that you want to highlight for the panel section?
Like you bring to the whole room now.
Ms. Martinez?
Oh, I thought their theory. One A1, but the theory was very weak and they had, rationale too. The one. Listed. But it was. If you provided feedback, but I didn't find evidence based on grade level or special populations.
Do you want to add that from your perspective on this one?
I was also in the moderate minimal range for 1B1 and 1B2. However, I was in strong moderate for the other categories. I thought they had minutes to align their theoretical framework and rationale. And so I found them to have moderate to strong evidence in these categories.
And then for, 1, 2, 3. In-house measures.
or rate the fluency. So now we will move on to section 3. Particularly if and one or 3.
I really didn't speak much. I didn't for various accommodations.
Three E1. And for the same reasoning or additional?
Yeah. Yeah, the guidance deals.
So 3E1.
We thought that, guidance for program.
Right now, just out loud. Well, on page 68, they talk about language versions for. I put them at the moderate because they did have guidance for English learners. And they have lots of information about their tools in. Talk about in their technical manuals and in their assessment manuals, the accommodations they have for students with special needs, for testing irregularities, for how to deal with students with language variations and dialectical differences. As well as thoughts or reactions from also or
I guess this stuff.
it is coming from there. Any minimals? All right, so. So minimal ratings, but not everyone, around the representation of health. That is that it's based on old studies and that it is not representative of California because it's mostly white students from the Pacific. The representation of health was included, it does represent California.
Correlation one well. Is this a criterion? The evidence is six as a whole, and we should be looking specific. Two. Looking at the description of batteries. That there is a weak theory. And that the tests do not have enough evidence to support. There was a concern that they were using measurements. Not, C3, identifying enough language patterns. If there's any guidance.
With you? That's great. Okay.
We're gonna take a 10-minute break. And then she can bounce out.
All right. Thank you so much. It's now 2:02 and we'll take a quick 10-minute break and we'll return at 2:12. Thank you.
We're taking a break.
The lecture.
Okay, for 10 minutes. Yep. All right, thanks. Yeah. Thank you for this. Yeah, off this, and then can you jump to me, Tyler? Then I'm probably going to. Yep, you're all done with this thing. Okay, so this is. Thank you. No, I think we're going to. We're going back to our. Speeds.
So you know this.
I'm not leaving her.
I also record. Finish all this, it's on the back of your agenda.
Thank you. All right, now seeing that all members are present, we're gonna call the meeting back to order at 2:13 PM. Panel member Wilson, would you confirm that you're present?
Yes.
Thank you. Would you confirm that there's no one in the room where you are participating from?
Yes, no one's in the room.
Thank you. Member Martinez, would you confirm that you're present?
I'm here.
Thank you. Would you confirm that there's no one in the room you're participating from?
There is no one else in the room.
Thank you. So panel members, for our full group discussions, we'll take one application at a time. And it is important that when we discuss each application, we only discuss that application and not others. Panel members must have the opportunity to recuse themselves as necessary. So please only discuss each application during its designated time. So I'm gonna call Ms. Apple, Mr. Diaz, and Mr. Brunetti to facilitate this item.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Jennifer Zoffel with West Ed. So just want to reiterate some of the process before we hand the conversation back over to the panel. So as Chair Kim mentioned, we are going to be sharing out one application at a time. We are hoping to stay to about 4 minutes per application. Each reporter has their note sheet that they will be reading from. And we want to strongly encourage the panelists to take their own notes as they are listening. The concerns or areas that are raised by the subgroups are to help guide your review and thoughts about the applications prior to the larger unpacking of these in November, in the whole group conversation in November. So please actively take notes as you're hearing from your colleagues, their feedback on the applications. Just as we did in the small group, the reporters are going to share out sort of a short summary of the evaluation. We're going to talk about the bare minimum requirements, whether or not it met, how many people within the subgroup found that they met the bare minimum requirements, and then they will go section 2, psychometrics, section 1, description of battery, section 3, communication and resources. Okay, so following the same pattern that we just did in the subgroups. And this shows us the order. There is one correction that I need to call out. Application number 1 is going to be reported by panelist Neeson, and application 7 by panelist Martinez. But otherwise, as is on the slide, will be the order that we report out, for the most part, swapping subgroups up until the end. So any questions before we turn this back over? Yes, panelist Scravlin.
Are we still reporting on each of the sections, including 1 and 3, even if we are stating that we unanimously agreed that it did not meet bare minimum requirements?
Thank you for the clarification. So if you have an application for which it does not meet bare minimum requirements, you will state why it didn't meet bare minimum requirements and then be complete. Thank you for clarifying. Is that clear to everyone? Because you wouldn't have continued on through the rest of the application. Okay, great. Okay, so the power of the timer is now in the hands of Chair Kim and Vice Chair Guerrero, who will help facilitate the whole group conversation.
All right, let's proceed with the application number 1. I would like to invite any panel members needing to recuse themselves from discussion of application number 1 to do so, either by leaving the room or turning off the Zoom as appropriate. And to my knowledge, there's none for this application. So let's proceed with Member Neeson.
This is not about it. It's fine. Thank you. I'll just use panel member Odegaard's microphone. All right, so for application number 1, 4 out of 4 panel members decided that it did not pass minimum requirements. because under content validity, there was not enough evidence of the task and items, including what types of tasks and why those tasks were chosen. For example, it didn't delineate why particular words were chosen when looking at phonological awareness, or why particular items were selected for different tasks. There was not enough evidence in that piece. It also mentioned an analysis of data, but did not report results under that same area. And for that reason, all 4 members found that it did not pass the minimum requirements.
Thank you so much. All right, let's move on to application number 2. And also, to my knowledge, there's no one who have to recuse, right? All right, so it's Member Groveland.
Our subgroup unanimously agreed that this application does not meet bare minimum requirements. Sorry, let me, just kind of overall, we felt like there was a significant lack of clarity of the data. In looking through our bare minimum requirements, the responses did not respond, considering each of the individual tests that were included in the submission, because it did, between 2 languages, English and Spanish, have a total of 6 tests that were incorporated into the submission, and not all of those tests were answered for any of the psychometric properties in full. In terms of these bare minimum requirements, felt like the tests that were chosen did not significantly show evidence that it would be an appropriate measures. For example, there's measures of kind of generic reliability for some of the tests, but not adequate specific tests of reliability, such as the fact that for tests that would be such as the fact that there's some poor measures of test retest reliability, and other tests were not given any test retest reliability scores. In terms of the content validity, there is a significant lack of explanation, detail, and research. The construct validity only compared to internal measures, did not compare it to any external measures. Criterion validity had variable and oftentimes low performance overall. And to jump back, sorry, I'm out of order. The content was relying upon themselves and to standards rather than external measures. And finally, in terms of the criterion validity, in terms of the criterion validity, there were lots of examples of very low specificity.
Thank you. That's fine. Let's move on to application number 7. And again, I don't think we have anyone to recuse. Number 7 is Member Martinez. Reporting.
Okay, so this is for application number 7. We have 2 of the members found that it met the minimum criteria. 2 found that it did not. Concerns of those that rated it at the minimum were related to reliability, and especially subgroup data and results, content validity, and then also criterion validity, and especially again at the subgroup level, but also by grade level, or the grade level data. And then at the psychometrics section, above and beyond the bare minimum, there were some concerns about just subgroup data in general across several criteria. Sometimes the subgroup data that was provided didn't seem to be applicable to the criteria. And there was no classification accuracy data for the Spanish test, the RAND test, or the dyslexia measure. And then in the description of battery section, there were concerns about most of the criteria in this section, with many sections rated minimal. And then in the communication and resources section, there was limited or no guidance evident related to ELs and students with disabilities.
Thank you. Give me 1 second. Thank you. All right, let's proceed with application number 9. Again, there's no one who have to recuse according to my record, and that's Member Wilson reporting.
Okay, our subgroup unanimously decided that it did not meet bare minimum requirements based on poor internal consistency, no test retest. There was no report on sensitivity and specificity, no evidence on validity. It did not respond with relevant information in 2D2, which is the section on classification accuracy, and 2D3 also did not seem relevant to the prompt. So it was unanimous that it did not mean bare minimum.
Thank you so much. All right, we're moving on to application number 13. And will be reported by Member O'Brien.
So for application number 13, 3 members of the subgroup felt that it met minimum requirement, but for 2 of the members, there were some questions about meeting the minimum requirement. Specifically, there were questions about criterion validity in terms of the having further studies that could truly validate the students at risk. And also there was a question about the small sample size for some of the subgroups. So we have a question regarding if this is it sufficient to have a basic rationale from an external measurement without further study to really validate that that the validity, the criterion validity indeed is it's reliable. And then we also had some concerns regarding other parts of the I'm going blank here, of the application with in terms of the terms of the sample, the data not being disaggregated, and concerns about accommodations for English learners and the appropriate use of the task for the different populations. There are, and their argument to base their accommodations we felt was rather unconvincing.
Can you repeat how many voted for bare minimum?
Oh, yes. 3 out of 5.
Said it did or didn't?
Did.
Are you done?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Let's proceed. Number 12, that will be reported by Member Odegaard.
We unanimously agreed that this application met the bare minimum requirements. We identified no weaknesses in this application in the psychometrics. For the description of the battery, we had 3 of the 4 panelists find no weaknesses. 1 panelist identified weaknesses with the decision process for when this would be administered in a 1-to-1 proctoring situation, and how this approach, which is heavily reliant on voice recognition, would accommodate and address speech articulation issues. They're not issues, differences. Also, they wanted more detail about item level information as far as describing the assessment opposed to at the construct level. For the communication and resources, we identified no weaknesses.
Thank you. Let's proceed with number 6, application number 6, Member Russell. Go ahead.
Okay, for application number 6, 3 out of the 4 of us felt that it met the bare minimum requirements. One panel member had concern over 2D1 reliability. They expressed that there are 3 components to this assessment: a diagnostic, an oral fluency, and a dyslexia screening. And the reliability was only adequately reported for the diagnostic. And an additional concern was 2D1 content validity, where there was very little info on item and task development relating to the content of the task. Some of the more minor concerns on the psychometric section were that the K samples represented did not include any ELL or students with disabilities. As far as section 1, the screener was only available in English, so 2 items in section 1 were not applicable. One panel member had some concerns about the theoretical framework. And for section 3, all of our subgroup marked it moderate across the board.
Thank you. All right, let's move on to application number 5, and that will be reported by Vice Chair Guerrero. And I'll just, yeah, go ahead. Okay.
All right, I'm reporting on application number 5. For application number 5, our subgroup unanimously agreed that this application does not meet bare minimum requirements. And that's based on 3 factors. One is that there was no inter-rater reliability reported, in particular for tasks that are administered or proctored in person. The second thing is the area of content validity is weak. It has poor information about specificity and does not provide a clear rationale of which group or who they are identifying. So that's very unclear. And the third one is the composite scores of the instruments or the constructs do not provide, or at least we were not able to find it, predictive validity information. So for those 3 major factors, we don't think it meets the bare minimum requirements.
Thank you so much. Let's proceed with move on to number 8. Now I'd like to invite a member needing to recuse herself or himself from discussion of application number 8 to do so by leaving the room or turning off the Zoom. And this will be reported by Member Gravelin. Mm-hmm. Yep.
For application number 8, overall, we found the psychometric properties to be both convincing and clearly presented. Although we do acknowledge that the validity of this assessment was somewhat impacted by their choice of the Iowa assessment as their external measure. We do also want to acknowledge, especially for the other subgroup, that the data in the sample were disaggregated only by the students being either Hispanic or non-Hispanic in terms of their psychometric reports that they responded to in the prompt, but we did want to acknowledge that there were additional ethnicities that were accounted for in the samples as addressed in the technical manual. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to lead with the statement that we unanimously agreed that it did meet the bare minimum requirements. I'm sorry. In terms of the description of the battery, we found that they provided nice and well thought out descriptions of the constructs that were justified by research. We appreciated that there were clearly addressed accommodations that were descriptive and thorough, directly addressing articulation differences and different dialects that our students might be speaking. We also appreciated that there were both gating and discontinuation rules, which we found important, especially for the younger grades. And also liked that there were more than simply an English version or a Spanish version of the test, but that a student could take the English test with Spanish proctoring, which might kind of account for more learners who are learning Spanish at home, but learning how to read in English. We appreciated that as a possibility. Regarding the communication and resources, we appreciated that there were not just parent handouts, but the handouts included activities that parents might wish to do with their parents, and that it provided possible student groupings based on skill sets.
Thank you so much. Now, we're going to move on to number 3, but before that, I would like to invite any panel members needing to recuse themselves from discussion of application number 3 to do so either by leaving the room or turning off the Zoom as appropriate. I'll be turning over the gavel to Vice Chair Guerrero for this application.
I have a question.
Okay.
I need to recuse, but do I turn off the Zoom and then will someone text me when I need to get back on, or how does this work?
Turn off the Zoom, please, and we will text you to get back on.
Totally exit, right?
Absolutely. Yes,
Okay.
please. Thank you.
And feel free to use this.
Okay, thanks. That's noisy. Okay, so we are going to be discussing application number 3. And panel member Martinez, could you please report on that?
Sure. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. So our group agreed that this application met the bare minimum requirements. In the psychometrics section, there was some concern around 2D2 reliability with, and this was specifically around the subgroups, that no reliability data were provided for the subgroups. And they note in the application they are currently conducting these these analyses, but they didn't have the data to report on them. And also 2D1 criterion validity. They note that some of their estimates are below conventional levels. They explain their rationale for why they think it's that's okay, but there was concerns about those being below conventional levels. In the description of the battery section, there were no minimal ratings from anyone in this section. In the communication and resources section, there were also no minimal ratings for any of the advanced requirements criteria, 3E2, 3E3, 3F1, and 3F2.
Perfect. Thank you, Panel Member Martinez. We're going to continue with application number 10. And before we do that, noting that panel members Kim and Wilson continue to recuse themselves for application number 10, I would like to invite any additional panel members needing to recuse themselves from discussion of application 10 to do so now, either by leaving the room or turning off the Zoom as appropriate. Okay, so with that said, can I have panel member Neeson report on application number 10, please?
Yes, all four of us agree that it meets the bare minimum requirements. Under psychometrics, there were some concerns about the representation of California students based on old studies, and that the majority of the students listed in the subgroup were mostly white, except in one portion of a study where there was a broader representation of subgroups. However, it was only one grade level. Another concern is 2DI construct validity, because they were using the CST as a comparison rather than another measure that was more related. 2DI criterion validity, there was some concerns that the kinder and first grade predictive correlations were low. And the wondering was, why was grade the criterion? Another issue was that the evidence was for kinder through sixth grade combined as a whole, and we should have been looking more at K1 and 2 specifically. Finally, under 2D2 criterion, it was minimum at the subgroup level. So we passed the bare minimum requirements. However, when we were considering the subgroups based on the data, that one went to minimum at that level. Then under description of battery, 3 out of 4 of the members felt that it was minimum in 1A1, 1A2, 1B1, 1B2, and 1C1 based on a lack of evidence around the tasks, the fact that they were using their in-house research and measurements. The mode of administration was missing evidence for the appropriateness of tasks by subgroup. There was a concern that the theory and rationale was weak, and that it was missing guidance on different language backgrounds and language proficiency. Under communication and resources, 3E1 was a concern based on minimal guidance for English learners for 1 out of 4 panel members.
Okay, thank you very much. So we are done presenting all the applications. So staff, could you please bring back the recused panel members? So I now turn the gavel over to Chair Kim.
Hello, I'm back.
All right, so panel member Wilson, would you confirm that you're present?
Yes, I am here and no one is in the room with me.
Thank you, appreciate it. Member Martinez, would you confirm that you're present?
I'm present and no one is in the room with me.
Thank you, appreciate it. All right, so Ms. Apple, Mr. Diaz, and Mr. Brunetti, continue facilitation. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. So we did hear from the subgroups that there were a few applications that did not meet bare minimum requirements. The agreed upon protocol is that we then exchange those between the two subgroups and give some opportunity within this meeting for the subgroups to look at those applications. We don't have a huge amount of time. We have about 25 minutes that we'll spend in the subgroups, and one subgroup will have 3 and one subgroup has 1. So it's fair to say that the secondary option, which the panel wisely put in place, is that if there isn't sufficient time in today's meeting, there is the option of moving this forward into the November. So the task that the subgroups have before them is to either determine that, yes, we agree that we should remove this application for further consideration, or that they need more time to and that they recommend discussing this application at the November meeting. So we will go ahead and move into our same subgroups, but want to make sure that the process is clear. Are there any questions from the panelists? Okay, let's go ahead and move back into our subgroups. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, we already got to look at this.
We did.
So.
Oh, that's right. This we got the.
And we went straight to the mountains.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're thinking of application one, we have 25 minutes. So we also spent some time- Yeah, we also spent some time. We did.
She was so cute. Still live in the background. That's okay. We can see well enough.
Guys wanna be there. They want some uniform, you know.
Yeah.
I don't think we would have to review all 4 of these.
No.
So we'll find some time to do that, but yeah. Application. Yeah, and then-
All right.
Ooh, okay, so I don't think there's.
We are discussing option, or application 1.
Okay.
Yeah.
They might be the ones they,
Correct. So we have 25 minutes. And essentially, we need to find ourselves in a place where we can pull group and say either we agree and the application will be moved further consideration, or our subgroup wants.
We're not expected to redo that.
So would you like to start talking about application one?
I mean, I'll start with the time that we were able to look over this, and I mean, I at least jumped straight to the bare minimum requirements. And here we have another circumstance where there's a number of different tests in the same submission, and not a single one of those tests was responded to in each of our bare minimum requirements. They just seem to cherry pick which tests they wanted to report on for which sections, and so I don't think any of them even have a full submission with which to judge.
Yes. Three, I got confused and had to go back and read number
Over and over.
one, the first criteria, to figure out what I was looking at, but just concept validity I went through, and I realized they didn't have quality, but they only one measure that they had.
It said there was
Kind of
poor
very
internal
different, but the other ones
consistency
didn't have
and did not have
either
relevant
concept validity, so-
information.
Say the word Spanish in all of section 2.
And so you're giving us that bare minimum review, right? So we need to be looking at, yeah, 2D1 reliability, 2D1 content validity,
Not one of them
2D2
that had a-
criteria validity, and 2D3 criteria. To determine if.
It was very obvious. One thing to do this. And then if you don't do it.
I was like, I got you.
Just trying to find them, like, wow, I couldn't even go back and figure out how many instruments there were. That's what I.
That's also the exhibit.
So, I just want to make sure I saw right there, some three English instruments, is that what you all saw?
Yes.
So it's 2D1 reliability, 2D1.
I believe my understanding of it is that there are 4 English ones and somewhere between 2 and 3 Spanish.
But the Spanish didn't get mentioned though.
But the Spanish was never once mentioned in the psychometrics, and not one of the English ones was mentioned in all aspects of the psychometrics.
And I think there's 4, who's 4 in English.
Yeah.
There are 4 English, okay, then I need to.
But the tables, but no, I also have 4 because the tables that they showed only had 3, I'm sorry, 3.
I only saw 3.
It's because they just,
One was computer adaptive, one was a CBM, and one was completed on computer or tablet, and it was for paper.
and the other one was every now and then referred to. I never got to understand what it was.
And one was
Because
like
it was mentioned so much.
an early literacy if we will.
That was the CBM.
Well, there's also another CB.
Yeah, there were 2 CBMs.
Okay, well then.
It was very confusing.
Okay.
Which is hence why there wasn't a consistent set of
Myself,
psychometrics
notes
for.
trying to track it.
Right.
What, the Zodiac killer?
On the the hotel post.
It's even better.
Yeah.
You're the hotel room
Alphabet
putting
is
post-its up on the wall.
Right, which they
Putting
don't.
street.
Oh, they do.
Okay, so it sounds like you all are in agreement with the other side.
It shouldn't take a forensic crime scene.
Like, yeah.
Do you agree, Tammy?
Yes, because in, so just, I want to make sure they have to be in fair shape, but when I looked at, 2D1 on reliability, the iterator was. So on this one. Listed on page 61, but I didn't know if that was about the CBM or the other one. So I guess I'd say the same thing as you, like, I couldn't tell which meeting was on. And so that was one of the challenges.
Yeah, absolutely.
And actually, it's on one, I did get a few others, but the other.
Look at us.
Wow.
Same thing.
So I can see why the reliability, because I thought there was information. But I also put, shows tables of results, but doesn't interpret the scores. But the other.
Do you know these are all fun? Yeah, 2D1 content validity is the one I said. I'm not sure this answer responds to the rubric. How are they appropriate measures? How are they appropriate for the grade level? And how is the mode appropriate? I don't think that And that, to me, seems like it's just about the question.
Couple minutes to
not
work
really
through
what
it.
So the question is, who would like to be our reporter? We go whole group and say that we agree and that.
Not you, I can do it.
If you say
Unless
that
you want to.
some group agrees, the
You
application.
can,
will
I
move
think
to
you
the-
should contribute, that's great.
Okay. Well, we have some more time. We could discuss if you've had a chance to look at, application 7, 6 through 10.
I learned the local
You could also take them. Yep. Those are the ones you're gonna review between now and the November meeting anyway. So you could get a head start on that if you'd like.
So I'll have to report to the meeting where you don't fit in the minimum, you don't know.
I don't forget to go any more details on that. It sounds like you found exactly what you said you're gonna find. Yeah, 7, 13,
No, I'm looking at the test,
3, and 10.
Oh, wow.
task and responsibility. Doesn't
So I
actually.
found the reason they're more fun than
Yeah.
just look at.
Yeah.
We were accused from that, so we can help, it's all right.
Yeah.
Just like what it
You're on your
says.
own.
Yeah.
You two are on your own.
All right, I'll read.
Well, I'm not a review.
No, I'm a Tammy.
Yeah,
So Tammy's, yeah, 6, 7.
yeah. So at the November meeting,
And it's-
further discussion about all of them.
I will be the one.
And it
recording
was
this.
number 7 that was most controversial. It was number 7 that was most controversial in terms of the one that didn't meet minimum
But yes.
for number 6, but 7 was 2.
2 and 2.
That was
Yeah.
50, I wrote that
I
down.
believe I heard 13 of those 15.
I thought it was 3 and 2.
I thought they said that means bare minimum.
13 was 3 and 2.
3 and 2.
Oh, it was? Oh, I didn't write that down.
it was me.
Oh, yeah, I read it on the back. 3 out of 5,
Which is fine.
they did meet, so 2.
Yeah, which you don't need to have consensus.
Yeah.
Right, but even still.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's
Yeah, that's
good.
why I added 2.
Okay.
That's
It's-
It should be time, yeah.
I'm not hearing what she's saying, if I need to be hearing it.
It's really exciting. Vic will fill you in.
13 was division of 1.
3 met, 1 no.
Correct. Yeah. Which, again, you don't need to have full consensus on those.
Right, but it just helps us know to the degree which.
Yeah, we have those. Until after November, enough yet to know exactly what it's going to.
And then 13 was, oh, that was 13. And then 6 was 3 of the 4.
3 of the 4 was next.
So maybe, I don't know, I know that you can, we can have some.
So the expectation is for us to do the same thing.
Yeah, be ready in the November meeting to speak to them, as they start.
Yeah, I do want to speak to them.
As you start getting
Hey,
closer
we
to
have
the
one day.
decision of what's going to be included.
I gotta do a five.
Why
You're
couldn't
right.
they have DQ'd more?
I want to talk to them.
Yeah.
Right, yeah, yeah.
Then so it's 2 holdouts.
And the other pieces you can look at as a company.
I need a nice clean list. Sorry.
I'm sure Jeff's posting this like our homework.
Yes, just 1 second.
On page 42, if you look at, so this is 2.3.2, that's critical mobility in terms of plastic and everything. They
It's like
explicitly
not enough time to really do anything.
We have 4, we have 4.
We do not at this time have a
There was no-
sensitivity score. Basically, they don't have classification.
Just have one vigil
Right.
item.
Right.
So that's just the one evidence statement that just on this doesn't. That's in a very easy one, I just still. Yeah.
So does that? Where's that?
I was thinking.
This one.
Yeah, we need to see, yeah.
Yeah, because everybody's dropping up everything.
And who would like to share that out?
Who knows what names go with that?
Yeah, right. everything's on it.
There
were a lot of other.
Yeah.
Or. There's also. Decision was nice, I feel.
So which number was this? Number
This was number 9.
Or anything at number 5?
So we'll report out.
Sure, yeah.
So, yes.
Number 5,
So you can look at number 5.
the note I found was that the inter-rater reliability reported,
I guess it's.
it was not reported. The content validity was weak. By clear rationales for who is being reported and did not provide clear validity, especially for the.
But in the same process.
And those that you've read were from the other group's findings, right?
Correct. That's what I looked at.
So why don't you all take a few minutes to look at application number 5.
That's the one that I would have thought would have been.
Longer.
Yeah, 1,200.
Right, 67 could.
Was it 15? Was 1,200.
That's all that we did.
You have on,
Mhm.
okay, they have them all.
It starts on page 27. So they say that essential, okay. First sentence, most essential reliability data related to this reading assessment. Reliability data runs counter to the assessment development criteria. So reliability data doesn't work for all measure. That would be cool. Page 27, that was very first paragraph. Yeah.
Counter to assist development. So I think what that
So
means
run-
is that.
Reliability data. runs
Some type, so internal consistency, so I think what that means is that it's hard to get internal consistency because. So by taking it, we're not gonna have the same, it's not gonna be consistent across. So that would be the case for all computer.
Well, but because if you do it out and don't.
Right. So then it's hard to measure just that measure of internal consistency.
Don't be fooling yourself. Kind of looks really things in my inbox.
But I also say
No
the
one's
next
seen that.
sentence, this increases the reliability.
Measures.
I don't think any would be All computer adaptive, I don't think any.
No,
Reliability. Just.
But I saw the fluency back.
We get string ones. Oh. I don't think you need much. Or to buy them.
Yeah, so segmentation is administered orally. It should be reliability there. As is learning. Passage reading fluency is also administered by the teacher.
Call out in particular for. That's what you're checking.
I think the privacy interview and reliability, which is missing. Another piece they made it was the content validity. I was just thinking, I know. So. And this is not all, the problem with this stuff in there, it does not provide this information, so. So, that's one of them, the other piece they noted with the course is the one. Also class B. Now, it's not gonna be the piece.
That's what's in the.
I think we tried to figure this out, but they're saying they can do. What person has some?
Oh, we did. Oh, there was mine, some pieces in here. I thought this was a newspaper, isn't it?
It says this is. Yeah. People wondering. Basically, they can have this. Yes.
I think what it says is that comparing consistency.
It's not appropriate.
I think when you don't call it the assessment development criteria. So I think what they're saying was, using internal consistency is not appropriate because they use the approach called IIT. I think that's what they're saying, so when they look at. I don't know if they didn't look at internal consistency, I think. What they're saying is they use IIT, difficulty parameters.
Instead of internal.
Yeah. And then the other one, technical manual in terms of the content, validity, I don't think that they should report it, they have it. Literacy measures, classification accuracy and predictable. Right, that's predictable, maybe that's, yeah, I'm just trying, yeah, that was also in my notes, that it did not provide predictability. Oh, I see, okay. So it's not one time.
Yeah,
All of these.
multiple, exactly.
Yeah.
That's a challenge with this things.
The criterion for the one? So there's this one that says one alternate form of reliability and criterion validity with the SAT 10.
Terms of what we consider. For the last one. Yeah. One more time.
Yeah.
For the first one. Where are you looking?
Well, the fact that it's missing the reliabilities and concerns that we discovered. That we.
You need number two. So as I say, for two, you definitely look at.
Oh, okay.
Another question, did you look at those city? There are specific cities, you know, if you look at page 52 of the document. No, actually, this is just, hold on, oh, yes, hold on, open one. The specificity numbers, if new 60, new 60, letter new 50s. Right, so you want something like 0.8 and 27. So that's kind of one concern, important concern for you.
And then one concern, I would burn that also.
Down here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Never not.
Yeah. Yeah. But.
So, and.
Yeah.
Maybe now you put that?
Yeah.
We want public comments, right? After that, should we just make? Sounds good, is it English? No, after public comments, yes. Yes, but we have notes there. I thought that we were.
Sam?
No.
Okay, welcome back.
Oh, thank you. Oh, this-
I think you have to work on that back. So it appears like everyone is back in the room and back on Zoom.
Great, let's get back at, now, Ms. Apple, will you continue to facilitate the item number 3?
Yes, thank you. So I know it was we had just a short opportunity to reconsider. And I know that it was an uneven number, so the groups may have somewhat of a differing response in terms of the overall applications. So let's keep that in mind as we hear our report outs. We'll go ahead first to the subgroup that was with Vic. Do we have a reporter from that group? Yes, panelist Odegaard.
For application 1, we unanimously agreed that it does not meet the bare minimum requirements. So we agree with the other subgroup. Application 1 does not meet bare minimum requirements.
Thank you. So application 1 will be removed for further consideration. Per the protocol, if a panelist determines that they do want to request that that application comes back, then they can let folks know that in the November meeting so that folks are prepared to discuss it in December. Otherwise, it is removed from any further consideration. And the subgroup report out, panelist Grasso?
Okay, so for application number 2, we need more time to review. For application number 9, we are in agreement to remove from consideration. And for application number 5, we are also in agreement to remove from consideration.
Thank you. So similar to application 1, applications 5 and 9 will be removed from further consideration unless brought back by a panelist in November for consideration by the full panel in December. Okay, so I'll pass it back to Chair Kim.
Thank you so much, everyone. Now we're going to open the phone line for public comment. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item may do so by calling the telephone number and using the access code provided on the slide that is shown now. We encourage you to, is there anyone signed up to provide the public comment in person?
There is not.
Thank you. Is there anyone waiting to provide public comment on the phone line?
There is not.
Okay, thank you. Is there any comments from the panel members? You do? Okay, member,
Does not be. It's okay.
Vice Chair Guerrero.
I just want to tell everybody in the team today that everybody did a fantastic job. Thank you to our facilitators, our staff, and to everybody here in the panel. I think we outdid ourselves today. So I just want to give everybody a pat in the back. We all did a good job. Thank you. And may it be like this in November as well. Okay, thanks.
Thanks for recognition. Let's take a break. It's now at 3:19. Oh, sorry. Thank you. Member Martinez, go ahead.
And are we going to get clarification on the one, what are the next steps, I guess, especially for the one application that we didn't have time to review, if it's going to require a full review or if we can do a bare minimum? I would like more direction about that.
Yeah, absolutely. So, in essence, yes, you do need to prepare for a full review in case it goes in that direction in November. That said, I would recommend spending time on those bare minimum requirements because those are the ones that your colleagues said it did not pass. And because the subgroup didn't have the time to consider it, it means that you'll have the opportunity to do that very briefly in November. But I would be prepared in case your group doesn't determine that with a full review. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Any further questions or comments?
And to further the thinking around next steps, when we come back together in November, that's when we'll talk about the advanced requirements. So you had the opportunity in the small groups today to hash that out with some of your colleagues and hear what their thinking is and what areas they were looking for. You'll have the opportunity then across the entire group in November to hear about the advanced requirements and holistic review.
Thanks for the information. Now let's take a break. I see. Wait. Hi, Kiko.
Chair Kim, I am being told that we do have one member of the public who would like to
Oh.
provide comment. So if with your permission, we'd like to go ahead and let that person speak.
Absolutely. Is it on the phone line? Okay, go ahead.
Okay, we actually have two people raising their hands now.
Okay.
Martha Hernandez, please begin.
Hello, my name is Martha Hernandez. I don't know why there's an echo. Wait a second. Okay. Hello, my name is Martha Hernandez with Californians Together and a member of the California Committee for Effective Literacy. I want to thank you, Chair Kim and the screener selection panel for their expertise and their careful and deliberate review of applications to ensure that all screening instruments meet bare minimum requirements. And there's an echo, so I'm having and I'm on mute, so I'm not sure what to do.
In the room, we're not hearing the echo, but if
Okay, I'm gonna
you could turn down the
try
volume
to
on your
move forward.
computer.
But just to thank the committee for ensuring that the instruments meet bare minimum requirements that are valid, reliable, evidence-based, culturally, linguistically, and developmentally appropriate. I do want to express concerns regarding the instruments lacking representation by subgroup and grade level, as well as the lack of evidence and guidance specific to English learners. So I just thank you for maintaining a transparent process, and I apologize because I hear the echo. So, but anyway, thank you.
We appreciate the comment. Thank you.
Carla B. Santa Cruz, you may begin.
It looks like they may be on mute.
Carla B. Santa Cruz, you may begin.
Carla B. Santa Cruz, we still cannot hear you. If you could try pressing *6 or clicking unmute.
This concludes public comment.
Thank you. So let's proceed with a break for 10 minutes. It's 3:24, and let's come back at 3:35. 11 minutes. Thank you.
Hello?
All right, I see that all panel members are present. I call the meeting back to order at 3:33 p.m. I'm gonna call back Member Wilson again. Will you confirm that you are present?
I am here and all by myself.
Thank you. How about Member Martinez? Would you confirm that you're present?
I'm here and also by myself.
Thank you so much. Now let's move on to number 4, item number 4. We'll be discussing first drafts of the screener information overview templates. As a reminder, this is an information-only item and will not be taking any votes on these documents this month. It is important to note that as we begin this item, that these templates were filled in by panel staff, and these versions do not represent feedback from the panel. Panel members may request edits to these documents, and members of the public may provide public comment on these documents for the panel to consider. We anticipate seeing another draft of these documents at our November panel meeting and a final version for consideration by the panel in December. Again, Ms. Zappo, Mr. Diaz, and Mr. Brunetti from WestEd will be presenting and facilitating this item.
Good afternoon, everybody. Matt Brunetti from WestEd. It's good to talk to you all again. It's been a while. Just want to remind the public too that there's an addendum to item number 4 is the blank screener overview information template that for which this conversation is predicated upon. It's been a while since we reviewed and approved the screener information overview template, which was in the August meeting. But I want to remind the panel members of what that ultimate purpose of these documents are. And so from the California Ed Code 53008 C2B, it states the panel of experts shall also identify information about the appropriate administration of each screening instrument, including the appropriate grade or grades for administration of each screening instrument. So that's from the statute of how we ended up with this screener information overview template. So just want to remind you of that process. So as Chair Kim had mentioned, the staff using this panel approved template, the staff began to fill out the screener overview information for all applications. We anticipate that we will share these drafts of these documents prior to the November meeting, so for the public and for you all, so that the panel may review them in November and possibly in December as you're finalizing the list of approved instruments. Obviously, these drafts will require significant or require feedback, whether it's significant or not, we'll find out by the end of today, maybe, about edits from the panel around the information including in here. Data on the overview documents were pulled primarily from the cover sheets that were submitted with the submission applications, but also there are a few sections that we needed to go into the submission forms themselves to find the information, and we'll talk a little bit more about that in future slides. And so as you listening to your discussions today, what we've realized and what you probably have realized is that there's significant variability across the amount and depth and type of information that is included within the cover sheets and within the applications. So that made filling out these screener information overview templates quite challenging. So we're going to draw your focus on a few areas today that we saw, I think, the most variability. In general, as I just mentioned, there's a significant difference in the depth of information provided, right? And so that is a challenge in and of itself across the entire form. However, there are two specific sections, the one about accommodations and the one about establishing language proficiency, for which there was no information provided in the cover sheet because the panel added those sections to the screener information overview after the application process, so after the cover sheet was public. So for those two sections, primarily, we had to rely on the submission forms. We do acknowledge that there is a part of the rubric in the submission form that aligns nicely to each of these sections. So there was generally, you could use those sections to help complete them, but there's still significant variability in each of those. And then the other big area of variability or inconsistency maybe is the cover sheet asked the applicants to identify the skills measured in an open-ended way. There were just tables, and they provided those tables and named the particular either skills and or constructs for the instruments use of terminology. But when we when you all finalized the screener information overview template, you utilized the 10 skills or constructs mentioned in the code itself, so for which there are 10. So because of that, there's inconsistency in the way that applicants describe those skills to the statute. So just to kind of ground you in some of these differences, and these are just summaries, examples pulled from some of them to kind of show how we could potentially respond in those sections. So I think the statement is in the template, like information about accommodations or supports, right? And it's kind of please enter text is what is there. So we could, example responses could be yes, no answers only. It could be yes with a brief description, like in the first bullet on the slide, yes, accommodations for students with disabilities or for students on individual education plans include, and then text magnification, sound amplification, braille, proxy responses, extended time. Or it could be a multiple sentence response detailing protocols for which they said, or it could actually reference an incomplete resource document that the instrument provides as well. So there's a lot of variability for what to include in those particular sections. Likewise, for the establishing language proficiency, again, we had applicants reference other documentation, and we could state that and reference the other documentation within the screener overview document. Some applicants referenced specific levels in LPAC or WIDA, which we could also list in the screener information overview. Some actually described a proficiency rate, and others did not indicate an established language proficiency. However, they described a procedure or whatnot, such as the one on the screen, that there are discontinue rules or an explanation or interpretation of results using normative data in multiple languages are provided. So there's a lot of variability in how that particular establishing language proficiency was addressed by the instruments, and therefore describing that on the screener overview template resulted in some variability. So essentially, our overarching question for you all, and I'm going to push to a new slide that has more detailed questions, but essentially, given the variability described in the previous slides, and for which I know you are all now well aware of, I was going to make a joke earlier about should we have added all the pages that you've read in the last month, because it's quite a bit. But what guidance does the panel have for staff while completing the screener overview documents for each instrument? So that's kind of the overarching thing. And I know it's kind of it's a bit of a challenging question because it's open-ended in and of itself. So let me help by kind of giving you more specific questions. So in the ones that are open-ended, like the accommodations section and the establishing language proficiency sections in the screener overview template, should staff use yes or no responses, or should staff attempt to summarize the information about accommodations or minimum language proficiency provided by each applicant? And then if the latter, what guidance do you have for the level of detail that should be provided for that? And then for the general depth and detail overall, when completing open-ended sections or statements, should staff err on the side of putting in too much information so that the panel review and cut out or edits? Or should we, the staff, decide the level of detail to include, attempting to maintain consistency across the screener overviews? I actually left that out. That last part of that question is an important one, I think. I think part of the thing we're considering is, as we anticipate that LEAs will use these screener information overviews to kind of get their first sense of what these instruments are all about. So we want to make sure that there is consistency across, so that just the pure level of information doesn't seem to make one instrument seem better or shine differently than another instrument. So that's a little bit more of what it is. Okay, so that's my overview, and then I will open it up to the panel to opine and provide any guidance based on these discussion questions. Or I can answer any clarifying questions first too, if you have them.
Vice Chair Guerrero?
Okay, question. So the purpose of this cover sheet is to just give a little bit of information to the LEAs so then they can look more into the instruments or the assessments, right? So they can say, oh, we might want to look more into this particular one or application 5 or application, I don't know, 7, 13. So basically it's us deciding what goes on this cover sheet, right? Because you guys already done some of the work or maybe all of the work, but now it's us looking at them and deciding what we want to keep, or is it just start from fresh?
Well, just to clarify, it's for terminology purposes. So the cover sheet, that specific language was used as part of the application process. This document that we're talking about is the screener information overview template, which you already established and approved at the August meeting. So I believe, and Jess can clarify, if you're going to change the screener information overview, we might have to review. That's a whole different, I'll let Jess answer that one. Let me just,
Can we see what we agreed to in August?
it's,
So,
yes, it's
yeah, so the addendum to item 4
Oh,
is what you
that's right.
approved in August.
it's also in your
It's in our packet,
brown
right?
folder.
Yeah.
Also, I'll just look over on her computer.
Yeah. And additionally, we can't take any action today because we did not notice this as an action item. So we would not be able to make any changes to the template now. But what this is intended to do is to get some feedback. So, as staff are deciding what to put into each spot, we want to make sure that we're doing it in a way that, makes the most sense and doesn't create any unintended consequences.
There's a number of hands.
Member Neeson?
I would like to offer the fact that for some of these questions that we go with a yes, no, but also offer some more detail in addition to that, just for the purposes of establishing why it was a yes, like what made it a yes if it's a yes. If it's a no, we don't put anything, right, as an option, just thinking through some of those categories, because if this is going to be when people click on, let me just make sure I understand. So these are the overview sheets. Once we have the adopted list, right, this will be on the website or however it's presented to the public, that districts would click on to then get more information. So this overview is going to give them that first glimpse, correct? So to me, that should have enough information to let them kind of understand the general administration of the assessment, who it's appropriate for, and what grade levels. So the more information we can provide them without going into like a 50-page application, I think is best. Because they aren't going to see the applications, correct? They're just going to see this overview sheet.
So I think part of that would be determined, the Department of Education is going to be hosting the list of screeners. So I think part of that would be dependent on what they can support. And I don't know that decision has been made yet. So I cannot provide you with probably a very satisfactory answer to your question at this point, but yeah.
Well, in that case, I think we should err on the side of providing enough information to allow them to, make an appropriate decision. That's my thought.
Thank you. Member Wilson?
Yes, so I agree about the variability. The variability in the word count was quite a challenge. And so I'm sure it is quite a challenge to complete the overview. So I really like the idea of the staff deciding a level of detail to include and making it consistent across the overview documents. I do think that's really important. Because some of these were, over 2,000, close to 2,000 pages long, and some were 60. And so I think that consistency, so I appreciated, I think it was slide 22, where you said, for the open-ended, should the staff decide the level of detail attempting to maintain consistency? And my suggestion would be, yes, I totally agree with that. I like that idea. And kind of to piggyback on what Member Neeson said, a little more than yes or no, but also a level of consistency in how that is responded to. So I like that recommendation.
Appreciate it. Let's move to Member Gravlin.
And this is as much of a question as it is a comment, but I wonder if some way to kind of balance meeting in the middle, trying to summarize the great variability of these responses as opposed to the potentially too succinct, just yes, no. I wonder if we can kind of qualify in some way kind of the strength of their response in terms of kind of the panel's perception. Was this a strong response in terms of determining and defining the level of language proficiency, or was it kind of more on the moderate end of things, if we were able to give kind of that qualifier rather than just the binary yes, no?
Thank you, Vice Chair Guerrero.
Well, one thought that went through my head right now was not that I want to give us more, well, we're the ones actually reading the application. So we would probably have a better sense of what to put in those boxes. I think with the staff maybe giving us a draft or an outline, which I know you gave us one, but, and then as we read the applications, because I kind of forgot what I agreed to in August, we can kind of start, filling in some of the answers and then maybe give it to the staff so they have the information that they need. Because if they're only using the cover sheets, not the overview, the cover sheets vary in information, but the application wouldn't. The application would have all the information. Well, we hope so. But things like language proficiency, or just even the questions that Vic was asking us, how many instruments, how many languages, how many, all that stuff is important information, but the only way we would know is because we actually read the applications. I think it's maybe a project that needs to be done together. I don't want to give me more work. I already have five more applications to read, but I don't know. I'm just trying to brainstorm a way that we could do them together, because I don't think it's something that can be done one or the other. I think it's something that has to be done together so we can provide the correct information to the people who are going to be looking at these. But I don't have the answer to that yet.
Just to clarify and or remind August a little bit more, that you all asked us to do this in August to save yourself some of that time, which is what we were trying to do. And we just, so what I still think we envision is bringing you drafts of these. Obviously, you are the panel and you need to revise and we'll finalize them. We were just trying to establish a baseline of how much information you want to edit and revise. And if it's yes, no's, that would have been much more straightforward than yes with some summary statements. That's where we were trying to gauge that level of detail. Yeah.
Okay, Member Wilson.
I am very much in favor of the staff drafting something for us to respond to, rather than trying to create it in a panel. I think if the staff creates a draft for the ones that are on the list, then we can respond to it. It'll be more efficient use of time. That would be my recommendation, which I think that's, if what I'm understanding, that's what we said we were going to do in August, but I like that idea.
Member Neeson.
I have a clarifying question. Do we have the same deadline for these overview sheets as we do for the adopted list?
No. I was going to say yes, the end December 31st.
So yeah, just to add to that, I think one of the things that we all need to consider, and one of the concerns I think that we have, is that in order to provide you with the draft that you then have sufficient time to review, it's very likely that we are going to provide you with a draft prior to the final decisions being made, which means we could provide you a draft and we would have to share that publicly because of Bagley-Keene requirements for some of the screeners that you will ultimately end up not choosing. And so I think, we're trying to be very careful in terms of how we think through that, because we don't want to give people an impression that because we have pulled together one of these sheets that something has been approved until it actually has. So it is a little funky in terms of timeline. This was always a very tight timeline for us to comply with, but I think what what Mr. Burnett is talking about is, that is our process, right? We want to provide you guys with a draft, give you sufficient time to make changes if you think changes are necessary, and then have that ready for you to approve in December.
Okay, Member Grasso?
Yeah, also just a clarifying question, similar to I think what panel member Neeson was asking. So like for the LEAs, I know the applications are very like copyright protected. This is the only thing they're gonna have to make a decision?
So just as a reminder, the only things that the statute requires you all to do is to make a list and to provide some administration information. Once that list is posted, nothing limits the publishers of those chosen assessments, or sorry, screeners, from providing any information that someone might want. It is very possible that some LEAs may not want to see the sheets that we pulled together. They may want to make a decision based on other information that they're able to find publicly, and that's fine. So certainly this will be a resource that's available to LEAs, but it will not necessarily be the only thing that they can evaluate when making decisions.
I have a quick follow-up clarification question regarding the, I guess, Bagley-Keene related one. So say staff members fill in and then share that, when they share it, it has to be as an agenda item, is that right? And publicly available?
That is correct.
And then we look at it, and then talk about it specifically in terms of very specific suggestions, right? Okay,
That's correct.
thanks.
And it's also, just one more thing to add, it's also very likely, given the questions asked, that the level of confidentiality will be a little bit different for these documents because, for example, if we're asking about training, I don't know if you've noticed, but many of our applicants have training that is named similarly to their screening instrument. And so it is, we're not going to be able to, I think, provide the same level of confidentiality for that as we do with the applications.
Thank you. Member Martinez?
I guess I want to second the appreciation for staff taking on this responsibility. I do, I guess, see this time constraint that we're running against, and I wonder if this is something that we could ask for then a little more time to then for the panel to weigh in on the what are these called, a screener overview sheets. Yeah, screener information overview sheets. And then lastly, to the suggestion, although I like the suggestion that Member Grasso had about staff capturing some of the strengths that they heard, I feel like without some clear guidance around what specific criteria we're talking about or what aspect of the screener information we're talking about, I don't know how staff would make that determination. So if we go that route, I guess I would like for the panel then to decide and clarify what areas we would like to provide guidance to staff around. We'd like you to highlight these specific strengths. Yeah, I feel like that would be challenging.
Thank you. Vice Chair Jarrell and O'Brien.
Okay, so we would have to agree. So yes, I'm sorry, I'm asking this question again. They are part of the statute or they're not, because then if they're not, then we can wait until we know what we have voted for in December, and that way they only work on, and just trying to cut out the needless work on the ones that don't get selected.
Yeah. So I was actually pulling up the statute right now. The statute does require you to adopt these as well as the list of approved screeners by December 31st, 2024.
Okay. Got it.
Thank you, Member O'Brien and Member Wilson.
Yes, I wanted to clarify, are we to give you the some feedback on what the one you had before? some guidance now? Okay.
If you have some, I would love,
Yes, I
we would love to hear it.
I think it would be really important for the applicants to provide information about the minimum language proficiency that they deem necessary.
In addition to what they've already provided to you in the application. Is that what you're?
Well, for some of them, they did not. So this might be a place.
Then
And some of the.
I think the challenge with that as well is they've submitted their applications where this information was requested. So that's part of the variability and inconsistency that we were talking about in some aspects. So that's why. So I think we can only fill out in the screener information, the drafts that the staff would complete, the information that is provided in either the cover sheet or the application, and then let you all, when you review them, decide whether that's accurate and described correctly, and then or adding any additional things that we may have missed. But I don't know if there's I don't think there is an opportunity to ask for additional things.
Mr. Bernetti, if I
Yep,
could just
sure.
clarify, Member O'Brien, so the template does include a section where we would indicate to the extent that the information was provided to us, the information about establishing student language proficiency to administer screeners. So that is part of the template. We are only limited by the information that is provided to us through the application by the publisher.
thank you. Member Wilson?
Yeah. Well, I was going to clarify what Jessica just said, which is that the information about establishing student language proficiency is on page 1, just below that table, about 3 lines down. So I was going to clarify that because it is there, which if the staff completes it to the extent they're able to, then we can wordsmith or give feedback based on our deeper review of the tools. The other thing I was just going to say is this overview document definitely does need to be done at the same time as the list comes out at the end of December, because we are on a short timeline, but so are the LEAs. They have to have this to their boards by June. So we just have to figure out the most efficient way to get this done. And I'm just going to reiterate, in my opinion, that would be for the staff to create them and for us to respond to them, because there doesn't seem to be really any other good way to go about it, given the timeline.
Thank you. I have a comment and perhaps something to think about, and I'll get to you, yours. So in terms of the skills measured, I'm looking at the table. One thought I have, so one option is just saying like skill, for example, phonological awareness for kindergarten, you can say yes. Another option is specifically what task that is in kindergarten, grade 1 and grade 2 by application. The reason why I'm suggesting what we may consider this is because some applications I see that they actually are not accurately describing what each task measures. So they claim a task measures, for example, I don't know, oral language, something, but it actually, in my professional expertise, it really does not, right? So, and then there are also a bunch of other things they include, but that are not listed here. So I feel that maybe we can include some information about other, as well as what they claim, and then you can list the tasks associated with the skill, and then as panel members, we can take a look and then make some, I don't know, suggestions or modifications. If that's not too complicated, that's just a thought, and I would love to hear yours. Okay, Member
Okay.
Guerrero, Vice Chair Guerrero.
Oh, thanks. It's okay. So 2 things. Number one is if we looking at the, just piggybacking off what Chair Kim said, is if we look at the table, we could just check off what tasks are being measured at each grade level. If they included something extra in their application, that's extra, but on the rubric, that's what we're asking for. So I don't think we need to add anything. We can just check off which ones they have for kinder, which ones they have for first and second, because some do say that. I know some don't. Second question to West Ed staff is, would it, I have no idea, so I'm asking this question. Would it be easier for you to just include it, say yes, and then include the link to the page of the manual that says that answer? Because a lot of them submitted manuals, and they have the information in the manual. I don't know if that would be an easier route, because instead of typing something up, you can just say yes or no. No means no, but yes, and then here's the link. I don't know. That's just a suggestion.
Member Neeson?
Sorry.
So my understanding is that we're going to get to decide for some of these applications which tasks for which grade levels we're recommending, right? So this, I feel like, would be the place to make those determinations, and that's going to be, maybe the table isn't going to fit because people have submitted tasks that might be slightly different than what we anticipated when we were building this. So my suggestion would be to use this where it's applicable, but then also highlighting this is what the panel has recommended by grade level, using the table where we can, and where we can't, we replace it with the pertinent information. That would be my suggestion, because we also want to err on giving them enough information to make an informed decision, but not, we don't need to give them the kitchen sink either. They can do their own due diligence. And all we're required to provide them with is what the statute says, which is, you know, the administration instructions, who it's appropriate for, and how we're going to provide that, right? So that's just my 2 cents.
Thank you.
I will just say, just because both Chair Kim and panelist Neeson mentioned it, we thought of a solution for that. This is a slide that kind of articulates what we've been noticing. So the skills on the left are what are in the screener information overview, and the bullet list on the right is some of, not all of them, of the ways that applicants have responded to them, right? So I think we had your combination of your suggestions is what we thought we would do, is put them together and then let you say, actually, no, staff, you did this one wrong. This should not go under oral reading. This should go under here, and you can adjust them, but we'll take a first pass at getting them there and doing that. So I think that's a solution, a really viable solution. It just raised the open-ended ones were where we were most concerned about hearing your feedback. So I think we have a solution to this, a combination of panelist Neeson and Chair Kim. So I think we're in good shape for that one.
Thank you. Member Odegaard?
One of the challenges that we ran into with the applications was the resilience and resistance of the computer adaptive test to actually say what's normatively assessed during a grade, because they wanted to tout the fact that they're computer adaptive so they can measure all of these skills at any grade, which is a misrepresentation of what the data performance actually is in the tests, and was a pretty interesting way of responding to our request to try to help people know that. With that said, stating which grades these fall, when some will be computer adaptive or some will be CBM more than likely, will be challenging and is weighted more heavily in favor of the CBMs. For consistency purposes, you trying to say where a computer adaptive measures phonemic awareness, it could be in second grade depending upon how the student performed on the test and the process of the computer did that. So we may need to, as a group, try to think about how we address that challenge and maybe abandon the idea that we would be saying grades that these skills are measured in.
Thank you. Member Neeson?
To clarify the statement, I wasn't talking about the measures themselves and what the applications are saying they're measuring. I'm talking about what grade levels we're approving the assessment to be used at. So I think that's a different look.
My thinking around grade levels was if you do have a computer adaptive assessment, you say that, and we approve the whole thing, we would say this could be used for kinder to second grade students. Because it's about the administration to the students and that's who's required to be assessed under the statute. So that was what I was thinking. So it's the same thing.
I was speaking more directly to the template, and the template does have the table that says in grade K 1 and 2, the application asks them to say broken out by grade when these would be, what would be assessed. And the CBMs, because of the way they're formatted and structured, could easily respond to that way of us thinking. It was an inherent bias in how we kind of formed the whole process. So we would need to give the staff a fighting chance to think about that before we send them off on trying to shoehorn these skills from the statute into specific grades for the different types of tests. Agree with you on the other one though, by the way. So I think we're talking about two slightly variations things. I do think you've had a solution to that though, which is saying for computer adaptive, what range of grades K through 2 could these be administered to based on what they reported?
And just, if I may, just to Member Neeson's point, I want to make sure that we all have a same kind of expectation in terms of like what will be posted. So first off, as I mentioned, our expectations that the Department of Education will be holding on to this. They'll be the carriers of this information on their website. I don't want to promise, fireworks. We'd still need to have some 508 compliance in whatever it is that we post. But I don't think we need to assume that what the list is going to look like is, approved and then just the names. So I anticipate, as you're talking, Member Neeson, about, there is clarity that must be provided by the members around which grade levels and which tasks from the from the screeners that you are reviewing as being what you approve and what is appropriate. I think that there is room outside of this document to make that clear, and whether it looks like a table or something else. And then this document would then support that. So I don't necessarily think that this document has to do everything that we want it to do in relation to what it is exactly that you're approving, because we can provide some details certainly in whatever it is that the approval list looks like. But we would want to make sure that whatever these, and this is sort of the trick, right? Whatever these information overview screeners reflect is aligned with your decision on which tasks you want it to be included and for which grade levels.
Member Odegaard.
One more quick comment. Another critical decision point or frustration point will be what is the screener itself? The statute asked us to identify screeners, and we have applications that have up to 6 different instruments, which they tried their best to try to respond to. Some of those are actually screeners that have data that says that they can be used for screening. Some of them are these supplements or options. So we probably need to make sure that we're clear about what the statute's asking us to deliver and then delivering to the statute.
Okay. Thank you so much. This was clear as mud. No, I'm just kidding. No, it was really helpful. No, in as much as preparing you all for seeing the drafts when we get them to you. On behalf of myself and all the other staff working on them, we'll be happy to send them over your way in a month or two. All right, Chair Kim.
Thank you. On behalf of the panel, we really appreciate your work. All right, thank you so much. We're gonna open the phone line for public comment.
Oh my God.
Members of the public wishing to on this item may do so by calling the telephone number and using the access code provided on the slide that's shown now. Are there any speakers signed up to provide public comment in person?
There are not.
Anyone waiting to provide public comment on the phone line?
There is not.
Okay, thank you. All right, so any further discussion among the panel members? All right, I don't see any more, so this concludes item 4. Now I'd like to take up agenda item number 5, which is general public comment. Public comment is invited on any matter not included on the printed agenda. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item may do so in person or by calling the phone number shown on the public comment slide. Are there any speakers signed up to provide public comment in person?
There is not.
Is there anyone waiting to provide public comment on the phone line?
There is not.
All right. None? Okay. Sounds great. I'm gonna adjourn our October 18, 2024 Reading Difficulties Risk Screener Selection Panel meeting at 4:14 p.m. Thank you so much, everyone.
I did try to speak. I waited and I wasn't able to get through.
Oh.
You may begin your public comment. You have 1 minute. Carla, please begin. You have 1 minute.
Thank you. Now I have an echo.
We
Okay, I'm
can't
just
hear
gonna
the
power
echo
through.
here.
I've been waiting since about 10 a.m. this morning, and now I know what it's like to be a fly on the wall. I'm Carla Santa Cruz, formerly Herrera, bilingual educator specialist for 50 years with 2 grandchildren your decisions will affect. Thank you for your careful attention to this tedious, important work. I've been listening to your groups, and on the first round, it is
Oh no.
Maybe we can give a few minutes just to see. Oh, there she
All right,
is.
cool. Good.
Yeah.
Can
Carla,
you
you may begin.
I'm so sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. As I mentioned, I've been on watching since 10 a.m. like a fly on the wall. My name is Carla Santa Cruz, formerly Herrera. I'm a bilingual educator specialist for 50 years with 2 grandchildren that your decisions will affect. Thank you for your careful attention on this tedious, important work. On the first round, it appears that only numbers 12 and 8 met bare minimum to most reviewers, yet there are still concerns of validity on data disaggregation, including for English learners. Although some assessments were available in other languages, how were other language versions tested specifically for validity and reliability, and how did those results compare to samples in English? When looking at the bare minimum criteria, please only consider screeners that meet a strong evidence threshold. Otherwise, I believe it's a waste of time and resources unless using a highly valid and reliable instrument screener. Regarding the frequency of use, this is a sideline I'm concerned about. If a kindergartner shows strength in initial skills assessment, then why spend time and resources at first and second grade to individually assess unless their teacher notices needs for further assessment? In other words, why invest more resources into formal or assessment screeners for difficulties instead of preventing difficulties by supporting
That's
teachers
time.
with resources they need to teach and children receiving more high quality instruction time? Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public comment.
Thank you, Carla. So I'm gonna call adjustment again, adjournment, not adjustment. So I'm gonna adjourn our October 18th, 2024 Reading Difficulties Risk Screener Selection Panel meeting at 4:18 p.m. Thanks again, everyone.